Camera one, channel one. Camera one, channel one. Okay. Okay, camera two, camera one, channel two. Okay, great.
Get ready. Go ahead.
You can't see me. You can't see him? Good? What's the problem? Ma'am, would you mind being on the riser? Can you get shots on the riser? They are complaining that you're blocking their shot with your foot. What about this? Because really, this bike rack is supposed to come out in here for stills. So like I'm already like
Here goes the director, John Garcia. It's not the race winner. It's an and I'm putting in that box. Make it quick, girl.
Like it's an art frame.
And we would keep it here. We wouldn't zoom in on this moment. Yeah.
Somebody, I mean, some right here.
I'm gonna Marley, but in all honesty, the fact that this is going to be a maximum like 3-minute maximum interaction, and we've got 3 cameras now, it's just blowing my mind. Hold on, Marley, come here. Garcia wants us to move the stills. Put it back down. Because the stills are blocking this shot. Right. This is only for the motorcade arrival. When you zoom in, I said maximum. This whole thing is a like 3-minute thing. And we've got 3 cameras for this. We're not doing this.
That's true. Yeah. We're painting pictures with sound.
I'll just guess.
that one has to go up. Here, I'll have to undo that. this one, if we can lower it.
Lower this one. I move it down a little bit.
Yeah.
no, I'll actually move.
Okay.
I will, I'm not trying to be, but trust me, I'm the last person I want to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Huh?
As far as they're letting us right now. Laura leaves
Right here?
For right now, this is where we have to stay.
Let him know.
So Matt, can you see steady? This is as far as they'll let us go. Oh, cool. Thanks. Yeah, they're making phone calls at their end too. Ready? Take glove up.
I don't have myself. Tell him to call you. Here, come over here.
Yeah, I'll call him right up.
Yeah, call him.
Harry, you're good?
Sí, ahora. Sí, ahora lo presiento. That looks pretty damn good. Sure. Will do.
They said you have to do one baby step at a time till I get to. Shit, no, fuck. That's what he said. Fuck, we're all find out.
Okay. Hey, we need to go tilt towards the right, please. I think that's pretty good right there. Okay, good. All right. Stand by.
drill him.
I'll be close to you. No, as long as she's not. We'll get really close. Still cold. It hasn't changed. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't really long.
New Hampshire. I work out of Boston now. What about you? Oh, you're also from Buffalo. Okay. Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, it's my fifth. I got your people. I'm rooting for your Bills the rest of the way.
Who were you rooting beforehand?
Well, I'm a Jets fan, so I don't root for anybody pretty much after Halloween. Usually football season's over by November.
Is Rex Ryan coming back?
No, I don't think so. I think they're going to try to get Aaron to win. Which would be great. I liked it. You know, he was one of my favorite players when I was like in high school. So I don't know. Their organization's such a disaster. So, no matter who we get, we'll ruin them. So.
We waited a long time in Buffalo to get back to where we
Yeah.
are.
Well, I always remember Buffalo, Thurman Thomas running all over the Jets. Just Thurman Thomas could not be stopped back in the day.
You know what? He was one of the great blockers.
Yeah.
He could block, he could pick up the blitz and block.
Yeah.
People talk about it. It really was a great player.
Right. Those were some great teams.
I worked with him a number of times.
Yeah.
He was,
Doesn't he do a lot? Does he still live up there?
yeah,
Does he do a lot for the community? Did I hear that?
does a lot of communities.
Does he? Yeah, that's good.
There's a portion of his company. He's got a construction company. He's got a bunch of different businesses. He's got a small construction company that's involved in construction in some way. In the state.
Oh, really?
We're building a new state.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mostly ready for 2026.
Oh, that's cool.
They do a lot of sports.
Yeah. That's got to be fun, right? Yeah. You know what? They're all jobs, right? No matter what you're doing.
A lot of hockey. Standing up housing.
Yeah.
It's not camera days. What you don't see is the 6 hours we did beforehand.
Right.
Unloading trucks,
Yeah.
building cameras.
Right.
3 hours afterwards.
Yeah. I get it. And
But I enjoy what I enjoy.
they play sports on every holiday. So all holidays are working. You're working just like me.
I don't know if I can imagine being here for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yes, to do that again.
Right. That's how I am.
Conventions.
Yeah. Right.
This was packing.
So for the reception, this will be the president and the first lady. And then when they do the 4 across, they'll step over. They should step over like this, but we'll see what they actually do. Correct, yep, sorry, yep. Dr. Biden for reception. Yep. So President-elect, when he arrives, then they will stand, he should stand here in the middle.
President-elect will stand here left.
Correct. You bet.
The current principal is camera left.
Don't use camera left. You're killing me.
You're a camera person. I thought.
I
Hi,
can-
Melissa.
Stills never use that terminology. He doesn't do that.
Okay.
ABC, are you guys good? AP. Yeah. No, ABC. You guys are all set? I just want to make sure.
When do I need to? I'm gonna go deal with my half set.
Yeah, I think did you already fingers?
I'm lined it up.
Melissa almost set my cameras on the snow. But, well, I need one.
Oh, no, that's okay.
All
Thank
good.
you, sir.
Yeah, let me just take this up, sir. This is the problem.
Get it all set. Wasn't.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. Well, now I have Nick in my shot. So.
Chris is saying that first before yours.
Chris is saying what?
Trump me.
Okay.
So Church Society needs to go. Just a heads up. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Got it. All right. Okay. Hey, when you're okay with that? Sorry, I just had to.
Yeah, it's all good. I know, you were in the middle of something.
Another one. Back.
Yeah, the problem is I can't get this. So that was a big problem when I was there.
I will restore peace in the world, and I will rescue the American dream. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, and we will make America great again.
It's Inauguration Day for Donald Trump. Around noon, he will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. Weather forecast for today was so cold that the decision was made Friday to move the ceremony indoors. So that beautiful platform you see right there on the front of the Capitol will not be used today. Instead, the swearing in will happen in the Capitol Rotunda. That is an image of St. John's Church. President-elect Donald Trump and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump are there right now for a service. It's part of the tradition. They're with family members, but they're also today with Mark Zuckerberg in that church, Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, and former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Soon, the Trumps will go to the White House and be greeted by President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden for tea, also part of the tradition. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Welcome to our inauguration coverage. I'm joined by my colleague, James Hohmann, columnist and editorial writer. James, so good to be with you today. You know, this inauguration will look very different than planned even just a few days ago because of the weather, but it will also look different from 8 years ago and 4 years ago when Donald Trump came into office the first time and left. In part because this is a return to tradition. What we're watching right now, the image of what we'll soon see, the soon-to-be president walking and going over then to the White House, being greeted by the current president. Donald Trump did not do that for Joe Biden 4 years ago.
It's night and day. Not only was COVID happening with the pandemic, but also this was 2 weeks after the January 6th insurrection, and Donald Trump became the first president since Andrew Johnson to skip his successor's inauguration, leaving town. They didn't have the handoff. Trump was denying that he had lost the election. And this is a return to normalcy. It's also very different than 8 years ago. Donald Trump is coming in more popular than he has ever been before. He won the popular vote and the Electoral College this time. He has a lot more backing from sort of the establishment of the Republican Party, which he has really remade in his image. And so the vibes are just so much different than either 4 years ago or 8 years ago.
Rhonda Colvin is at the Capitol, where Trump will be sworn in just a few hours. So, Rhonda, everything has changed so much from the plan, even just in a couple of days. It's all had to shift. A call made by Trump and team because of the weather. Can you explain to us what will be happening in the Capitol today?
Yeah, and speaking about that change, you can really sense the scramble that happened over the weekend to place media where I am right now on the Senate side of the Capitol complex, and really everyone. All the plans have changed. I can sense it from the security apparatus that is in the hallways of the Capitol complex. Everyone certainly did not have this as Plan A, of course, but it doesn't really change a lot about the swearing-in service. That is going to be how we expected. Of course, we're going to hear from military bands. We are going to see the swearing in of the vice president first, then the president. The president will give an inaugural speech, and then also we will hear from Carrie Underwood, who will provide a musical selection. But again, to the scramble of having to do this all over the last few days, just to give you guys a little factoid, that platform outside that was built, it was built in September, and it would have held about 1,600 guests and dignitaries. Right now, the Capitol Rotunda, that holds about 600. So you can see a lot of the scrambling was to condense this event. And I can also tell you a little bit about the mood here on Capitol Hill. I've been walking around this morning, and even senators seem a little displaced. I bumped into one who was taking a selfie of herself by herself over behind me. Another one was just quietly eating breakfast in one of the cafeterias amid all these security members. And people just seem to be waiting for a big event that will start soon, but of course is different than it would have played out just 2 days ago.
Rhonda, we've gotten some numbers about just how many people will be able to fit in today in the Rotunda. They're going to squeeze in around 800 people. Emancipation Hall, around 1,300 people, and then the theater, which is the overflow in the Capitol Visitor Center, the CVC, about 500 people. So we're going to have these different areas of the Capitol complex, sort of the staging grounds. But some people are going to be in and some people are going to be left out, Rhonda.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we know the former president, especially after his 2017 swearing in, he does prefer large crowds. But that crowd, again, as you just went through the numbers, we are all displaced throughout the Capitol complex. There are members of the media here where I am on the Senate side. There are some on the House side. There are some, as you mentioned, in Emancipation Hall. They're all trying to just squeeze every, into every corner of the Capitol complex. And it certainly shows you that this certainly was a switch, and a switch that they really handled over the course of about 48 hours.
Incredible. Well, our colleague Paul Kane is sharing some dispatches from what it's like inside of the rotunda. He's describing it as a two-tier system of importance. The first few rows are for senators and high-priority people to this administration, including Elon Musk's mother and Charles Kushner, who's the father of Jared Kushner, also someone who Donald Trump pardoned during his last presidency because he was a convicted felon. He's now in line to be the ambassador to France. So what a difference a few short years make. The next few rows are for former congressional leaders like John Boehner and Newt Gingrich, along with rank-and-file members of Congress. Our senior video journalist, J.M. Rieger, is outside the White House. So, J.M., you would have seen so much action happening behind you today. Everything has really changed. But talk to us about what you can see there right now.
Yeah, Libby, much like at the Capitol, here at the White House, things have dramatically changed over the past 48, 72 hours. Originally, members of the press and other onlookers were supposed to be right over my shoulder here in Lafayette Square. They had constructed an entire riser platform. Now today, there's only a smattering of folks there after that got closed down over the weekend because of the cold. So another sign of the changes that have come through over the last 48, 72 hours. In mere moments here, Donald Trump is going to go over to the White House and meet with Joe Biden. Yeah.
Because we're seeing now President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden there greeting Vice President Kamala Harris, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff there, welcoming them to the White House for what will be the last time. I'm just going to stick with this image for a few minutes here, JM. We know, James, that there's been tension, some bad blood between these two couples because of how the election was essentially turned over to Kamala Harris. But in this moment, they're showing a front of unity as they head into the White House.
It will always be the Biden-Harris administration, and they are offering to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, who we just saw emerge from St. John's, kind of what they didn't get 4 years ago. Interestingly, there's some frustration on the Vance side because Kamala Harris actually declined to invite J.D. Vance and his wife Usha to come see the Naval Observatory where they soon will live. Instead, Doug Emhoff talked on the phone with Usha Vance. But Kamala Harris has moved out of the Naval Observatory and is also here with Joe Biden to hand over the reins of power.
Yeah, JM, tell us more about, sorry to interrupt you there, but tell us more about sort of how this is going to go today.
Yeah, so they are at the White House now, Libby. They're going to do tea at the White House, and then at around 10:30, they're going to proceed up to the Capitol where Rhonda is for the inauguration, and the Bidens are going to travel with the Trumps up there. And, you know, as James was just talking about, this really is a changed moment, a rewrite of 2021 and how Trump left the White House just 4 years ago, and even a change from 2017 in terms of the support that Trump has from kind of culture, from corporations, from business leaders going into his second term here in the White House. But yeah, right over my shoulder here, they're now at the White House. They're going to do tea with the Bidens here. And we know also that Joe Biden plans on leaving a letter to Donald Trump, which is a tradition, one of many traditions that we are seeing being brought back into the fold today, and that Biden has done even in the week leading up to this.
To be clear, the Trumps are not there yet. Right now, what we have are the Bidens as well as Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, and they are going to get a moment in there together, James, before the Trumps arrive. And to be a fly on the wall for all of that interaction that's going to happen, even between the president and vice president, and of course, the incoming president in just a few minutes. And as JM said, it's all part of the tradition that we're seeing unfolding today.
Yeah, and so this service that sort of starts the day, the St. John service, every incoming president has done it since Franklin Roosevelt came in 1933 during the depths of the Depression. He went to St. John's first, and that sort of began this tradition. And as we wait for Trump to emerge from this church, viewers might remember that this was the site of one of really the low points of the first Trump presidency, when they cleared Lafayette Square of protesters violently using tear gas, and then Trump walked over to the church and held up a Bible in front of the church for basically a photo op. Interestingly, he walked over there with General Mark Milley, who was his pick for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And just this morning, in one of his final, if not his final act as president, Joe Biden issuing a preemptive pardon for Mark Milley, again, Trump's appointee, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, to prevent him from being prosecuted. Donald Trump has called at rallies for Milley to be executed. And Trump, I think, spooked Biden into trying to offer some cover for him and others, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, and witnesses before the January 6th committee, staffers for that January 6th committee. So that's one of the big news items this morning. But it's funny that there is this nexus with this church where the president is attending services right now. Yeah, the former and future president attending services with, as we mentioned, some power brokers like the pool tells us Mark Zuckerberg. Elon Musk will be a big part of today. I'm not sure if he's in there right now, but Mark Zuckerberg, also Jeff Bezos. Someone else who's been part of all of this is the head of TikTok. And TikTok's getting so much attention right now because it was shut down just the other day. We'll talk in a moment about what Donald Trump's decided to do on that front. There you see Donald Trump and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump walking out of St. John's. They were there for their prayer service 8 years ago. As James said, the most visible and probably the last time Trump was there was during his presidency, when they cleared protesters with tear gas outside of the area right in front of St. John's. The president chose not to have a sermon this morning, James. They did work with the pastor of that church to decide exactly what the flow would be, how it would go. He chose to sit in the front row of the church, which is not typical. Usually there's a row for presidents reserved partway through the pews, but he chose to sit right up front. That's very much Donald Trump style. It doesn't follow the traditions exactly and always wants to be front and center. And what we're going to see now is the motorcade go just like around the block, basically, to the White House. You could probably walk there faster than you can drive there. But they're going to go in this sort of formality to the White House. And then, as we talked about, they'll have this tea. As we watch these pictures, let's go to our colleague, video journalist Joe Snell. He's near the Capitol on Constitution Avenue. And, Joe, I was just talking about TikTok a moment ago. TikTok went dark for American users on the 19th, but then it sprung back to life, and TikTok is crediting Donald Trump for that. Let's talk about Donald Trump's relationship with China and what we're going to be watching for these next days.
Yeah, that's right, Libby. The Chinese-owned video app TikTok was banned yesterday on national security grounds. It shut down service for some users over the weekend, but it was restored hours later after Trump gave assurances that service providers wouldn't be penalized for helping the app. Trump's now considering an executive order to bring it back. One thing to look out for, Trump invited the CEO of TikTok here today. He said he plans to attend. Sources told the Post that TikTok could be part of those broader trade conversations between the U.S. and China. Trump talked tough on China in his first term. If you remember, as part of his America First economic plan, he introduced tariffs on Chinese goods that he hoped would bring factory jobs back to the States. Coming into the second term, he's vowed to be even more aggressive. He's threatened larger tariffs, and that could reignite a trade war between the world economic superpowers. Some companies brace for those tariffs. U.S. companies in December stockpiled on Chinese toys, furniture, and electronics. China has prepared for Trump to take office. They've strengthened outreach with U.S. security partners in Asia Pacific. They've launched multiple successful cyber attacks in the U.S., including on American telecoms networks, and they've proposed export restrictions on their own, like technologies that impact electric vehicles. Libby.
Thanks so much, Joe. I mean, James, this is such an interesting turn of events. Trump was trying to be so hard on China, and now we're seeing this reversal with TikTok.
It really is one of the stunning reminders of sort of what we can expect, which is to expect the unexpected, expect some chaos, expect drama. Donald Trump loves this kind of drama. He loves being the deal maker. There's a lot of frustration among some Democrats who voted for this TikTok divestment bill last year, who now feel like Donald Trump's going to get to come in and sort of present himself as the white knight savior of this very popular app that more than half the country is signed up for. And there are some divides among Republicans, too. Tom Cotton, who's a member of Republican Senate leadership now, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, he has basically been saying Trump doesn't have the authority to actually do what he's trying to do. I talked to a senior administration official. When you say that, it's incoming senior administration official, one of Trump's top advisors, who said that he really is, even during some of these conversations right now, trying to get one of his friends to buy or at least get a share of TikTok. He's very much in his deal maker mode, and I think he loves the sort of the flourish of him kind of aggressively taking on this issue. And it really is also quite a reversal in the sense that, you know, he really was the first person to try to ban TikTok in 2020. And then after Jeff Yass, who's one of the biggest shareholders in ByteDance, the company that owns TikTok, became a major donor, Trump changed his position. I actually talked with a Republican senator last week who said that he was chatting with Trump and was surprised that Trump brought up TikTok and was saying that Barron had convinced him to go on, and that Trump thinks it was one of potentially the decisive reasons that he won, because it made him more popular with young people. So this clearly is very top of mind.
And he's really marketing it successfully, because TikTok on it right now, if you go on the app, says basically attributes coming back on
to Donald Trump.
So let's go to our senior video journalist, Jorge Ribas, who's outside Capital One Arena. So Jorge, we're looking at some Secret Service gentlemen who are wearing like suits with no coats on. Let that not deceive our audience. It is very cold in D.C. Tell us about who's out there today and what's going on.
Yeah, Libby, it's cold. I got toe warmers on, I got hand warmers, so I'm okay. But yeah, it's cold outside here, and we got here around 7:45 in the morning, and behind me there's a huge line of supporters that are trying to get into Capitol Arena when they moved the inauguration from the National Mall. This is one of the places that they said people could go to watch the inauguration. Now, Capitol One Arena fits about 20,000 people, which is far less than the people that were expected to be on the National Mall. But so people had been gathering here. I talked to some people online here who said they got here at about 4 a.m. Excuse me. We got here about, there's a lot of that. Got here at about 4 a.m. We're camping out, and they were still waiting in line. So behind me, the line goes about 3 blocks down here. The arena is right over here, and the people are winding around. A lot of folks I talked to said they didn't expect to get in. In fact, there's a lot of confusion too. So some people had tickets for the inauguration that would allow them to be in certain parts of the National Mall. Some people had general admission. They were just going to go there. But no one really knew exactly whether the tickets from the inauguration would help them get into the Capital One Arena, or they had to go online and register for new tickets. They were kind of just hopeful. They got in line early, were hopeful that they could move fast enough to get to the front to be allowed inside the arena. A lot of people I talked to, if you look behind me, people are walking away. I've talked to some people who kind of have given up and said they were going to go find a restaurant or go back to the hotel room, find someplace warm, a coffee shop where they could watch the swearing in. But really, I'll say this too, that no one has been kind of upset about this. They just know that it's, Mother Nature, and that's just the way it goes. People have been in pretty good spirits. One woman actually told me, she had a pretty good point in line when I said, were you bummed that they canceled it because of the weather? And she said, no, we're already standing outside anyway. They could have just had on the National Mall. We're already waiting in line. So it wasn't a bad point. But I think for a lot of people, that standing outside for a couple hours on the mall, it's a little bit windy, it's cold, would have been tough for people over an extended period of time. Libby.
Jorge, what I learned from your reporting yesterday, because Trump had an event at Capital One Arena, was that the crowd did not like line cutters. That you like to cut the line was like verboten, because people were really serious about trying to hold their spot and be able to get in to witness this historic moment.
Right. So yeah, that's right. So when I was walking up to people last night to talk to them, the first thing they asked me wasn't, was like, "Oh, you can't cut the line. You can't cut the line." And I said, "No, I'm a reporter with the Washington Post. Just want to ask you some things." And they were okay with that. But as long as I wasn't cutting the line, I mean, they had been waiting for hours last night as well for the same thing. I talked to a few people who said that they were going to attend the rally and they weren't going to do this line again because it's at the same place and they would have to go through it again. But yeah, people were very, very stringent with like making sure that they were in line and no one was cutting.
All right, thank you so much, Jorge. We'll keep checking in with you to see what people have to say as they try to get into Capital One Arena. You can see here this process of just getting across the block, basically across the square, from St. John's across Lafayette Park or Square over to the White House. So you're seeing this complicated shuffle.
Well, it's actually quite funny because for those who've been in Washington, I mean, this is a very tight area, and you can see the motorcade is so long that it's sort of, even leaving St. John's, it would have been a lot more efficient to send the motorcade toward the White House. And instead, just because there were so many cars in the motorcade, they had to send it away from the White House and then had to basically loop around 2 blocks. I mean, you can see how many vehicles that is. That's bigger even than a standard presidential motorcade. Heavy security has sort of locked down downtown, but you can see it's sort of that long stretch motorcade that will then go from there to the Capitol.
Rhonda, we heard from Jorge just about how kind of complicated it is and unclear it is for people who had tickets who planned to attend the outdoor inauguration, and now they're not really sure what, if anything, they'll be able to access and see. What's the jockeying going to be like, or has it been like, do you imagine there at the Capitol, for people trying to get access to these key places to watch the inauguration in person?
Yeah, well, from what I know, those who will be able to get inside will have been people who have gone through security clearances. Just being a member of the media, we have to be credentialed to be inside. There are security checkpoints that we have to go through. There are certain things that we could not bring in today, like bottled water, laptops, things that we usually do bring when we are here to cover the Hill. But again, those who are going to be closest to the action will be those cleared to do so. So I'm so interested to hear Jorge's dispatch as well as the others talking about what's going on the outside. But in the inside, it's very contained. There is so much security, a very large security presence. Just this morning, I passed National Guardsmen. I've passed NYPD officers who have come in. I've passed Capitol Police, Secret Service. Security is incredibly high. And that was always to be expected. But I think it's also a sign of how much scrambling had to happen over the weekend to make sure that these areas on the Hill were very secure. As you all have mentioned, you have billionaires and people who run some of the largest global companies who will be in attendance here. You have the incoming president of the United States, the outgoing president of the United States, their spouses, as well as all living presidents and their spouses as well. So a lot of people are here or will be here in a few hours to listen to the swearing-in ceremony. But it really is such an interesting day to cover because, of course, as we've been saying, it is something we did not expect, but that the fact that we didn't anticipate a lot of this also makes up in the history that we're covering right now.
James, you can see there waiting for the Trump motorcade to come through. Kamala Harris, Vice President, Doug Emhoff, Second Gentleman. What a different day this could have been. And this is all part of what Joe Biden did want to bring back to the White House, which is normalcy, tradition, not breaching the protocol just because you're ticked, right? So Kamala Harris is doing this duty, the duty of the Vice President.
She's not relishing it, right? No one would expect her to, but it is very much part of the peaceful transfer of power. It is quintessentially American that the victor is being greeted by the vanquished, welcoming, basically handing over the keys. And it's easy to forget, but the White House ultimately is the nicest public housing in America. And Kamala Harris would have loved to live here. You remember 4 years ago, her showing up, triumphantly, as the first African-American female vice president, and now she's being replaced by the 40-year-old J.D. Vance, and there's his wife Usha, who he met as a student at Yale Law School. It's his classmate, and it looks like Usha's wearing another. She's been wearing Oscar de la Renta all weekend. The fancy fashion houses have started dressing her.
You know, a moment of humanity there, right, as they were trying to figure out where to stand. This is really new for Usha Vance and for J.D. Vance to a large degree, but that's the humanity part of it, right, where Doug Emhoff and Usha Vance can sort of share the moment of like, where do we stand, how do we do this, and that's what makes it relatable. Yeah. And yet, what a challenging moment, really, for Kamala Harris, her husband, and also for Joe Biden and Jill Biden at this moment.
It's very human, and all these people have lots of emotions and feelings. And you know, when you look at someone like J.D. Vance, Donald Trump can't run for another term. A lot can change, but it seems probable he's going to be the one running for the Republicans in 2028. Kamala Harris wants to run again, so that could be right there, the 2028 election, and that's one of the things that makes politics so interesting. But obviously, there's a lot going through all their heads, and it can't be easy. Kamala Harris also on January 6th at the Capitol 2 weeks ago now certified the election and presided over it, just as Mike Pence did for her and Joe Biden 4 years ago.
Inauguration Day is a time of looking forward, but also a time of really looking backward and reflecting on the past administration and all the change that is about to happen. I'm going to look backward for one moment and just talk more about St. John's and the service there, because it is just so interesting. So we're still waiting for Donald Trump to get to the White House from St. John's Church, where there was this church service this morning. Let's talk about who else is there, because this is really remarkable and revealing about who Donald Trump wants close to him and who he sees as important and powerful. We talked about how Mark Zuckerberg is there, how Jeff Bezos is there. The TikTok CEO, Xiao Chu, was there this morning. Elon Musk was indeed there. Tell us who else.
Rupert Murdoch, the owner of Fox News, and it's interesting because Marco Rubio was one of the leading proponents of banning TikTok in the Senate. Now he's the incoming Secretary of State. And Rubio has basically explained some of this deal making by saying, look, Donald Trump is now my boss. I'm not my own person. I'm the chief diplomat, but I work for the president. Mike Waltz, the incoming national security advisor. It is interesting to see which members of the cabinet got invites. Doug Burgum, the incoming interior secretary, was the runner-up for Trump when he was picking vice president, and he is going to basically have the role of energy czar. Howard Lutnick, who is the co-chair of the transition team, incoming commerce secretary, also got one of the coveted invitations.
Let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's outside the White House in a very unique perch. J.M.
Yeah, Libby, we are here. We're overlooking the White House. Here below us is Lafayette Square, and we're talking about this rewrite and this move away from what happened 4 or 5 years ago. And one of those things that we're keeping an eye on as Trump comes into office is how he may at times deploy National Guard or military when it comes to protests and free speech. Lafayette Square, our viewers might remember, was the site in 2020 during the Black Lives Matter protests where Trump deployed the National Guard to disperse that protest and then walked across from the White House to St. John's Church. So what is past is present is future here on location, and it does give us potentially a window of what might come, because this has come up in the confirmation hearings of Pete Hegseth on what might happen with military deployments and whatnot, and it's something that Trump talked about during the 2024 campaign.
Thank you, JM. You know, you are right above Lafayette Square, and it's so fascinating because that was such a symbol of protest and resistance during Donald Trump's presidency.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this is a moment here where reflecting on the change, the tide shift that has happened over the last 4, 6, 8, 10 years here and how Trump has transformed the politics in this country, the way that he left office, the way that he's coming into office now, and even the way that he entered office back in 2017. This is a very different feel from that 2017 inauguration, and the momentum and the support that Trump has behind him this time around, as we mentioned, from those cultural leaders, from those business leaders, it is a very different shift from what we saw during his first inaugural.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill to talk about these preemptive pardons that Joe Biden issued this morning, Rhonda. I mean, we really didn't know if they were going to come, if he was choosing to do that, because it's like the 11th hour, it's really late in this presidency. Tell us about the decision and who receives one.
Yeah, this was something that we had been watching out for, seeing if Biden would do it. There were calls for him to give preemptive pardons to the members of the January 6th House Select Committee that investigated January 6th. Also, the officers who testified to that committee, two of which I spoke to in December and did a story for the Post on how they were feeling about this moment in time. Biden has decided in these last few hours to give them preemptive pardons, along with others, but it was because he believes that they will be targets of the incoming president. And that is something that we have heard President-elect Trump talk about, this retribution against those who did him wrong. And certainly people in his focus was those who were involved in the investigation of January 6th. I think it is certainly a symbol, too, to think about that President Biden decided to do this as one of his very last acts. We know since the election of Donald Trump, Biden has been talking about not forgetting January 6th, that he wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post discussing that point on the anniversary of January 6th. So it is a little bit, it's not that much of a surprise. It was something he was being called to do, but it is certainly telling that he would choose to do it in his final moments as president. And also one thing to note, too, about the rotunda that's interesting today, of course, that's where we'll see this swearing in the 11 o'clock hour, but the rotunda was also a part of the January 6th story. That is where rioters breached. Some people might remember the photo of one of the rioters who had taken Speaker Pelosi's podium from her office and took pictures with it. That was in the Capitol Rotunda where the swearing in will happen. People were standing on the statues alongside of the rotunda. It was really a crime scene that day. Also, National Guardsmen were sleeping in that area too. So to go from that to now the swearing in of Donald Trump in that same exact room, that's a moment to take in.
Rhonda, that really puts it into powerful perspective. J.M. Rieger, you were doing some really important reporting on these calls for retribution coming from Donald Trump as well as his incoming team. And one of those people who he wants to be a leader on his team is Kash Patel. Can you tell us about your reporting on Kash Patel and who he wants to, quote unquote, go after related to January 6th?
It's especially notable with these preemptive pardons that Biden issued this morning, Libby. The folks that he included in that list, who are folks like Anthony Fauci, members of the January 6th Select Committee, and some of the folks who testified to that committee. These are all folks who had been floated by Trump's FBI pick, Kash Patel, for possible criminal probes if he's confirmed as FBI director. We know that Christopher Wray has resigned that position, and this is something that Patel has floated now for years. We dove through dozens of hours of podcasts, TV appearances, and his own writings that Patel has done over the last 4 to 6 years where he's talked about that retribution agenda and floated this idea of criminal investigations of these folks, these political opponents of Donald Trump. And we know that Trump comes to office with that momentum, but he's also talked about retribution and holding folks he believes need to be held accountable. Patel's hearing, confirmation hearing, has not been scheduled yet, but it almost certainly that idea is going to come up. Now, ultimately, that would go up to Pam Bondi. If she's confirmed as Attorney General, she would have oversight of the FBI. But this idea of criminal investigations, looking into Trump's opponents, took a significant hit this morning when Biden issued those preemptive pardons.
James, really interesting. JM, as he's going through all these old podcasts and things, has this footage of Kash Patel talking about going after the police officers who testified before the January 6th committee. On what grounds? Well, he says they lied under oath, right? So that's, if people are wondering why in the world would Joe Biden give pardons to these police officers, Capitol and Metropolitan police officers who testified, it's because it's on record. People who are going to be part of the Trump administration, if Trump has his way, they've gone on record saying that those folks should be prosecuted. What is the politics of Joe Biden choosing to do these preemptive pardons in this moment?
The politics are bad for Biden. I mean, there's a long history of presidents giving last-minute pardons. Bill Clinton pardoned Mark Rich, who was one of his wife was one of his biggest donors, and it really hurt Clinton's reputation for a couple years.
You can see there Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, rather, their family heading in there. They're right next to the White House, basically.
Yeah, and so on these pardons, I think this is part of Biden's legacy. He also.
I just want to pause you there. Okay.
Yeah,
because, yes, he pardoned Hunter Biden,
Yep.
which you could say there's that personal connection. Donald Trump pardoned Jared Kushner, who we saw his father, who was a felon,
Charles,
who will now is in line to be the ambassador of France. So that's like the personal angle of it. But how are the January 6th investigators and police officers different?
Well, it lays a predicate for Trump to be able to claim, I think unfairly, that he is pardoning the January 6th defendants and that he wants to turn the page. Biden pardoned January 6th people. Now he's going to pardon January 6th people.
So he can make an equivalence.
A whataboutism, a false equivalency, but an equivalence all the same. And it is one of the big open questions today. Trump said at his rally yesterday afternoon at Capital One Arena that he will be pardoning some of the January 6th people today.
He said, you will be very happy with what I do for the J6
prisoners
and patriots. I mean, they use this language as though they are heroes rather than people who stormed actually that building there that we're seeing, the United States Capitol. I thought we were down near the White House, but actually this is the Capitol. This is where the swearing in will unfold later on today. And so we're seeing some of the folks arrive and start getting ready here. It is just such a difference 4 years makes because we're talking about pardons for men and women who breached the Capitol, potentially even attacked police officers, damaged property. It's all open. We're not sure who Trump might pardon, if it's going to be selective or blanket.
They have said case by case, but we'll see. Trump has not ruled out pardons for the people who were convicted of seditious conspiracy, for example, the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers. And also, a lot of those police officers who testified before the January 6th committee were beaten pretty brutally by some of the people who are really hoping for pardons from Trump for their criminal activity. Even someone like Jim Jordan, the Republican chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, was on the Sunday shows yesterday saying that he sees a distinction between the nonviolent people and those who were violent toward law enforcement. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how central that is to this day, because it's so, if you're Donald Trump doing that, it was this low point, this nadir for him, and it, I think, could diminish the luster of this comeback, where you have all these people who have been trying to get in his good graces, who have been trying to be supportive, and I think if he pardons all the January 6th defendants, that the vibes will shift back in a bad way for Trump.
Let's go back to Rhonda, who is at the Capitol building. Rhonda, we're starting to see some folks arrive for the swearing in, which will just be in a couple hours' time.
That's right. I, of course, can't see those images where I am, but I do want to tack on to what James was just talking about, the pardons, what it all means, and talk about some of the reporting that I've done. Benny Thompson, who would be a part of that list of preemptive pardons, I spoke to him just a couple weeks ago, actually on the anniversary of January 6th, about his concerns that he would be someone that Trump would target once in office. And he said, we did the work. It stands for itself. And he also thinks that that history will eventually tell the story of January 6th, even if you do have people, members of Congress, the incoming president, who would prefer that history not to be discussed anymore. And then with the officers, they also share the same perspective that if they hadn't gotten a pardon, they feel the work that they did testifying that stands on their own, that stands on its own. They also testified in some of the court proceedings for some of the rioters. They have spent the last 4 years being involved in putting some of these rioters who may actually get pardons today, putting them away. So it really is a complicated day for anyone who is associated with January 6th. I know the officers also told me that this is a hard day to grapple with because they worked for 4 years trying to make sure a day like this did not happen because they see Trump as the person responsible for taking a lot from them, whether it was their health. One of the officers, Sergeant Gonell, he still has injuries that he is working through physical therapy. There's also the mental anguish. They said it's really hard to even come in this building anymore, and they both worked here for about 2 decades. So again, it's a really complicated day when you think about the January 6th history.
Let's go back to video journalist Joe Snell, who's near the Capitol, right along Constitution Avenue. Joe, in sort of a break from tradition, world leaders were invited to today's inauguration. Who did Donald Trump invite?
Yeah, Libby, we're going to see a break from a centuries-old American tradition. No head of state has previously visited the U.S. for this ceremony, dating at least all the way back to President Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration in 1865. This tradition was followed so closely, in fact, that ahead of former President Obama's inauguration in 2009, the State Department sent letters to foreign embassies here in Washington, informing them that ambassadors could attend, but officials wouldn't be invited. That's all going to change today. Trump invited several world leaders, including from India, Ukraine, Italy, and Hungary. There were also some surprise invitations. Trump invited Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, most of those invited won't be in attendance. Some will send representatives. India will send a government minister. China will send its vice president. Other leaders said that they will attend, schedule permitting. There will be at least one here, and that's Argentina's President Javier Milei. Trump's spokesperson said that these invitations were sent in a move to bolster America's relations around the world. Others saw it as a sort of requirement by Trump to prove their loyalty. Libby?
Thank you so much, Joe. James, we are waiting for Donald Trump and future First Lady Melania Trump to arrive. What do you make of this world leader invitation that Trump extended?
Donald Trump is eager to show that he's back. I mean, he hasn't waited to start being president. He's functionally been, meeting with people at Mar-a-Lago like Justin Trudeau, Giorgia Meloni. I think Trump sees himself as the leader of a global movement. He's an incredibly transactional person. He wants to cut deals with all the different world leaders. He wants to have a grand bargain with China. The Chinese vice president met with his counterpart, J.D. Vance, yesterday. And I think it's part of the idea of sort of showing that he's in charge and that he feels like he has relationships and is up to speed this time, isn't waiting for day one to start having some of these back channel conversations, including about the war in Ukraine, and he obviously has been doing a lot in the Middle East. I think it's about trying to show that he is in command.
Let's bring in our incoming White House Bureau Chief, Matt Visor. Matt, hello. So glad to have you with us, joining us from Joint Base Andrews, where President Biden will give his remarks after the inauguration and then depart for California. Matt, what does this day mean for Joe Biden, a man who you've covered very closely?
I mean, it's kind of an amazing day for him of transition. I'm really struck by his interactions with Trump today. He's starting the day by issuing these preemptive pardons, which are sort of directly aimed at countering Trump and what he represents. And meanwhile, Joe Biden had just told reporters that it's a beautiful day. He's doing well. He's about to welcome Trump and then head out here to Joint Base Andrews. For his first remarks as a former president. And as he heads out to California.
Matt, the preemptive pardons. What do we know about that decision-making process? Was it a surprise?
It wasn't exactly a surprise. He'd been sort of weighing this for some time, and it does speak to his claims of Trump being a threat to democracy. He's trying to protect some people who he sort of views as under threat with Trump taking over. So it doesn't come as a complete surprise, a lot of these pardons.
You know, we all realize, of course, Matt, that Joe Biden has spent the last 4 years in the White House, but sometimes we forget that he also spent 8 years working there as vice president. So he's had a 12-year run working in this building, 4 of them living here. What does it mean to leave?
You know, it's interesting because the White House was not sort of a place that he tended to enjoy living. You know, he spent almost every weekend outside the White House. He would go home to Wilmington, to Rehoboth. It's not a building and a residence that I don't think he particularly enjoyed, but he definitely, you know, spent almost his entire life and career aiming for this position as president. So I think there's probably more of a feeling of leaving the office than there is the residence. And it's interesting, as you mentioned, you know, his time as vice president. At that time, in 2017, he went back to Wilmington and you know, sort of had a group welcome him there. This time he's heading off to California, you know, Santa Barbara, and where he's going to be vacationing. So he's not yet going home. You know, he's spending some time on vacation this time.
Matt, stick with us here. We are seeing President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcome Donald Trump to the White House. And Melania Trump is joining Donald Trump as they walk up the steps and prepare to have tea with the Bidens and for their second time in the White House, James.
It is a remarkable moment. Again, this did not happen 4 years ago. Barack Obama did welcome Donald Trump in 2017. And it is, you know, Donald Trump's 78, Joe Biden's 82. But this, you know, Biden, this is really one of the last times we'll see him.
I can barely see Melania's face. I mean, this is a Jill Biden is smiling, Joe Biden is smiling, and Melania Trump, you can barely see her eyes, and she has this like model-esque non-smile. She's smiling as she heads inside. I mean, for someone who thinks so much about how she comes across and how she looks, it's a choice. It is a choice.
It's also a choice. You know, in Donald Trump's official inaugural portrait, he also chose to sort of have like a glare, you know, where like a tough guy look.
I've heard it described as a cross between a portrait and the mugshot, which was so popular in his marketing of his presidency.
And Trump signed off on the picture of him. That's the image that he wants to project. I talked to someone who was involved in the taking of his first portrait 8 years ago, and he smiled offhandedly, and he later expressed regret that he had smiled in his official portrait because he thought it made him look weak. Obviously, that's different than a lot of politicians who like to kind of smile as a reflex.
All right, James, we're looking at the Capitol grounds here where this inauguration will take place. A reminder, this will be so different than what was planned even just a few short days ago. Donald Trump and team made the decision to take it indoors because of the weather. Go ahead.
That's Dan Quayle and Marilyn Quayle, the former vice president, heading into the Capitol wanting a photograph with their what appear to be Secret Service agents or something, or maybe their kids.
Let's go back to Matt Visor. Matt, Joe Biden tried very hard right before this day to get a lot done, a lot accomplished. What did he try to push through and how did he do it?
He was doing a lot of executive actions, many of which will probably be undone, you know, pretty quickly by President Trump. But, you know, he took Cuba off of the state list of terrorist countries. He did things on student loans. He did a lot of pardons and commutations, including his son Hunter, and took people off death row. The pardons and commutations can't be undone, so those will stand. The other things that, you know, Trump can fairly quickly undo, and we expect a lot from Trump, even just today, you know, and a lot of that's going to be aimed at you know, rewriting and undoing Joe Biden's legacy.
You were also part of the team that wrote about just how ironic and agonizing this has been for President Biden and Vice President Harris to participate in certifying the election and going forward with these traditions. How have they balanced the need for that tradition that they believe in with like the reality of this change in administration?
I mean, I think you're seeing that a little bit today, the duality of what Biden is doing with the preemptive pardons on the one hand, and then standing there, as we just saw, to welcome Trump and to sort of smile and go in for coffee and tea at the White House. They're going to ride over together to the Capitol, and Joe Biden is going to stand by and watch Trump be inaugurated. So he's participating in sort of the institutional aspects of the transfer of power, but at the same time doing things like the preemptive pardons to try to minimize some of the things that Trump may be able to do. But I think it is kind of personally painful in a way. But Biden hasn't really spoken to that the pain so much. He said it'll be okay. In the days after the election, and today he said it's a beautiful day. So he's trying to put on a smile. Today more than anything.
And it is a beautiful shot of the White House that we see the flag is at half staff because of Jimmy Carter.
And it will not be at half staff at the Capitol because of an order that Speaker Mike Johnson gave.
Final question to you, Matt. What is next for Joe Biden? What do we do about his next steps?
It'll be interesting. I mean, he's going to obviously head out to California for vacation, and it won't be long probably before he's back in Wilmington. He's thinking about his presidential library, which we expect will be in Delaware. He's going to work on a book, and sort of write about his presidency. I mean, I think there's a lot of aspects of trying to patch up a legacy that's faced a lot of damage over the past year, and obviously the election results. So I think you'll see him, try to create. He's looking toward history now, and we'll try to do that through his books and some speaking engagements.
Matt Visor, thank you so much. Let's go now to Jorge Ribas, who's outside Capital One Arena, where Trump supporters have gathered hoping to get inside. Jorge?
Hey, Libby. Yeah, so earlier I was here. There's tons of people in line here, and I'm joined by one of the people who's been waiting here since yesterday, Galen Otis, right from Arizona. Galen, tell me a little bit about your experience yesterday when there was a rally down here at Capital One Arena. What was that like for waiting for that?
Well, my friend Sherwood and I got down here at 7 a.m. The line was ridiculously long. We made some great friends. People bought coffee, but we dealt with rain, we dealt with hail, we dealt with snow, and we got to the last mile to get in, and just a couple blocks from Capital One, they shut the doors. So that was a little disappointing. We got out here early this morning, but they've changed things, and so we've just decided to buy some souvenirs and see some sights.
So you showed me you had a ticket for the inauguration, an orange ticket, because you'd worked for the Trump campaign in Arizona. And so when, I'm sure you were excited. You said this was your first inauguration. Were you bummed when they changed the plans?
I was definitely bummed when they changed plans from being outside to being inside. I definitely understand the concern for public safety, but for people that booked a trip over a month ago that set these plans in stone, for everything to change and for us now not to have that experience, we could have had that experience at home, it is a little disappointing.
So this morning you got up, you saw the line behind you, and you were just like, we're not doing this.
No, they definitely did what they did the day before. They issued more tickets than they have the capacity for. There's going to be a lot of people with kids. There's people with wheelchairs that at the end of the day are going to wait in line for hours in the blistering cold, and they're not going to get the experience that they want.
So what are you going to do now? Okay, so it's still early. The swearing-in ceremony hasn't started yet. I mean, so what are your plans? You're here with a friend, so what are you guys going to do now?
We're going to buy all the ridiculous Trump merchandise that we can, so that I can bring it home to the friends and family that have supported me on this journey. We're going to get some good food. We're going to see some of the otother beautiful sights here in D.C., and who knows?
Is there somewhere you're going to go sit so you can watch actually what the ceremony?
I'm looking for recommendations. Is there a D.C. place that you highly recommend for us?
I can't, but there's tons of great restaurants and coffee and places to go and places to get out of this. It's not even rain. I don't know what this is right now. It's like a rain slush that's falling on us. So from Arizona, I mean, this weather's, it's cold, right? I mean, what's it like? You're from Phoenix?
Yes, I mean, Phoenix, we hit 120 degrees. We have 100-degree days. So this is a shock to the system. I'm wearing 4 layers of pants, 4 layers of shirts. I've got the heaters in my gloves, and I'm still freezing to death. So.
All right, Galen, we'll stay warm and
right.
have a good time. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, Libby, back to you.
All right, Jorge, thank you so much. Jorge Ribas reporting outside of Capital One Arena in whatever that weather is that he's got going on out there. You know, it's so charming to hear Jorge talk to people, but really disappointing experience for a lot of folks who have traveled to try to get here and not be able to get into Capital One Arena, much less see the swearing in person. Joining us now is Dan Balz, Chief Correspondent covering national politics, the presidency, and Congress. Dan, this is not quite what Trump envisioned, but we know he didn't want to have small crowds on the National Mall, and the cold could have, suppressed crowd attendance a little bit. There were also real concerns about sort of safety and being outdoors, although those folks are out there for hours. What do these changes mean to sort of this historic moment in the history of it all?
In the great scheme of things, I don't think it means a heck of a lot. He will give an inaugural address, the same one he was going to give if it had been outdoors. He will do everything he's going to do in terms of executive orders. It will be disappointing for people who came here to see the parade or be in the parade. As we just heard, people have come from all over the country to participate in this. They wanted to see things up close. They're not going to be able to do that. So I think there'll probably be as much or more disappointment on the part of regular people, his followers, than there will be for him. I mean, he will be the focus of today. It's his day, and whether it's indoors or outdoors, that doesn't really change that.
That's such a great distinction. We just saw images on the split screen here of former Speaker John Boehner, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, also Newt Gingrich, former Speaker, and Callista Gingrich, the former ambassador to the Holy See. So we're seeing like the old guard come out, which is the tradition, but also like people who've given a lot of money to the campaign will get seats indoors today. People who've given vocal support to Trump will get seats indoors today. How are you looking at this insider-outsider moment, Dan?
It's a little bit the luck of the draw, because there are going to be some people who gave a lot of money, for example, who aren't going to get in, and some who will. Some of us will spend, or some of you all will spend time trying to parse that. I think for the people watching at home, it doesn't really matter. They're going to see who's inside the Capitol. They'll draw their own conclusions about how they got there and why they were the privileged ones. But there are going to be a lot of people left out who might otherwise feel that they were worthy, and probably were worthy, of being inside.
I mean, it is fascinating, though, James, because Trump is trying. We know a little bit about what he's going to say today, and he's going to sort of. He's really trying to go with the populist message, right? And he's really trying to get back to what he calls common sense. And he's doing things like restoring TikTok. We'll see how long he's able to do that with his power. But that's sort of the populist message. What we'll see indoors, though, today is a very elite circle of people. It's very different. There's a bit of a contradiction there.
It is a contradiction, and it is a contrast to 8 years ago when they couldn't get some of the high wattage performers to come. Carrie Underwood is a big get who had performed at one of Obama's inaugurations. And back then, their messaging, I was reading some of the Post's stories from January 2017, was we want the people who actually voted for us coming to the balls, so they're going to be really inexpensive. We don't want famous celebrities. We don't want the big rich swamp dwellers. We want the outsiders. And this time they get the insiders, and that is the validation that Trump really does crave. And it is walking around downtown. Yesterday, I met a lovely couple from Maine who the wife had surprised her husband for Christmas and bought him tickets to these fancy balls, and they had come down and they really were just bummed that they had come and put out all this money and they loved Donald Trump and they couldn't see him, and they were trying to figure out where to watch the inauguration. I urged them to watch our live show, but there is, I think those are the people who will remember it as kind of a disappointing experience.
Yeah, right.
So Dan, what does Trumpism mean at this moment, and what is he coming in sort of with the wind at his back right now?
Well, the wind clearly is at his back. There's no question about that. And I think everybody, can see and feel the difference in this inauguration than in 2017. It's almost night and day. I think the fact that he won the popular vote, he didn't win a majority of the popular vote, but he won the popular vote. I think that was validation for him in a way that does help to make this different. I think secondly, he's not a novice to the office. He's spent 4 years in office. He knows what the White House is like. He knows what he did well and what he didn't do well, and I think that they have worked hard to learn from those lessons. And by all indications, they are much, much better prepared to start this administration than they were 8 years ago. I mean,
what does that mean in practical terms?
Well, I think it means a couple of things. One is the number of executive orders that he's going to sign today. We don't know the exact number, but it is so far beyond what any president has done. And it will be a way for him not simply to, in a sense, aggrandize power to the executive, but it will also be his opportunity to really set a direction for his administration that will be different from what we hear in the inaugural address. I think the inaugural address will be, as some people have already said, more unifying than 2017 and the American carnage message of that day. We'll see. I mean, until Donald Trump delivers a speech, we never quite know what it's going to be, but all the indications are that it wants to be a bit more unifying than in the past. The executive orders will not necessarily be unifying, but they will be true to the promises he made as a candidate, and that is a dramatically different direction for the country than over the past 4 years under President Biden. So I think that's what we're looking for. And the country as a whole is still divided about Donald Trump. There's nearly half the country that voted against him and does not look at this administration with any great hope, and in many ways with considerable fear. But I think there is a recognition that because he won, and because he won essentially cleanly, that he should have the opportunity to begin to try to do what he wants to do. The opposition is much more subdued than it was in 2017. We are not going to see the huge women's march the day after the inauguration this year that we saw the last time. I think part of that is that people lived through the first Trump presidency and said, well, okay, we kind of survived. It was difficult. The opponents feel that. But I also think that there's a recognition, as somebody said to me over the weekend, there's a recognition that whatever those in opposition were doing didn't work. Right. It did not work. It failed. And Donald Trump was able to prevail against all of that. And so there is a kind of a pulling back and kind of, all right, what do we do? What did we do wrong, if you will? How do we need to approach these next 4 years to be as constructive as we can about the issues that we think? That's what the opposition is thinking. And Donald Trump is going in a different direction.
We're looking at live images outside the White House. Now, just to remind you about where we are in this morning's program, the future President Donald Trump and future First Lady Melania Trump are at the White House for this ceremonial tea with President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, also J.D. Vance and Usha Vance are there with Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. We are also seeing images of folks gathering in the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony that will happen soon. And just a few moments ago, we saw one of these big, limo-type buses, and folks getting off of that and arriving were Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, so folks who Donald Trump is going to have, if he gets his way, in his new cabinet. Let's go to Rhonda, who's at the Capitol. A very busy and sort of premier place to be today, Rhonda, since the ceremony has moved indoors. Let's talk about what we know about Donald Trump's program today.
Well, yes, there was that switch up in venue. Of course, we are inside, and we've talked about how that has scrambled some of the plans. But the swearing-in ceremony, that has been largely untouched. That is going to go according to what the plans we had reported earlier and have known about for the last few days. That should go in the same rhythm as usual, with some different things and different vibes this year. You're going to see the military band first come out with a musical selection. You're also going to hear from Amy Klobuchar, a Democratic senator who leads the bipartisan and bicameral committee on the Hill that plans the congressional part of the Inauguration Day. So you'll hear introductory remarks from her. Justice Brett Kavanaugh is going to swear in the vice president. And that is interesting, of course. Kavanaugh was placed on the Supreme Court, nominated by Trump during his first term. Vance is going to be sworn in on the Bible that his grandmother gave him. And we know from hearing his discussion about her at the Republican National Convention that she meant a lot to him. She raised him. So he will be sworn in on that Bible. Carrie Underwood, as we've been talking about, a mainstream artist who has decided to come here and sing before the president is sworn in. She will give a performance, and then Trump will be sworn in by Chief Justice Roberts. Fun fact from last time, Trump spoke for about 16 minutes, and I've been wondering, since we've all covered Trump's speeches speeches before, how long this one might be. Of course, he had a very long speech yesterday at Capital One Arena that was more of a rally vibe. I think one of the questions remaining is what type of tone we're going to get from the president coming in. We are told he is going to try to strike a tone of unity, but what does that mean for Donald Trump? So we'll see if he is within range of that 16-minute speech he gave in 2017, or if it runs shorter or longer. And then, of course, there are other moments in the day, key moments of the day that are part of all inauguration days. There will be a luncheon held for guests here at the Capitol. Interesting about that, Presidents Clinton and Obama were invited to that. They have declined that offer and will not be in attendance there. Former President Bush also said he will not be coming to that lunch. But according to what we're getting now from the Joint Committee that plans that luncheon, Nebraska ribeye will be on the menu. That will be the main course. So again, what is interesting about today is it does fit a template. A lot of the things that we're going to see, you're going to see at anybody's inauguration. But of course, this is a different one. It's inside, and also it's going to be swearing in a president that half the country did not vote for. So there is, as we've been talking about, resistance against Trump seems to be bending a little bit. It's not the same as it was in 2017, but it's still somewhat there. You do have members of Congress who say they will not be attending, a few Democrats, but you also have a larger number of House Democrats who said they will be here. So we're awaiting this to all start off in the 11 o'clock hour.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. We just saw Mitch McConnell go in, former top Republican in the Senate, also his wife Elaine Chao, who served in the first Trump administration as Labor Secretary. They're among those who have already gotten in and been seated. Let's go to Blair Guild, video journalist covering politics. Blair, there's the attitude that Donald Trump wants to strike in his speech, and then there's the actions that he plans to get things started right away. What do we know about the incoming administration's plans for the first batch of executive orders?
Absolutely, Libby. I was on a call earlier with the White House transition team, speaking on some of their day one priorities for executive actions coming once Donald Trump is sworn in. And these are executive actions that really hinge on some of the culture war issues that Donald Trump and the Republican Party have campaigned on all throughout 2024. Those two issues are the definition of gender and sex, and also DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion. This call addressed two executive actions that we're anticipating later today. That first one will define, the U.S. government will define sex as a biological-based issue, and it will not necessarily acknowledge gender or chromosomal differences, but this is really a sex-based definition of male and female. And this is an issue that really resonates with a lot of Trump's supporters. And with this definition of language, that really opens up avenues for the government to have specific lanes in which it uses sex instead of gender to define how they proceed with regulations and how agencies operate. A specific definition of sex based in sex and not based in gender could completely change how a health program runs at the Department of Health and Human Services, for example. Going into that other executive action that we're anticipating later today on diversity, equity, and inclusion, this call really emphasized that it wants to create an equal playing field for everyone involved, rather than creating sort of, layers for the government to define how it wants to aid people. And what the Trump administration is asking for in this is for the Office of Management and Budget and for the Office of Personnel Management to take a look at any DEI programs within the government and really scale those back. So this is something that the Trump administration has aimed to do in that it hopes to, from all of our reporting and throughout all of the 2024 campaign, it hopes to scale back the government's scope of how it can operate and who is included in those types of operations. And so both of these issues on gender and sex and diversity, equity, and inclusion have a real implication for how the government will function, but it also hinges on a campaign promise that Trump had laid out in many of his campaign stops and at the RNC.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you so much. I just want to mention we're seeing Bill and Hillary Clinton head in to the Capitol there. Looks like Boris Johnson. Yep, that hair is hard to miss. Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister of the UK. We also saw a few moments ago Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post, go in with his fiancée Lauren Sanchez, Mark Zuckerberg, and now we're seeing some members of Congress, a little bit more of the traditional invitations, people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz. What Blair is saying is so important and essential because it really gets to the heart of what Donald Trump wants to do, both in terms of sort of signaling and projecting, but also the nuts and bolts of things. Dan, what should we be watching in the next couple of days as Trump signs this flurry of orders and tries to move forward on actions? And because there's this pomp and circumstance, and there's like the meat of what he's going to do.
Yeah, and the meat begins when he signs those executive orders and the executive actions, which are not quite like executive orders, but nonetheless, that sets the direction. I think the question is, to what extent are these symbolic, or what's real? We know that presidents like to use executive orders in part because it gets around the necessity to have legislation passed. But they are transitory. They do not carry the weight of legislation. And so I think we have to put them into different buckets. There's, what Blair was talking about is part of the continuing culture war in this country. And Trump campaigned on that. Many Republicans have campaigned on that. And they are going to want to move the country in a way away from what we have had for the last 4 years or so. The anti-woke movement that has risen up and that is, we've seen it in corporations and we've seen it in politics. That's going to be an essential symbolic and perhaps substantive shift that he's putting forward. I think the one big question that we all want to see is what really happens on his pledge to deport every immigrant who is here without documentation. How do they begin to roll that out? What are the first steps that they take? Are those steps that really have bite and depth, or are they, again, somewhat symbolic and that it will take more time? So we have to watch that. And then the other is the kind of government/economy work, both on cutting regulations and also cutting on government and what they're going to do to try to reform, revamp, revise the civil service. So those are the big areas. And the first few days we'll get the broad outlines of that. It will take time to know what's really working and what isn't.
Thank you so much, Dan. We're seeing all sorts of members of Congress come in, and I just want to point out that it's really from all walks of life in Congress, right? We saw Marjorie Taylor Greene, we see Marcy Kaptur, a Democrat, we saw Congressman Brian Mast, a Republican, and then we saw Democrat James Clyburn. So while there are some Democrats who've chosen not to come today, I talked to one who said, it's Martin Luther King Day. I actually have a lot of community events I'm going to be partaking in, community service I'm going to be doing. Busy day, like wink, wink, nod, nod, right? But many did show up, Daryl Issa there, many did show up to sort of have this normal tradition, James.
Yeah, it's not going to be the 60 who skipped last time. And some of it is that Donald Trump did remarkably well in a lot of their districts. If you actually look at the list of the 60 who skipped in 2017, Trump has made inroads partially because he did do better with African Americans and Latinos. And so I think that is definitely a piece of it. But also the Democrats are trying to figure out what to do to resist Trump.
Let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's outside the White House. J.M.?
Yeah, Libby, I just want to add on to that conversation you all were just having on these executive actions, the executive orders. I don't think we should undercook the potential significance of these, because as Dan was just talking about, some of this is going to be sort of window dressing, but some of this is going to have real tangible impact, especially when we're talking about immigration regulations, especially those kind of oil drilling regulations, and again, what Trump can do at a government level. One thing we haven't touched on yet is this Schedule F executive action that we expect at some point here, whether that's today, whether that's within the first week or so here. We have upwards of dozens, some Trump officials have suggested executive actions that might take place once Trump is sworn in today. But the Schedule F deals with government employees and potentially getting more Trump loyalists into the White House, or into government, I should say. Trump campaigned on this theme of loyalty. It's very central to how he governed in his first 4 years, could be central again in the next 4 years here, and is going to be crucial, Libby, I think, to how much of his agenda gets through. This is an executive order that they pushed through back in late 2020, but they weren't able to fully implement it. So an executive order like that, in terms of reclassifying tens of thousands of government employees, and some of these executive orders that he wants to put through on immigration and on regulations, drilling regulations, how much those get held up in the courts and how much he's able to implement those could determine the success that he's having implementing his agenda here in a second term.
Thank you, JM. JM is perched above the White House, where we're seeing the Secret Service prepare for Donald Trump, Melania Trump, and Joe Biden and Jill Biden to come out and take this ride together. And are they already in the car?
Well, no. So Usha Vance and Doug Emhoff got in their cars.
Excellent.
And so they both sort of bid each other adieu, and they're going to be in the motorcade. This is a tradition that actually started in 1837. There's D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, but
Congressman Eric Swalwell. So we are seeing liberal Congress people come today.
Yeah. The tradition of riding together started in 1837 when Andrew Jackson rode over with Martin Van Buren, who, to be fair, was his hand-picked successor to replace him. But that is what began this tradition that we did not get 4 years ago.
Rhonda, it is pretty incredible to see the D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser here for Donald Trump's swearing-in ceremony. She was just shaking hands with, was it Mitch McConnell? I think. I mean, Rhonda, when you think about what it was like to be mayor of this city under Donald Trump's first term, the city chose to write Black Lives Matter in huge paint that can be read from above, an aerial view right north of the White House. Can you just talk about how different this moment is in terms of the relationships Trump will have and also the Congress that he faces?
Yeah, and he did have a pretty combative relationship with the local mayor here. And I remember, even the local government saying that Trump did not pay for, the Inauguration Committee last time didn't pay for their end of the bargain and what it takes to have all sorts of security here, the costs that are associated with this large-scale event. So it was not a very tight relationship. It was very tense. So it is interesting to hear you describe the folks who are shaking hands and walking together and probably, doing some small talk once they all get into the rotunda. It is certainly a difference from what we witnessed in 27. There was a lot of tenseness. If you even watch clips of it during that inauguration day, it felt like the nation was really on edge. And for now, and I'm going to say for now because anything can change in politics, for now we are seeing that Democrats especially are saying, you know what, we are going to extend this olive branch right now. I was just reading a statement from Catherine Clark, who is a top Democrat in the House, and she said she is going to attend and she will work with anyone who is serious about lowering costs and working together with Democrats on the economic agenda. So there is sort of this idea that they all want to start off on the right foot. How long that will last, I am not sure. But it is certainly night and day from what we covered when Trump came into his first term. His relationship with Congress was very tenuous, even with his own party. I remember being in this very building, waiting in the hallways and trying to get reaction from Republican senators on things that the president was saying, and they really took some time trying to find their footing on how they responded to a lot of some of his norm breaking. But right now, you're seeing a lot of loyalty among Republicans, both in the House and the Senate, behind Donald Trump. You can see it in all ways. Last week, there were the confirmation hearings of some of the cabinet members who are in line for those to lead agencies. And even though some of them maybe years ago would have been considered problematic, they seem to have, an easy path forward because Republicans are trying to do every effort to support Trump this time around. You guys have also been talking about TikTok, and one thing I want to mention on that, having the TikTok CEO here, as well as Zuckerberg. If you guys remember, last year, almost to the date, we were here covering when those people were in front, those tech CEOs were in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee talking about, their companies, and Republicans and Democrats were just not having it. It was really a tense hearing. Now they're all here, and there has been this reversal among Republicans on TikTok. That's likely because of Donald Trump. That was his cue to his party that they are now going to support TikTok, even though that wasn't the case just a few years ago. So you are seeing this Congress, at least with Republicans, get in line behind Donald Trump. Again, I do think that there will be some times where you will see some tenseness between the executive branch and the legislative, but right now it appears that everyone wants to start this thing off right.
All right, James, let's talk about what we are seeing here as more members of Congress come in.
So this is a lot of the House rank and file, but one of the guys who just squeezed in is Mike Waltz from North Florida, who's going to become Donald Trump's national security advisor. He's held off on resigning because the Republican majority is so narrow they need every vote. And a second ago, we saw Vivek Ramaswamy come in.
He was almost doing like a welcome. He was sort of doing the greeting line, like at a wedding. Did you notice that? Like he was sort of standing at one of these entrances and welcoming people as they came in and shaking a lot of hands.
And he's expected to soon announce that he's running for governor of Ohio. He got passed over for the Senate appointment. Mike DeWine, former senator, appointed John Husted, his lieutenant governor, to replace J.D. Vance, who had to resign to become vice president. There have been some tensions between Vivek Ramaswamy and some of the staff at the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, and it does seem like Ramaswamy's sort of getting squeezed out of that and is going to end up not having a role of any kind in the Trump administration.
Tight quarters there. In the rotunda. I mean, really pretty remarkable they managed to get this many seats in for this moment. Donald Trump will look out at a sea of whom as he gets sworn in and gives his address.
It's gonna, it's gonna be it's Congress. His cabinet is gonna be there. A lot of the former presidents, every living former president is going to be there. Jimmy Carter actually was at his first inaugural. You can see some of his staff. That is Jason Miller on the right and Michael Whatley, the chairman of the Republican National Committee on the left. Miller, one of his top advisors, communications guy. And so it's going to be sort of a feel-good crowd. It's the most of the people he wants to be there. The tech CEOs also getting some of those coveted spots as well.
The journey from the White House to the Capitol is significant, and that is them in the limo. You can see Melania's unmistakable hat that she's chosen to wear this day heading down. An unmistakable moment, James, because it is the moment that really marks the start of the transition here today.
Yeah, Joe Biden is not coming back to the White House for a while. This was his home for 4 years, and he and Trump are now riding over together.
It's a true departure for the Biden family. Yeah.
They're saying goodbye to their home. And they had coffee and tea inside. Biden telling reporters before he welcomed Trump that his note that he wrote and left on his desk for Trump is going to stay between him and Trump. And it is a very small club of people who have had this job. And very few people, they always say you can't understand the burdens of the presidency until you've actually had the job.
Donald Trump did not afford Joe Biden this same sort of honor and respect 4 years ago. He and Melania blew out of town and left before Biden came into the White House, and that was that.
Yeah, and that is pretty rare in history. There have only been a couple times where that snub happened. The first time was after the bitter election of 1800. John Quincy Adams left 8 hours before the swearing in and got on a horse and buggy to head back to Braintree, Massachusetts, and everyone was aghast. And it actually took 11 years for Jefferson and Adams to talk again because they were so angry at each other after that campaign. In the previous time before 2020 was Andrew Johnson, who had gotten impeached, defeated by Ulysses S. Grant. That was actually one of the cold inaugurals. It was so cold they had brought in thousands of canaries for that day where the outgoing president wouldn't come, and the canaries all died. And the champagne, there were boxes of champagne that burst, and it sounded like an explosion. Because it was so cold then. So there's so much history here at the colonnade as we see, I guess, J.D. Vance come out to join his wife.
And I think Kamala Harris got in the car. Thank you, sir. Unless Usha Vance put on a different coat. Just saw the shot from behind. I believe it was Kamala Harris, vice president, who is riding over with J.D. Vance. So all part of sort of the symbolism of this moment. J.M. Rieger, let's go to you. perched really with kind of a bird's eye view shot over the White House.
Yeah, all this is happening, Libby, right now, right over my shoulder here, right behind us at the White House, and really not only a historical moment, but a symbolic moment, right? This is a different moment than what we had 4 years ago, than what we had 8 years ago, and Trump comes into office emboldened here. He has, as Dan put it earlier in the show, sort of the wind at his back in many ways. Momentum is with him, and because of what has happened, as Matt was talking earlier in the broadcast, what has happened with kind of the Biden presidency over the last, 4 to 6 months here, give or take, the way that Biden is leaving office and the way that Trump is coming into office, I'm not sure anyone had that on their bingo card at the start of 2024, just over a year ago. And so this, capturing the moment that we're in right now, and what also Trump is talking about doing in terms of wanting at least to fundamentally sort of reshape government and implement his agenda. Obviously, as we were just talking about, we'll see how much of that he's able to do. But quite a moment and quite a picture right over my shoulder here at the White House, as the viewers can see on the screen.
James, let's talk about the TikTok of what is going to be happening over the next hour or so as the motorcades head to the Capitol building. And a reminder that so much of this has changed because of the weather.
Right, and a lot of last-minute changes. You can see the wind moving that flag, which is one of the reasons they were concerned about having the outdoor ceremony. The current and future and former president are going to ride over together over to the Capitol. It's funny, the last time that there was an indoor ceremony in the rotunda was Ronald Reagan in 1985. It was 7 degrees out, even colder with the wind chill. And because they had moved it indoors, Ronald Reagan actually, ever the showman, former TV star, he allowed a pool camera inside his limousine as he drove to the Capitol and back, so you can see.
And a reminder,
inside.
he just won re-election,
right.
So it wasn't the same kind of handoff of power.
There was no
the
awkward small talk. So
right?
you could just sit there with George H.W. Bush and enjoy the ride over. Unfortunately, we're not going to get an inside feed from the beast, as they call the presidential limousine.
Let's go to video journalist Anna Liss-Roy, who's monitoring protests today. Anna, let's talk about what is expected today, who's expected to turn out, and how's the energy so far?
Hi, Libby. Yeah, I will be watching these protests all day today, and I'm here starting at Union Station, where anti-war group Code Pink is kicking things off. I think the general vibe today is that things are very locked down and a little bit lower energy than in past years, and it's definitely affecting what the plans are. For example, Code Pink was expecting to demonstrate outside at the Columbus Memorial, just steps, from the Capitol. But because it's so fenced off, and frankly, because it's so freezing cold, they actually are moving inside, kind of figuring out their plan. The Capitol is just a few blocks behind me, and you can imagine what a contrast this would have been with thousands of Trump supporters streaming onto the mall. But obviously the plan has changed. The inauguration will now be inside, and his supporters are instead being encouraged to go to Capitol One and elsewhere. So it's left protesters scrambling a little bit. This group pushed back their protest by an hour, and now in a few minutes, they're going to be heading up to Meridian Hill Park, where there will be a bigger coalition of groups protesting under the header, "We Fight Back." They're then going to march down to Black Lives Matter Plaza. If you remember 8 years ago, protests that were around that area did end up having a few outbreaks of violence. So I'll be monitoring to see how the plan unfolds today and if it stays peaceful. Libby.
Thanks so much, Anna. Black Lives Matter Plaza is just north of the scene we're witnessing right now, James, which is Donald Trump getting in the limousine to head to the Capitol.
And the reason Amy Klobuchar is sitting there, for people who might be wondering, is she was the chairman of the Senate Rules and Administration Committee, which basically makes her the chairman of the inauguration festivities. She's doing it alongside Deb Fischer. So
we'll see her speak later.
We'll see her speak later. We'll see her give a toast. And they've been working on planning this for years. And when you talk about how much has changed, they actually had what they call the first nail ceremony back in September to start building the stage for the inaugural that is not going to be used. And we'll see some of those shots of a lot that is still set up that isn't going to be used because of the weather forecast. Fun fact, Warren Harding was actually the first president to arrive at his inauguration by automobile back in 1921, only a century ago. Harry Truman's inauguration in 1949 was the first to be televised, and Bill Clinton's second inauguration in 1997 was the first to be streamed live on the internet.
Just watching these cars and this motorcade depart the White House grounds, as we've been talking about, this is the last time for the Bidens to be here as residents, as the president and first lady, and it comes at the end of Biden's very long career. So while Kamala Harris may have her sights set on running for president again, Joe Biden does not have that political future. It really is behind him in this moment. Let's go to Joe Snell, who's on the route up to the Capitol as Trump and Biden make their way there. Joe, tell us more about who's attending the inauguration today.
Yeah, Libby, we've talked about the significance of world leaders being invited today. It's truly a break from a centuries-old American tradition. No head of state has previously visited the U.S. for this ceremony, dating all the way back at least to President Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration in 1865. This tradition was followed so closely, in fact, that ahead of former President Obama's inauguration in 2009, the State Department sent letters to foreign embassies here in Washington, informing them that ambassadors would be allowed to attend, but officials wouldn't be invited in any capacity. That's all going to change today. Trump invited several world leaders, including from Italy, Hungary, and Ukraine. There were some surprise invitations as well. Trump invited Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, most of those invited won't be in attendance. India will send a government minister, and China will send its vice president. Other world leaders said that they would attend, schedule permitting. There will be at least one here, and that's Argentina's President Javier Milei. Trump's spokesperson said that these invitations were sent in a move to bolster Americans' relations around the world. Others saw it as some sort of requirement, Libby, to prove their loyalty to Trump.
Joe, as we're watching this motorcade go by, thanks to the really incredible work of the pool cameras who are, James, we may not have the shot inside the car. We may not be able to know what's being talked about or happening, but we do have this really intimate look of like them going down the street. And we did see some crowds outside cheering, some anemic crowds at this moment. Now that's for two reasons: one, security, but two, because there just isn't going to be the same parade, the same public moment today. So we're not going to have that vibrant feel of people on the National Mall. Let's go back to Rhonda, who's at the Capitol, where the ceremony will start in just a little while. Rhonda.
That's right. Now we're getting closer and closer to that swearing-in ceremony, as you guys have just been discussing. And just a note to just describe to the people at home how much condensing has been happening over the last 2 days. That inaugural platform that is on the west front of the Capitol, that would have sat 1,600 guests, dignitaries, people invited to the event. Now it'll be 800, we are heard, will be crammed into the rotunda. It is only supposed to fit 600, though, but I guess they added another 200 in order to accommodate folks. For reporters, we are staggered all across this complex in different buildings. I know we have colleagues who are giving dispatches online to where the rooms they're in. So we're all over the place right now. But again, we're awaiting this ceremony to start up. The last time Donald Trump was sworn in, that ceremony, the swearing-in ceremony, was about an hour. He gave about a 16-minute speech. Not sure if it's going to be longer or shorter, given that it was a change in venue, but we'll see soon. One of the things that I wanted to bring up, because we were talking about it earlier, the preemptive pardons that President Biden gave in his last few hours to the members of the Select Committee on January 6th. There was a House committee, of course, that investigated the riot. The chairman of that committee, Benny Thompson, I just received a statement on his behalf, as well as the members of the committee and Liz Cheney, and it says, "We express our gratitude to President Biden for recognizing that we and our families have been continuously targeted not only only with harassment, lies, and threats of criminal violence, but also with specific threats of criminal prosecution and imprisonment by members of the incoming administration simply for doing our jobs. These are indeed extraordinary circumstances when public servants are pardoned to prevent false prosecution by the government for having worked faithfully as members of Congress to expose the facts of a months-long criminal effort. He ends saying, "We pray that our institutions will prevail over these coming 4 years, but the survival will undoubtedly require courage from the citizenry, those in elected offices, and the press. The truth and the Constitution must prevail." So again, that does show you that it's sort of a pretty complicated day, of course. This president is being sworn in the same room where rioters who came in to the Capitol were standing on statues, were holding up Trump flags, were defacing some of the marble and the artwork that is in that area. I remember pictures of National Guardsmen also sleeping in the nights and the weeks after January 6th near the Capitol Rotunda. So again, it is sort of a complicated day for a lot of people, including members of that January 6th Select Committee.
We're watching the motorcade head down Pennsylvania Avenue. Some of these longer shot views really give you a sense of what a short distance it truly is. And you can see there small crowds holding Trump flags, watching this process. I mean, there would have been much larger crowds had the parade and everything else gone ahead as planned outdoors later on today, James.
Yeah, and the parade would have followed this route in reverse.
So this would have been like a prime seat to have.
Exactly. And, you know, and a lot of people came in from across the country. They had already booked their hotel rooms, and they wanted a glimpse of this coronation, essentially, for our new president.
J.M. Rieger near the White House. J.M.
Yeah, Libby, a few moments ago, as our viewers are now seeing on the screen, the motorcade went to the Capitol. And again, I think it's just important to kind of touch on the moment that we are seeing right now, this peaceful transfer of power in process, in progress, and is something that does not occur everywhere in the world and in every other country, and is something that is notable about this moment. And I also want to just add on to what Rhonda was talking about, you know, in terms of Biden's really last major action here and his final moments now at this point as president, this idea of these preemptive pardons. It's only occurred with 3 previous presidents, so this is something that we don't really see that often, but does sort of set the tone of what we're kind of witnessing and watching coming into office, this kind of movement that Trump has, that he's brought with him, this momentum, the crowds that you were just talking about that we experienced during the 2024 campaign, that enthusiasm, but simultaneously what he has talked about doing, which is this idea of retribution potentially. And so the fact that that was one of Biden's last major actions, not just pardons, which a lot of presidents do in their final hours in office, but this idea of preemptive pardons is very notable here, and it really is a sign of different times. There's a continuation here of the norms, of the traditions that Biden has tried to bring back into the office here, and the things that we've watched and witnessed this morning. But there's also this difference that we're seeing, and we're going to probably see play out in the hours, days, weeks, and months ahead here.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, there is a question, though, of whether this could sort of backfire politically for Biden to issue these preemptive pardons. Will Donald Trump point to it and say, see, he did that, now I can pardon the January 6th rioters, convicts, in his mind, patriots, in sort of like a tit for tat? What do you think?
I mean, it could be a tit for tat. I guess we will see. But I think it is telling that the outgoing president did this as a last act when he was called to do it well before he even gave a pardon to his own son, Hunter Biden. So this was something that it wasn't altogether a surprise. It was somewhat expected, but because it was happening, you know, hours before he's leaving the White House, people were wondering if it would occur. But of course, now it has occurred. Trump very well could use it as a tit-for-tat political move. We'll have to see how he frames letting any pardons, any rioters pardoned. That is something that the incoming president had promised, you know, this years ago, actually, when he started running for this second term, that he would pardon the January 6th rioters, calling them heroes, sort of recasting them in the light that they were wrongfully being detained. So we'll see what the incoming president has to say, if he does say anything at all about President Biden's decision to do these preemptive pardons. I'll also add that Dr. Fauci, who of course led the country in its response to the coronavirus, he was also given a preemptive pardon.
J.M. Rieger, let's talk more about these preemptive pardons.
Yeah, I mean, it's notable. We talk about this idea of did this embolden Trump potentially to, pardon some folks who rioted during the January 6th attack in 2021. It's something that Trump has floated here for months, though, right? This isn't something that just came up because Biden issued these preemptive pardons this morning. And in fact, Trump referred to it at his rally here in Washington last night at Capital One Arena, where he'll be again today. So this idea of pardons, both from the Biden folks in the Biden White House have been discussing this idea of preemptive pardons for weeks here, but also this idea of pardons for at least some of the rioters on January 6th have sort of been in the ether for some time at this point.
See Donald Trump and Joe Biden coming into the Capitol. Amy Klobuchar, Senator of Minnesota, who's head of the Inaugural Committee. That's why she is right there with them. Let's bring in national political reporter Marianne Levine, who covered every twist and turn of Donald Trump's 2024 campaign. Marianne, he is coming into office much more prepared, and his team is much more prepared than they were 8 years ago. What are some of the first things they hope to do?
I think today we can expect a lot of executive actions, especially on the border, which is an issue that President Trump campaigned very heavily on. An incoming administration official previewed some of those executive actions this morning. One thing that they're saying they're going to do is ending birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. And so we're expecting that to get a lot of legal challenges, but that's one thing that one policy that the administration has previewed. Another is declaring a national emergency for the border and sending military personnel to the border. Trump declared a national emergency in his first term to build the border wall. He's taking a very similar approach this time around.
So I just want to mention, we saw a moment ago Sundar Pichai, who's the CEO of Google, standing next to Elon Musk. It just shows who Donald Trump is sort of recognizing as the power brokers in the American and global economy in this moment. J.D. Vance and Usha Vance, the soon-to-be vice president and second lady, coming in. We also saw Melania Trump escorted in a moment ago. What do you read, Marianne, from all of these tech leaders being invited and playing such a central role in this day?
I mean, it's such a contrast to his first inauguration. I mean, I think that seeing Mark Zuckerberg, for example, go down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump, seeing Trump's proximity to Elon Musk, I think it just really shows how different his relationship is with this community and this sector than it was in the first administration. And I think that could have potential for policy impacts. And I think we have to still see what that looks like, but they're definitely going to have a lot of influence, or at least it appears to be the case.
And there's Miriam Adelson in the white jacket, the widow of Sheldon Adelson, making her, I think, one of the 5 richest people in the world. I think that's Dana White to her, standing to her left, to our right, the United Fighting Championship CEO who introduced Trump at the Republican convention. Speaking of Mark Zuckerberg, was just invited to join the board of directors of Meta. Silicon Valley really has never had its hooks so deep into Washington as it really does right now.
James, let's talk about the ceremony that will unfold in such an unusual circumstance, being inside of the Capitol. You can see there some of the cabinet picks of Donald Trump's. We saw Pete Hegseth among them, significant, of course, because Hegseth had his confirmation hearing, his first sort of attempt to quell any concerns that members of the Senate had. RFK there. Pete Hegseth has become sort of a symbol of Trump's desire to fight Democratic concerns, fight reputation and everything else, and just stick with his team no matter what.
He made it into a loyalty test, and over the weekend, the 50th Republican senator announced that he would vote for Hegseth. So his confirmation now seems assured, and you can see the whole cabinet coming in, including Kash Patel, Trump's pick to direct the FBI, which will probably be one of the more contentious confirmation fights coming up.
So what are you looking for in this ceremony today, James?
You know, it's obviously indoors. This is going to be the fifth time that Chief Justice John Roberts, who has clashed with Trump at times, will be administering the oath of office. It's still not as many as the first Chief Justice, John Marshall, but you will see a lot of the respect, the pomp and circumstance. I do wonder how sort of raucous it will be. You'll have the former president sitting there. We obviously saw Bill and Hillary Clinton come in. But I think that oath that Trump will take, I think their goal is to take it at 11:47 because he'll be the 47th president. We'll see if that holds. You know, there's a lot of moving parts. Is really significant. It's the only thing in the entire Constitution that is in quotation marks. The founders wrote out what it should say. They didn't want Congress to write the oath because they didn't want Congress to overly limit the power of the executive. And it is the same oath that every president since George Washington has taken. Washington, after a lot of deliberations, decided to take it publicly because he wanted the American people to see that he had made this pledge. A few presidents later, they sort of informally added the "So help me God." A lot of people interpret that as a prayer. In fact, the way it was originally intended was, please spare me from eternal damnation if I don't follow this oath to execute the Constitution and the laws of the United States.
Former Vice President Dan Quayle and his wife Marilyn Quayle coming in. We just saw them publicly for Jimmy Carter's funeral, and we do anticipate seeing former vice presidents and all the former presidents here. Michelle Obama notably is not attending. We also know that former Speaker Nancy Pelosi is not attending, but many Democrats are, and many of the elements of this, just the visual elements of this, show this continuity of government. Marianne, Donald Trump chose not to do this, right, 4 years ago. He took his ball and went home, so to speak. He did not partake in the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's and I think there's some frustration on the Democratic side, just because the Democrats they also campaign on being the party that recognized democracy, and I think there's sort of this recognition that had he lost, he likely would not have conceded the election. So I think there's obviously the Democrats conceded the election very quickly, but I think there is some frustration when I talk to Democratic staffers, lawmakers, just about how this wouldn't have necessarily been reciprocated, or likely would not have been reciprocated had Kamala Harris won the election.
Rhonda, what are you going to be listening for today in this peaceful transfer of power and Donald Trump's speech? And let me just point out, Rhonda, before we go to you, that we are seeing Mike Pence enter the chamber right now.
Yeah, we had expected that Mike Pence would be a part of the attendees today after he said he agreed. And all vice presidents, living vice presidents, are invited to this event, which of course speaks to the continuity of government, no matter what side of the aisle you're from. Usually this is one of those rare days that is supposed to bring everyone in government together. What I'll be listening out for is...
Mike Pence was walking alone, no Karen Pence with him. And as we got a bigger shot, I realized he's walking through the crypt. So he's on the lower floor of the Capitol, about to head up to the second floor where the ceremony will actually take place. But Rhonda, it was sort of a striking image to see the former vice president all by himself in this same building where Donald Trump's supporters were threatening to hang him just 4 years ago.
Yeah, it also speaks volumes as well, because if you've covered Mike Pence before, you know he and his wife are usually inseparable. They both were here on January 6th, along with their daughter. Of course, Vice President Pence's brother was also in Congress at the time. Pretty much his whole immediate family was in this building at that time when there were, folks outside saying, "Hang Mike Pence." And the person being sworn in shortly was someone that we found through the January 6th investigation, also the Jack Smith report, that the President Trump at the time did not seem to care. I believe he said so when people told him that Mike Pence is still on the grounds and in danger. So this is quite just striking to see. I'm sure I wish I could see these images as well, to see the former vice president come and sit in this role at this time. Again, it speaks to that continuity of government. You also have to think of the living presidents who are there. I believe Donald Trump has sparred with all of them. Of course, he started the birther movement against former President Obama. He ran against Hillary Clinton, but they're all there seated to see this part of our democracy unfold. So that is also a very interesting part of today, is seeing some of these moments that you will likely only see once.
Yeah, Rhonda, one of those moments we're seeing is Cory Booker taking a selfie with Chuck Grassley. People on two very different sides of many issues, but sort of having a bonding moment. And we also saw Bernie Sanders, who went viral. Was it just 4 years ago,
It was
James?
just 4 years ago, those mittens.
Yes.
Longer.
He has no mittens on, but he still does have kind of his folded inward look. You can see there the tech CEOs and others gathered together. So members of Trump's, as he hopes, incoming cabinet, but also the back of Mark Zuckerberg. You see there Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' fiance, and there's Jeff Bezos, owner of the Washington Post. Sundar Pichai, the head of Google, also there. So they are given this very important, like I was going to say seat, but they're actually standing at the moment, this very important position, being able to watch this ceremony, and it's very symbolic, James.
It is, and that was Priscilla Chan, the wife of Mark Zuckerberg, standing with him as well. Quite a journey, and really it says a lot that Donald Trump has given them this place of honor, considering none of those folks were outspokenly supporting him before the election, and he clearly sees sees Silicon Valley as like the nexus of power. He sees himself as the artificial intelligence president. Over the weekend, we haven't mentioned, one of the big announcements on Friday was he launched his own crypto coin, and Melania announced her own cryptocurrency yesterday. So I think,
which is raising a lot of concerns about conflict of interest, because they're going gangbusters.
And Trump on paper has made billions of dollars over the last couple of days. He's going to have a crypto czar, David Sachs. And so I think Trump envisions himself as this sort of tech-forward president. Elon Musk obviously spent about $200 million to try to get him elected.
We're seeing Bill and Hillary Clinton walk in right now, former president and former secretary of state. What a moment for Hillary Clinton, defeated by Donald Trump in 2016, now returning to the Capitol for his second swearing in. Pretty remarkable.
Remarkable.
So, Marianne, the tech industry has really embraced Trump, and some of the things that he plans to do today, signing executive orders related to DEI. You see there, of course, former President Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush, related to DEI and other things. People like Mark Zuckerberg have said, yeah, we sort of have too much policing of speech, and we're going to change things at Meta and not have our fact-checking anymore, which Joe Biden has said is just a terrible decision. What has bonded the tech industry with the Trump team?
I think a lot of it is, some of it is frustration with the Biden administration and feeling like the Biden administration was really seeking to regulate the tech industry. I mean, I think what's so interesting about this moment is that the tech industry used to be very aligned with Democrats.
And just say there's President Obama walking in alone, no Michelle Obama. For this inauguration. Please continue, Marianne.
Yeah, I was just saying that, I mean, it's really interesting that, prior to this election, Silicon Valley was viewed as this big base of Democratic donors, and it was viewed as a pretty Democratic constituency. But I think as there's been more interest in antitrust regulation, especially from the Biden administration, I think that a lot of tech companies got frustrated and started to lean more Republican, started to talk more to Trump, because ultimately a lot of them don't want to be regulated in the way that Democrats and some Republicans have called for them to be.
You see there Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, who Trump famously had a malapropism that everyone thought was, called him Tim Apple during a meeting at the White House in the first term. It is obviously the Silicon Valley guys did come for meetings, especially early on in 2017, and then they really did have a big falling out. After January 6th, a lot of the platforms kicked Donald Trump off. A lot of big companies announced after January 6th that they wouldn't give any money to anyone who had voted to overturn that election, and now they've all sort of come crawling back. Trump raising more than $150 million for this inauguration. 2/3 of the donors who gave over $1 million did not give to the Trump inaugural. in 2017 when he only raised $60 million. So it tells you about the sea change in our politics. If I could also say that the movement's a little bit different. The Trump movement, not only are the tech people, but the RFK Jr. standing there, who ran for president as a Democrat, then became an independent, then supported Trump. There's a whole kind of make America healthy again element to the crowd that definitely wasn't there last time. And you see RFK talking right now to Mark Zuckerberg.
Marianne Levine, thank you so much for joining us. You're going to be very busy this week as we see all of these executive orders and executive actions rolled out and unveiled. Really appreciate you being here. Rhonda, let's talk about what to expect during the ceremony today.
Yeah, they're going to open up with a musical selection from a military band. You're going to hear Amy Klobuchar, Democratic senator who leads the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. She will be giving the opening remarks. Then we are going to hear later on the swearing in of the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He will be sworn in by Justice Brett Kavanaugh. We will then hear Carrie Underwood, which we've been talking about. That is notable to have someone who might be considered an A-list or mainstream artist a part of this program when that was not the case in 2017. And then we will see the swearing in of President Trump by Chief Justice Roberts. Trump will be sworn in on a Bible he said his mother gave him when he was a young student graduating from his class at his church in Jamaica, Queens. So he'll be sworn in on that, as well as the Lincoln Bible. The Lincoln Bible was last used when President Obama was sworn in on it and has only been used a handful of times. So that's a little bit of color behind the scenes of what you'll also be seeing. At the end, we will also hear an interfaith prayer given by a few clergy members representing different faiths, and that will conclude the swearing-in ceremony. It usually runs about an hour. Biden's ran an hour. Trump's 2017 inauguration ran an hour, but of course it does seem like they're a little bit behind today. We'll see if they'll make up some time, but it usually is the quicker part of the day. Then they go on to an inaugural luncheon that will be held on the Hill, and then they also move on later on the day to the White House for a signing ceremony for some of these executive actions and orders. And then, of course, there's the social element of all of this, the balls at the end of the day. So it is a full day for all of those guests who are trying to go to all of those things.
You know, Rhonda did not mention a poem, James, and one of the sort of memorable moments of the last inauguration was Amanda Gorman's poem at President Biden's inauguration, The Hill We Climb. It's a young woman, giving this poem. We now see the Supreme Court justices come in. Chief Justice Roberts will be the one to deliver the oath of office.
And all 9 of them are there. In addition, there's a 10th, Stephen Breyer, the former justice, joining as well. You're right, though. A poem is something that is notably not on the program. It's a tradition that started with John F. Kennedy in 1961. He got Robert Frost, who was then in his late 80s, he commissioned a poem for the inaugural. Robert Frost wrote it out. It was called Dedication, but the sun was such and the glare was such and his eyesight was going, so he couldn't read the text. But he had memorized a poem he had written earlier in his life, the Gift Outright, which he recited from memory, and it became this tradition to have a famous poet laureate come and give us a poem. Trump obviously opting not to do that today. Rhonda mentioned earlier, Kavanaugh is going to swear in Vance. It's notable, obviously Trump put him on the Supreme Court in the first term, but Usha Vance, the incoming second lady, also clerked for Justice Kavanaugh when he was a judge on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals.
All kudos to the team that had to scramble so quickly to get this from outdoors to indoors, to get this seating. We think about the State of the Union addresses as being such a time to pack people in, but they have managed to get the people into this room. There also is an overflow room in Emancipation Hall at the Capitol Visitor Center. And so there's other groups who are able to watch in person. There's sort of a tiered system of who gets what seating, who gets what access, James. But to see the Supreme Court justices here is one of those remarkable moments, to see all of government coming together to witness this, but also be a part of the literal swearing in of the new president.
The 3 branches of government, and this is an American, lowercase r Republican coronation of everyone coming together to coordinate the new leader to inaugurate. And it is this uniquely American tradition that has evolved. I mean, there's so much history. When we think about the speech that the incoming president is going to give, so many of the most famous lines in American thought come from inaugural addresses. John F. Kennedy's "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." Ronald Reagan coming in and saying, "Government is not the solution to our problems. Government is the problem." That came from this moment.
As we see some of the folks seated there, let's go to Rhonda Colvin. You know, Rhonda, we just saw Associate Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson coming in, and she had on like a beautiful cowrie shell necklace that sort of mimic, like it is that white cloth that Supreme Court justices often wear. We often think of Ruth Bader Ginsburg with that white neckerchief, but hers was made of cowrie shells, really powerful symbol of one of the things that Joe Biden said he would do, which was put a black woman on the Supreme Court. He also chose a black woman, an Asian woman, to be his vice presidential running mate. Already, though, we're seeing Trump's team promise to roll back DEI and some of the inclusion measures.
Yes, that is something that the incoming president said he would do within hours of being sworn in. He said that yesterday at the Capital One Arena rally, so we would probably expect that to be one of his first moves. I do want to remark, today is, of course, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That is a federal holiday. Usually this building would be closed and no one would be coming into work. But this is the second time in history where this has happened, where we've had the inauguration coincide with that federal holiday. It was first in 1997 with Bill Clinton when he was sworn in then. I went back to his speech to see if he acknowledged at all the day, and he did. Bill Clinton did acknowledge that it was the day celebrating the life and work of King, and he talked about how his administration would do some of the same work and try to work toward progress. It will be interesting to see if that mention will be, or any mention of MLK Day will be in this incoming president's speech. The next time we will see the inauguration of a president and MLK Day coincide will be in 2053. So I don't know if we'll all be covering it at that point, but it is interesting to see these 2 days collide and what people around the country might be thinking right now, especially with a president who a lot of people are concerned, as you mentioned, will be rolling back some of the things that had to do with equality that President Biden put in.
James?
Yeah, and Ronald Reagan signed the law creating MLK Day as a federal holiday in the 80s, and it is interesting. President Pro Tem Chuck Grassley, sitting up there in the front row, voted against making MLK Day into a federal holiday.
He's in his 90s now, so he's been around long enough to have done that.
Yeah.
And long enough to see it cemented in American tradition as a federal holiday, something that children study about in schools, and just the coincidence of this inauguration happening on this day. It would have been very different, James, had Kamala Harris won. She could have been the first woman president, the first black woman, Asian woman president. I think MLK Day would have taken on a very different meaning for a lot of Americans in that moment, because it would have shown progress. But how is Donald Trump thinking about diversity in terms of his cabinet, in terms of what he wants to bring to the office?
His Housing and Urban Development Secretary is African American, Scott Turner. He did appoint as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is the highest-ranking openly gay person in the U.S. government, who will be confirmed. And there are a couple openly gay people who have gotten senior jobs in the government.
You'll have a woman chief of staff,
and
Susan Wiles.
You can see Susie Wiles sitting there. She was sitting by herself sipping water for a while, sitting near Miriam Adelson and some of the other big donors.
Also, a young woman as his communications spokesperson.
Yeah.
Carolyn Leavitt, 27 years old, I believe, youngest ever to do that job. We see here the Trump family seated, shaking hands with some of these tech leaders. How much of the Trump family will we see returning, do you think, James, to politics in this moment?
It's so interesting as we see Jared Kushner there, and we saw Ivanka, his wife, come in with her siblings. They kept a very low profile after the January 6th, and really during the whole campaign. Well, I don't think we saw them in a very prominent role until, I guess we saw them at the convention, but until the election night. And it does seem like they're not going to be living in D.C. They're in Florida. They actually live very close to Jeff Bezos, who you see him talking to, and it does seem like Don Jr. is going to play more of an active Washington role this time than as his sister did working in the White House during the first term.
Ladies and gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
We saw there, when they said Honorable Vice President, Mike Pence started to come out, but instead they're calling for Dan Quayle and Marilyn Quayle to come out. And there you see Mike Pence coming in as well. Where's his introduction? I think he's just sort of coming in.
It reminds me of the 2016 presidential debate where they got the names a little off and people didn't know when to walk in. You know, for Mike Pence, the Capitol was the defining moment of his political legacy, doing his duty on January 6th, certifying that Joe Biden had won this election. He himself ran for president against Donald Trump, didn't get a lot of traction, but here he is, feeling that it's important to come. His wife obviously did not greet Trump at the Jimmy Carter funeral recently.
William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Rhonda, as we watch the Clintons come in, what does this political moment mean to see all these people in the same room?
You know, I think the unofficial theme of this inauguration seems to be then and now. You know, if you look at scenes and pictures of the last Trump inauguration, you could feel the tenseness. America was on edge. There were members of Trump's own party that just did not know what to do with his leadership and some of the things that he wanted to do, the norm busting that he is very much known for. And then on the opposite side of the aisle, you had Democrats who were really in a firm resistance against him. Right now, we are seeing both parties, you know, at least today, and I expect for a few more weeks, to get a sense of where this Trump presidency is going, if it's any different from the last time, if he will be more willing to work with Democrats. I'm not sure we have that answer right now, but at least this moment is speaking to how inaugurations often looked before Trump came into politics. It's so interesting to hear you all speak on the people who are there and who are, you know, small talking with each other, and to see if any of that lasts beyond this moment. But it really is truly something for Americans to behold, because this also shows you somewhat of the evolution of Trump as a serious politician. I remember back when he announced that he was running back in 2016. You know, a lot of Republicans did not take him very seriously, thought that they would forego that election and then put somebody forward in 2020. He ends up winning and taking that party by storm. And I think they're still trying to figure out what do they do with a president who does not at all acknowledge a lot of the norms in Washington politics. So again, I think we're going to see how this all plays out. And this place, Capitol Hill, will likely be one of the biggest flashpoints and places to watch to see what the Trump presidency is and what it means and what it's able to accomplish. I think you're going to see a lot of loyalty testing by the executive branch to test Republican members of Congress, especially because in 2 years, this power structure may change. Right now, Trump is coming into a majority in both chambers, but it's a thin majority, and we have the midterm elections in 2026 that could change the makeup of the House. So again, we'll see how all the politics move forward after this day, but it does seem strikingly different from last time.
Of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Again, Chief Justice John Roberts will administer the oath. You see there the Supreme Court coming out, and so many of these Donald Trump got on the bench.
3. Yeah, he did.
He changed the entire trajectory of the Supreme Court.
And the balance of the court. Partly, you know, Antonin Scalia died in 2016. Barack Obama, who's there, nominated Merrick Garland. Republicans, including Mitch McConnell, who's there, wouldn't give him a hearing. And now it's a conservative court. Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh all there because of Trump. One of the things you'll have to watch with John Roberts is he got the oath wrong in 2009 when he inaugurated Barack Obama. He missed a couple of the words, and he had to go back to the White House the next day to do it again, just to make sure everything was certain and legal, because the Constitution actually says very specifically what the 34-word oath is supposed to be. I'm sure John Roberts practiced that a couple times. He's not going to make that mistake again. This will be the 5th inauguration where Roberts is swearing in a president.
James, let's talk about this place where Donald Trump will be inaugurated.
So this is the rotunda of the Capitol. It's the same place where in 1985 Ronald Reagan was inaugurated for his second term when it was 7 degrees outside. They did a major multi-$100-million renovation of this building not long ago. You can't really see from this angle the majesty of anyone who's been in the Capitol. You look up, and there you go. You can see up into the rotunda, magnificent light, and it is, it is an incredibly special place that is the symbol, the temple of American democracy, which is why it was so traumatizing on January 6th to see the rioters walking through this same rotunda.
The Trump children, including Barron Trump there at the back, who was really pretty young when his father became president, spent most of his time in New York, though. This isn't a family that really moved to D.C. and put roots in D.C. in terms of the nuclear family, although Ivanka and Jared did move to Washington. As you point out, it'll be different, sort of even less of a footprint here this time around, James.
Yeah, and it is amazing. Barron, I rewatched the 2017 inaugural, and he does look so much younger. He's 8 years older than he was. Now he's a college student in New York.
So I just want everybody to notice who is sitting where and who gets to be up there, sort of on the, I don't know if you would consider this a dais or a platform, sort of the constructed area behind Donald Trump. Sometimes it's kind of random who ends up in the shot behind the president, but there's a lot of intention that's been taken to get not just family members and Trump hopes future cabinet members, but also some of these supporters who he wants to sort of send a signal with, James.
He really is trying to project a signal of strength. It's kind of a mix of family, politics. You can see standing next to Barron, that is Trump's father-in-law. That's Melania's father. His wife passed away last year.
But all these tech leaders are there, and whether or not they are literal true supporters of Donald Trump, they donated money to the Inaugural Fund, and they are standing up there bearing witness not only to this transfer of power in America, but also they're really being used as symbols by Donald Trump in this moment.
You might even say props. It's pretty remarkable that they're going to be standing there amid the family and the cabinet, and they sort of got the message that they had to be there. Obviously, they chose to be there. And it is such a shift from 8 years ago in terms of projecting strength. And this is what Trump wants the world to see. Tom Cotton laughing there as he's texting on his phone. He has interestingly been sort of clashing with Trump in recent days, even though he's a member of Republican
Maybe he's
leadership.
on TikTok?
Maybe he's
No, he's not on TikTok. That's the one thing we can say.
Yeah.
Tom Cotton is not on TikTok.
It is.
We're just laughing because he's been a major proponent of sticking with the TikTok ban unless and until TikTok is sold.
Exactly, and saying that the Trump can't get out of this law, which was upheld 9-0 by the Supreme Court justices, forcing the divestiture of TikTok to an American company, or else it will be shut down. Trump can do a 90-day extension under the law, but under the current law, nothing more.
Rhonda, as we watch these last moments here, the key transfer of power moment is when Donald Trump is sworn in, and until then, Joe Biden's still president.
The Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily
That's one of the interesting things about covering this and this transition of power is that it's one person 1 minute and the next person the next. So it does happen pretty swiftly. I know even the security apparatus protecting both of them, those things change too. So we're about to see that soon.
James, explain to us the role of the Inaugural Committee, because we'll be hearing from Amy Klobuchar, but it's certainly a bipartisan group that does that.
It is, and so it's the two co-chairs are Amy Klobuchar, who we've seen, and Deb Fischer, the Republican senator from Nebraska, who had an unexpectedly tough re-election race against an independent, Dan Osborne, and ended up pulling it out by just over 6 points. The two of them have been working basically for 2 years on planning all of this. There's a large staff of people who have worked on all the organization. I mean, the logistics really are more complex than almost any other thing that happens in Washington.
First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. Such a significant moment in their lives as well as their party's trajectory, James.
And it is, it's interesting because both Jill Biden, the Bidens, and the Harris/Emhoffs are going to California after this, separate planes. And Rhonda's right, the security bubble around Biden actually does diminish pretty significantly and pretty immediately. Obviously, he's still going to get protection for the rest of his life, but he's going out to Santa Barbara. He's going to the same place he went after the Democratic convention for vacation when he leaves here. And there had been some concern about, okay, well, the fires are still going on in Southern California. Do you really want all the security elements? And the Secret Service said, well, that's a much smaller security issue. We don't need all the local police. It's not shutting down everything.
It's not the president of the United States.
Exactly. He's no longer going to be the president. Now, he still is for another, half hour. But it is going to be this peaceful handover. And there's so much happening behind the scenes to enable this transition. Now that the former president has left the White House, right now as we speak, they're in the Oval Office taking out all the things that Biden had and kind of like a seamless move so that when Trump comes back in a couple hours, the Oval Office will be completely different. And be to his taste. And so there's this big kind of move that's happening behind the scenes, national security-wise. There's the kind of the handoff of who, there's someone with a nuclear football that still has the ability to, control the largest arsenal in the world. And there are lots of people who are 60 miles outside of Washington. The kind of a designated survivor sort of situation in the military chain of command, so that if anything happened to this gathering, there would be continuity of government.
James, the ceremony today is the essential moment when Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. There is still so much more happening today, though. Let's talk about the parade that was planned for Pennsylvania Avenue and what Donald Trump plans to do in terms of actions today.
So there's going to be like 200 executive actions. He's not going to sign 200 different documents, but he will sign documents that take, and some of them will be glorified press releases. Some of them will actually be pretty significant. One of the issues in 2017 was we didn't actually see the text of the Trump executive orders that night. And so Trump had held up these documents and said, I'm signing all these things. And it wasn't clear exactly what they had done, really, until the next day. This time, because they were more organized, they also have had more lawyers involved. A lot of what Trump is planning to sign is going to immediately get challenged in court, including, for example, the end of recognizing birthright citizenship. That is supported by a lot of court precedents. The Supreme Court seems likely to eventually strike down that executive order. Trump's going to do it anyway. But in other cases, some of the orders that Trump is going to sign before he even leaves the Capitol, they've been written in a way that will make it a lot easier to withstand legal scrutiny. And a lot of, someone waving at the camera there, a lot of what Trump is going to do and wants to convey to his supporters relates to immigration. He feels like that's his mandate, that's his defining issue from when he came down the golden escalator in 2015. And it'll be interesting to see how much substance and policy there is in this speech. We've been talking about how it was less than 20 minutes last time. Interestingly, the longest inaugural address was given by the shortest serving president, William Henry Harrison, who gave an 8,500 speech and ended up dying a month later. In this case, Trump inside, but I don't think
brevity
it's
might
still
be,
brevity
yeah.
might be the soul of wit. I don't think he's going to it's not going to be a rally-style event. This is
which he already had, which he really had
yesterday. Talk for an hour.
Rhonda, we all remember Trump's speech from 8 years ago that was really sort of angry, intense, a warning. It had a lot of darkness to it. It seems that he will be projecting a different message today. Of course, it remains to be seen, as you reminded us. We don't really know what Trump says until after he speaks. But what is the significance? How does this tone set for his presidency?
His tone might go a long way to help people who are a little uncomfortable with his return to the White House. Perhaps those in that rotunda, Democrats, who have been saying, look, we're willing to work with him. He won fairly, but they also are concerned of what they saw the last time. So if he can set a tone that might put some people at ease, that might go a long way to help people accept this incoming administration. But again, sometimes you just don't know which Trump you're getting. Of course, if you watched last night's rally, that was certainly campaign Trump. He said some things in there that a lot of people might disagree with. And remember, he won the election. I checked the final tally last night. He won by 49.9 votes. Harris had 48.3. That was a very close election. That's something that I think we often don't, talk a lot about, is that it was razor thin. But of course, he is the winner of that election. But you still have Democrats, nationwide. You have some global leaders, and you have members of Congress who are waiting to see what type of president they get this second time around. Will he change it all, or will it be the same? And I think his speech is going to at least give us a sense of how he's taking in this moment. How long it will last, we never know.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very different moment, though, than even at a convention, James. Yeah. I mean, this is a moment that the goal is to do a speech for history, do a speech that your team has helped you prepare, maybe has prepared for you, and stay in the lane that you've sort of been assigned. And so that's what we anticipate. He did get out his sort of yah-yahs last night by doing the rally at Capital One Arena, where he promised to have, quote-unquote, good news for the January 6th convicts. We saw their Usha Vance coming in, and Melania Trump there, the future First Lady. You can barely see her face under that hat. And he also has talked about things, like you said, James, ending birthright citizenship, doing immigration on day one, making a lot of changes that would reflect his agenda.
Yeah, and the speech itself will be teleprompter Trump, not campaign Trump. And I do think one of the keys is to sort of like watch what he does, not what he says. And there will certainly be a call for unity. And I think a lot of the Democrats sitting in the audience are kind of like, okay, well, let's practice what you preach. And so it's one thing, kind of the words. Will they be belied by the actions to back up the rhetoric?
Such a great point, and that contrast. We may see alignment, we may see a real contrast. So as you saw that camera angle of the future and former First Lady Melania Trump coming in, she's in the crypt that's underneath this space, and they sort of are going through the ground floor of the Capitol, then they'll come up to this second floor where the rotunda is. That kind of shows us that they're in motion, basically, James. I cannot wait to talk to our senior critic at large, Robin Gavon, and our fashion critic, Rachel Tashjian, at some point about Melania's choice of that hat, because it blocks her face. You cannot see her eyes. It's somber, and it's, if you sort of look at the rest of the most, Ivanka has a hat on, but most everyone else is sort of
tenor, Christopher D.
has their hats off, and it's just a very different look, and it's symbolic, and it says something. So this is going to be, this is the tenor who will sing later, someone who, maybe right now, actually. James, here we go.
As he starts, I will say that top hats used to be a tradition. James Garfield, every president from Garfield to Kennedy wore a top hat. That tradition has gone away. Melania obviously trying to bring back the hat-wearing tradition.
I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee. I will be. Oh, America, no weeping.
Senator Deb Fischer, Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the House Democrats, and President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris walking through the Capitol crypt, heading towards the rotunda, James.
And as Joe Biden bids farewell, remember he was elected to the U.S. Senate in 1972. This is the end of a public life. He spent, half a century as a member of the Senate, working out of this building, and this is his farewell to more than half a century in public life.
Someone who believes firmly in tradition, who believes in this transition going smoothly. Someone who's always been known for his pluck, James, and resilience. He's had so many tragedies in his life, starting with the death of his first wife and daughter in a car accident. It's sort of that Irish luck, right? It's sort of tragedy followed by resilience. And this is a moment where that resilience has only gone so far because he's lost re-election. Well, he didn't even get to the point of really finalizing his re-election battle.
Yeah. And as J.D. Vance walks in, I should point out that the woman in the red who's sitting next to Trump's father-in-law is J.D.'s mother, who is obviously a central character in Hillbilly Elegy, the book that made Vance so famous.
Rhonda? Rhonda, let's go to you in the Capitol.
Yeah, well, it sounds as if things are really starting off right now. What we know is there will be a military band. I believe if they are still running on the program that we have reported on, there will be a military band song. We should have heard from Amy Klobuchar, or will hear from Amy Klobuchar, chair of Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. We will then see J.D. Vance sworn in by Brett Kavanaugh, and then later Donald Trump will be sworn in by Chief Justice Roberts.
Chuck Schumer does not look like he's enjoying himself. He's walking there with Steve Scalise, who very impressively and amazingly is walking without crutches. You can see remarkable recovery after being shot at the congressional baseball game in Trump's first year in office, and Amy Klobuchar walking with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson.
McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
So those are the spouses of the lawmakers who we just saw coming in together.
We'll see how the relationship goes between Speaker Johnson and the man you are seeing right there, the future president of the United States. We've already seen some drama unfold as they've had some different perspectives, but Trump ultimately did support Johnson to retain his speakership. So Trump is walking through the crypt right now as he gets ready to head upstairs to the rotunda.
And it is striking. He's wearing a purple tie. I'm excited to talk to Robin Gavon later. It's not the red tie. It's not the signature red. And perhaps he's trying to signal something with that he wants to reach toward the middle, or he wants to be a president for all Americans.
Future First Lady Melania Trump. Arriving now in the rotunda. She looks like she might join a military parade.
She really
basically
does.
with her clothing choices, greeting her son Barron and her father. So the sea of people you will see behind Donald Trump include his family, the future First Lady, also people who he plans to have in his cabinet as long as they are confirmed by the Senate, Elon Musk, who's heading up Doge, and tech CEOs and sort of tech representatives, ranging from the head of
Ladies
Google,
and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United
Meta.
States and
It really
the Vice
is
President
amazing
of the
to have
United
them
States.
in that place of
Ranking
honor.
member of the
I mean, governors have been shunted down to like the Capitol Visitor Center, mayors,
House
other
Democratic
people,
leader,
top
the
campaign
Honorable
contributors.
Hakeem Jeffries,
And that will be one of the
Majority
big memorable
Secretary,
moments of
the
this
Honorable
inauguration,
Robert Duncan.
especially because we'll have to see how the relationship ends up playing out. Elon Musk famously ends up having falling outs with a lot of people he works with. And
Vivek Ramaswamy is already sort of going out of Doge at this point. Yeah.
And so it'll be fascinating to watch how the relationships here play out over the next 4 years.
The President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump, that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets had gleamed, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors that sang us
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
And with that, Donald Trump is the 47th President of the United States, J.D. Vance, his Vice President. We just heard Donald Trump promise to usher in a new golden age among many other pledges he made, including declaring a national emergency at the southern border, drilling for more oil, renaming the Gulf of Mexico, and going to Mars. I'm Libby Casey here with the Washington Post alongside James Hohmann, columnist. James, this was not the American carnage speech of 8 years ago, but it was still dark. It criticized the current vision or version of America that was led by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who were sitting right there on the dais with him. And this sounded a lot like a Trump campaign speech, but lower affect, dare I even say lower energy, because he was reading from the teleprompter.
Right, it was a little subdued. This was a lot more like a State of the Union address than a traditional inaugural, with the box checking, with the lists of specific policies. Very rare for that to happen. It was not a high altitude speech, and it certainly was not a gracious speech talking about, and he didn't use the words American carnage, but describing an America that it really is unrecognizable to a lot of people who are living in it, describing himself as a victim, describing himself as someone who's been persecuted, grouping his enemies together, referring sort of in the same breath to the prosecutors who filed charges against him, the critics and Democrats, as well as the would-be assassin. I thought one of the key lines from there was, "I was saved by God to make America great again." It really was a very aggressive speech, but not sort of one of those speeches that they had previewed would be really about bringing America together, extending an olive branch. You know, he's wearing a purple tie, but that was a speech of red meat. And in fact, in the audience, we saw Joe Rogan is sitting there, Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, and it did feel like the audience for that inaugural address was the audiences of those media commentators more than sort of the middle of the road independent voter.
Let's bring Rhonda Colvin in. She is live at the Capitol Hill complex where this is all unfolding today. Rhonda?
Yeah, you know, just coming after what James said, this was a Trump that I felt was very confident. This was not exactly teleprompter Trump. It wasn't fully campaign Trump, but it was someone who believes he has a mandate to do all of the campaign promises, all of these threats that he has discussed in the past. I thought it was interesting that, and I think James also remarked on this, that he did sort of air grievances right at the top. He talked about how places like North Carolina and California, where the wildfires have been going on, that they did not receive support from the outgoing administration. That was certainly an interesting choice to start off with. So it did feel like he's still very much thinking about grievances with the last administration. Also said that the country would be done with government weaponization and corruption. Again, a little bit more of a negative tone than what we may have experienced in past inauguration speeches. He did confirm that orders related to immigration and drilling would be among his first actions. I think some Americans may have also heard something new. I believe he has said it a few days ago, but he talked about the External Revenue Service, how that's going to start, and that's going to be an agency to collect on tariffs from foreign nations. So again, he was really confirming some of the things he has hinted at when he was on the campaign trail and certainly after he won. But to James's point, it didn't really have a tone of graciousness, and I thought it was interesting. You know, you have the outgoing administration there, you have members from previous administrations also in attendance. You wonder what they must have been thinking of when they were hearing this speech given by the now 47th president.
Looks like a family photo there of the Trumps, but without Barron. So he's there with his grandfather, Melania's father, right there. You can see the Trump family all lined up. We just saw James, the president, and Vice President leave, as well as former Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Joe Biden. They will now depart to California separately, going to California. But this really is the end of their time in office, their end of their time in Washington for this moment. Let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's seated really above the White House, which will now be home to Donald Trump. J.M.?
Yeah, Libby, we heard in that speech from Trump really trying to drive home this idea of a mandate that he says that he has coming into office here, and talking about the momentum that he says that he has. He referred to his popular vote victory, which, yes, he did win by millions of votes in the popular vote, but it was also the smallest margin we've seen in a popular vote since 1968 when Richard Nixon won. A lot of culture war references throughout that speech, which it was not surprising necessarily, but I thought was notable how much he drilled down on those points, and also to both James and Rhonda's point, how much he talked about these agenda items and these national emergencies that he wants to declare coming into office. We know that Trump campaigned in 2024 on this idea of really centralizing and expanding power in the executive branch. And we heard him make references to that throughout this speech. When he talks about invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, that is to expedite deportations as part of this mass deportation immigration policy that he wants to enact. When he talks about deregulating for energy and for drilling and whatnot, these are all things that he wants to try and do unilaterally to start getting this agenda through. How much he was referring both to those items and also to the culture war stuff, I thought was really notable, because you don't always hear that in some of these inaugural addresses, Libby.
Yeah, such a great point, Jam. Let's talk more about those culture war items, James, that he was just checking off a list on.
This was a red meat speech. He really thought that he won in part on some of those issues. The Trump campaign put more money behind the ad that said Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald Trump is for you, than any other ad. During the closing weeks of the campaign, it was nonstop on sports, football, baseball, and the Harris campaign never really responded. So this is Trump sort of nodding that direction. And there was some tension too, where he talks about how it's Martin Luther King Day, and he sort of nods to his multiracial coalition, claims falsely that he did better with African Americans and Hispanics than anyone before and set records. But then a few minutes later says, you know, we're getting rid of DEI and we're getting rid of these radical social theories, and we're going to be a completely colorblind society. So there is some tension there. I mean, I was really struck in terms of culture war, frankly, by the manifest destiny. I mean, he's talking about William McKinley, his new favorite president. 8 years ago, his favorite president was Andrew Jackson, because he'd been reading and hearing about him. This time, because of his emphasis on tariffs, you heard him say explicitly in that inaugural address, William McKinley put in place all these tariffs. And that allowed Teddy Roosevelt, when he became president after McKinley was assassinated, to spend money on all these progressive era programs. You heard him say, we're going to rename Denali for McKinley, who never visited Alaska, you know, talking about using very specifically the terms manifest destiny, which means literally that God has ordained that the United States control areas not yet settled. That was the term that was used in the 1800s to talk about settling the West. Now, Donald Trump is embracing the term manifest destiny to talk about going to Mars. You saw Elon Musk kind of do some cheering there. His, you know, the shirt he often wears in public is Occupy Mars. But I think that that's Trump trying to be bold, to generate buzz, to look strong. And I mean, it is pretty striking to hear a president say manifest destiny.
In the year 2025.
In the year 2025.
Right.
I mean, it has a pretty negative historical connotation related to Native Americans and a lot else.
So in talking about criticism of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, he emphasized this idea, of course, making America great again, but hitting this theme of America's decline is over. And while he wasn't looking over his shoulder at the moments ago former president, it was very direct, and it was very, it was really a jab. And I would imagine challenging for all the Democrats in the room to kind of keep a straight face through that, especially Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, the body language is incredible.
It's usually more gracious than that. It's like
totally.
The speeches are usually more gracious, recognizing who is literally the audience for this, all of America, as well as your predecessor who's sitting right there.
And in fact, 8 years ago, Donald Trump actually effusively thanked Barack Obama. Not effusively, but he had a sentence and said, I really want to thank Barack Obama.
In comparison, it was effusive.
Right? You know, and here they obviously, you know, they're standing together now, but they just had coffee. Biden has tried to be generous in giving Trump courtesies that Trump didn't extend to him. And then you have Trump go stand up there and really ridicule not just sort of the Washington establishment, as he did 8 years ago, but the current outgoing administration. It's also ironic because he's saying all these problems in the country are going to be fixed right away. And there is sort of this vibe shift where, you know, Trump's talking about what a hellscape America is. And tomorrow he's going to be saying, oh, it's so great again. And he basically laid the groundwork by saying very soon all these bad things are going to be changed, even though the president doesn't have direct control over any of those things.
Let's go to our colleague Blair Gild. Blair, we got some news from the White House just before the inauguration ceremony began about some last-minute pardons issued by Joe Biden. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Libby, truly in the last few minutes of Biden's time as president, he issued a few pardons and commuted a sentence. Some of those pardons went to members of his family, 5 members of his family. That's 3 siblings and one brother-in-law, 1 sister-in-law. And he wanted to emphasize that he does not suspect wrongdoing from these family members, but said in a statement, "My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats motivated solely by the desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics." That's a quote from his statement on these pardons. So he's really trying to get ahead of any political retribution that could come to members of his family. Those are his siblings, James, Valerie, and Francis. Also in this last-minute set of pardons and commuting of sentences was Leonard Peltier. This is an indigenous activist who's been in prison since 1976, and he was sentenced to serve 2 consecutive life sentences in jail on 2 counts of murder of FBI agents at a shooting at Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Biden commuted that sentence so that he could, serve the rest of that as a confinement in his home. But this is seen as sort of a win for the indigenous community. And a few other pardons in there, but really, truly, in the last few moments of Biden's ability and power to do this as president, he eked in some of those pardons to protect his family and sort of communicate this win to the indigenous community.
Thanks so much, Blair. We just saw former Vice President Kamala Harris and former Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff saying goodbye to everyone there with hugs with the Bidens, which should not be significant, but is significant, James, because of the way the campaign unfolded and Biden stepping out and Harris coming in.
And you think about what might have been, really a few 100,000 votes, and Kamala Harris is the one who's becoming president today. And here she is trying to end on good terms. There has been real tension between the Bidens and Harris and Doug Emhoff. Biden gave an interview saying he thinks he would have won, could have won, even as he said he's not sure he could have served a full second term. Some bad blood, but this is people don't always remember what you say, but they remember how you make them feel. And these goodbyes are important. This is part of our system of government. They're handing off the reins. Donald Trump is now president. And Joe Biden, after really first elected to the U.S. Senate in 1972, and now riding into the sunset, heading west, and he's saying goodbye to Washington. I don't think we'll see a lot more of him for a while.
On the grounds of the United States Capitol, getting ready to watch them take off as President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump head back into the Capitol. Really, the images say so much, James.
They do, and it's Trump's Washington. It's the Trump era. You also, as you watch this goodbye, you think about the fact that Joe Biden, when he campaigned in 2020, promised to turn the page on Donald Trump, that he was going to put an end to the Trump era. And now Joe Biden is sort of the first president since Benjamin Harrison to serve one term in between someone who served non-consecutive terms, Grover Cleveland. And in that sense, Biden didn't achieve what he had set out to do.
Rhonda, as we prepare to watch the Bidens depart, and they're getting waves right now from the president, vice president, and their wives. Tell us about what Donald Trump goes on to do now. What happens next there at the Capitol complex where you are?
Well, one of the next events will be the inaugural luncheon. That is something that is held, it will be held in Statuary Hall. That will include some of the guests, of course, the First Family. And that is planned by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. So that is a part of most inauguration days. Later on, he will go on to Capital One Arena. That is where this inauguration's version of a parade will be held. We're also expecting him to sign some of these executive orders there as well. Now, that signing ceremony often happens here in the Capitol as well, in the President's room that's near the Senate chamber, but it appears that will be moved to the Capital One Arena, where he will have many supporters possibly cheering him on as he does some of those things that he previewed in his speech just now and has been talking about over the last few days. There's also the pass and review. That is when the president and the new vice president review military troops. So, of course, given that this day it didn't go exactly as it had been planned outdoor, many of the tenets of an inauguration day are still a part of the ceremony.
Preparing to watch Joe Biden take off. Normally it's Marine One, that's the helicopter the president is on, but this is not the president of the United States anymore, James.
It's just a special Marine mission.
Let's welcome in Karen Tumulty joining us now. Karen, thank you so much. We're getting ready to watch Joe Biden depart Washington, which is such a significant moment, both in his career and really in the story of the last half century of American politics.
Exactly, the end of a half-century career, just an amazing longevity. I mean, he comes to the Senate as one of the youngest senators. So.
And we were just talking the other day about he was one of the first to endorse Jimmy Carter.
Right.
So for people who remember the Carter administration, as we were reflecting on the Carter legacy, Joe Biden's name was coming up. So it just shows that sort of that continuity that he's provided throughout all these decades. What are your reflections on the ceremony that we saw? Let's start with the ceremony. We'll move to the speech in a moment. But just what you saw in terms of this handing off of power, this process.
Well, it's a reminder of how democracy in our country is supposed to work, a peaceful transition of power. But here it is taking place in the exact spot where 4 years ago, in a few days, we saw rioters trying to overturn the election. So it was really hard to, not be reminded of that context.
I was watching former Vice President Mike Pence walk through the crypt, getting ready to come up. And James pointed out he's alone. He's no Karen, no wife with him. Very close marriage, no wife there.
I think she was off having coffee somewhere with Michelle Obama.
Yes, we were kind of envisioning what that team might be like as maybe they're hanging out. But I mean, what a stark contrast to 4 years ago when his life really was in danger there in that same building, and we saw rioters who'd breached the Capitol doors just parading through those rooms.
Yeah, and again, this is what we saw today is how it's supposed to work.
And there's the helicopter taking the former president, Joe Biden, and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, out of Washington. As you said, James, they'll be going to California to spend some time there. Karen, what does this moment mean for Joe Biden to see not just a loss for Democrats of the White House, but Donald Trump specifically coming back in?
Well, I think the moment is also going to be remembered for his last act in office, which was pardoning a number of members of his own family, something he said that he wouldn't do. In fact, he was very critical at the end of Trump's first term when Trump was thinking of pre-pardoning members of his own family. I mean, it is, again, it's democracy the way it is supposed to work, but there have been a lot of pretty ungraceful notes to all of this.
Like what?
Well, again, these pardons at the end, the sniping that has been taking place among prominent Democratic leaders as to who was responsible for losing the White House, and basically the Democrats are now finding themselves in a complete power outage in Washington.
Karen and James, stay with us. We're going to bring in Joe Snell, our colleague, to talk about how world leaders are reacting to the swearing in of the 47th president.
Yeah, Libby, before and during Trump's speech, we saw an outpouring of congratulations from around the world. Buckingham Palace confirmed that King Charles has sent a personal message to Trump congratulating him. This wasn't anything unusual. Queen Elizabeth did something similar for former President Biden in 2021. India's prime minister called Trump my dear friend, and the German chancellor said that the U.S. is our closest ally. There were some surprise messages. Russian President Vladimir Putin congratulated Trump and signaled an openness for communication. Now, remember, just a few months ago, the Kremlin declined to comment when Trump won the election. Libby?
All right, thanks so much, Joe. Karen, let's talk about the content of the speech that Donald Trump gave. What stands out to you?
Well, it was almost to me like three speeches. We began with the sort of airing of the grievances. We weren't quite at the American carnage level we saw a few years ago. The middle of it sounded very much like a State of the Union address. And it isn't until the very end of this speech, which, by the way, was close to twice as long as his 2017 inaugural address, it really wasn't until the end where he gets to these sort of uplifting, forward-looking themes that we're used to in inaugural addresses.
I will be really curious to hear about the writing process that went into this, whose voice among his advisors was able to drive some of this. You're looking at images now of these sort of overflow areas. These are people who didn't make it into the Capitol Rotunda but are in Emancipation Hall. That's part of the Capitol Visitor Center complex. And we're watching to see Donald Trump perhaps come down here and talk to the folks who've gathered. You know, when we were talking to our colleague Joe a moment ago and seeing that look of the mall, so different than what it would have been, James, had the inauguration been outside. I mean, the mall's pretty much deserted. You can see it there.
Yeah, and remember 8 years ago, it was the crowd on the mall. I think there would have been a lot more people, even with this weather, than in 2017. But it was Trump angry about reports that there were only 200,000 people. There had been about 1.7 million people for Barack Obama in 2009. That's what prompted Sean Spicer, the first White House press secretary, to go to the mics and attack, and then Kellyanne Conway to say Sean was just offering alternative facts. That all stemmed from that crowd shot right there.
And they were putting pressure on the National Park Service to produce photos that showed bigger crowds than there were.
We see there Speaker Mike Johnson in Emancipation Hall speaking to the crowd that is gathered. Karen, what did you read from who got to sit in the rotunda versus who didn't get a seat?
Well, the most striking image to me was the fact that a series of tech billionaires, including the owner of this newspaper, had better seats than a lot of the cabinet officials. Also, they seem to have been allowed to bring their plus ones,
right,
where the cabinet officials couldn't.
That's such a good point. Yes. So if you're one of the adjacent people, you're like, oh my gosh, even the plus ones got in, and I didn't. Yeah.
So
please.
I think what you're seeing is how Trump views his new coalition of power, because, 8 years ago he comes in and he didn't have these kinds of supporters. Most of these people were supporting Democrats. And what you didn't see was a lot of the kind of evangelical leaders who might have in the first time he ran had those precious seats.
We are watching President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump head down there to Emancipation Hall to address this crowd. Something we'll be watching all day today are the signing of executive orders, working on executive actions to sort of see what Trump prioritizes, what's symbolic, and then what will actually have sort of teeth and substance in terms of trying to change the course of the Biden administration and really the course of policy. James, just go ahead, Karen. Yes.
Just as an example of how aggressive they're going to be with these things, I mean, my understanding is that they are going to issue close to 80 executive orders and possibly twice that number of executive actions. Just so you know, it was a rare thing until quite recently for a president to issue any executive orders the first day he's sworn in, Biden issued 9, and today we're going to see him, firing close to 80 of these things.
Let's go in here to Emancipation Hall and hear what Donald Trump has to say. After that, we'll have our team here, as well as Rhonda Colvin, who I'm looking forward to checking in with right after these remarks.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. Where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect, something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? you buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Donald Trump turning what were supposed to be 10 minutes of remarks into a full half hour filled with complaints and grievances over his allegation that he won the election 4 years ago and all sorts of other stuff that was clearly intentionally cut out of his inauguration speech, but he wanted to squeeze in anyway. Let's go to our colleague Paul Kane, senior congressional correspondent and columnist. PK, I hope you are still with us. That went way longer than had been planned, but I think America should get ready to get used to that because that's what the President of the United States chose to do. Really happy to
Yeah.
talk to you because you have covered so many of these inaugurations. And what everyone was waiting for was to go to this lunch that Trump is going to be at. Tell us about the importance of this lunch they're going to do now.
Okay, so the inaugural lunch is the sort of it's meant to be this gathering of all of the top leaders. You know, you don't get there if you're a first-term House member. You don't get there if you're a first-term senator unless you're from the state, probably where the president is from. You know, it's a very elite gathering. There will be secretaries of defense there, folks like that. It's in Statuary Hall, which is right next door to the rotunda where the ceremony was held for the swearing in, just the second time it's ever been held there in the rotunda. And it is meant to be this sort of really elite thing where congressional leaders give gifts to the new president. There are toasts. Amy Klobuchar and Deb Fischer, as the top two members of the joint inaugural committee, will speak. And it is meant to be a moment of camaraderie. I don't know how that'll go over. Our colleague Mariana Sotomayor is over there. She's been texting and saying everybody is kind of standing around waiting because they're supposed to be in the lunch right now, but the president just gave that long, rambling a diatribe, and so they're kind of waiting. They want to get to lunch. 4 years ago, we didn't have the inaugural lunch because of the pandemic and social distancing. It was set up as this non-lunch event where there were about 4 different stations in the rotunda, where it was like, you ever gone to a cocktail hour of a wedding reception where they have different app stands, and you had basically Joe and Jill Biden would walk from one table to the next table where congressional leaders like Steny Hoyer would greet and give them gifts, and there were no real big speeches, and the thing was over. So they're looking forward to having that ceremony again, in a few minutes. But as you can tell now, Trump is, his rambling speech here ended with now he's posing for pictures and talking to people. So I hope those folks are nibbling on some bread right now.
Right. Let's hope there's bread at the table. Yeah, they're running like a full hour and 10 minutes behind schedule now. And why is that significant? Not just because members of Congress are hungry, but because there is a TikTok they have to keep to. They have people who are going to be performing at Capital One Arena in lieu of the parade, and a lot of other things planned for the day. PK, I just have to have you describe to our viewers, where are you? Because you look like you're like Superman in the phone booth. So explain to people where you are talking to us from.
Yeah, this is the best quiet spot I can find here. This is the Senate Press Gallery, the office that we work out of. And there are actual little phone booths here. These are behind me are the names and phone numbers for all of the Senate offices. So if you're watching and you want to, zoom in, and you can find your senator's name back here and give a call if you want. So yeah, that's the location now, and that's why it looks, that's nice. Phone booth, Superman. I like those comparisons, but it is sometimes feels like you're a little bit in a prison cell.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us from the Capitol Cubby, and I wish you luck in the rest of your coverage today. Paul Kane, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Libby.
It's so interesting to hear the perspective of like what the lunch is about and why do they have it, and sort of what is the purpose of all this collegiality in this moment, James?
It is supposed to be this bonding, this passing of the torch. We're all in this together. It's usually coming on the heels of a unifying, gracious speech, where you heard Trump even say sort of what these are usually supposed to be about, which is like he was talking to Chuck Schumer and he said, we have to stop voting against each other. We need to find a way to put the country first. And then I was sort of struck because he said, Democrats never give us votes on anything. And then he added, Republicans never give them votes on anything. And so the Bonham is supposed to be sort of like, okay, let's elections have consequences. They've given us this dynamic. Let's work within it. It is the chance for the new government to come in. For a lot of these congressional leaders, they don't have deep relationships with some of these incoming cabinet secretaries, and so it's the chance for them to sort of start to, for lack of a better word, network and build some of that rapport.
And they are networking indeed. You can see there Mark Zuckerberg and his wife talking with, it looks like, Lisa Murkowski and Lindsey Graham. Let's bring Rhonda Colvin in. Rhonda, we're watching sort of the mixer that's happening here at the lunch, before the lunch starts, before Donald Trump and the First Lady arrive. Let's talk about what we heard from Donald Trump and where this goes here.
Yeah, it certainly was a speech that seemed like the real speech that he wanted to give. In fact, he did say that. It also shows you that perhaps the advisors and people who are in his inner circle right now will have moments like these where they will try to stop him from saying things and try to redirect his messaging. But he did find an opportunity there in Emancipation Hall to go over some of those things. He spoke at length about the Biden preemptive pardons this morning, preemptively pardoning those involved in the January 6th Select House Committee. I know he name-checked Liz Cheney in that part of his speech right there. It shows that that is still something that he still has a grievance about. He talked about the rigged 2020 election, even though he just gave a speech going into a second term, still talking about that as a grievance as well. I think it's interesting, too, when we were talking about the lunch, and I heard PK also discussing what the lunch involves, who's there. It's not, rank and file members of Congress. It does also underscore that this president is going into a Congress with, if you listen to his speech, it does feel like he has a mandate, but it is important to point out that he has a very slim majority in both chambers right now. And in fact, I will point out with the House especially, they will have to rely on some Democratic votes in order to get some basic things done, especially before spring when we are anticipating special elections to fill some of those Republican seats that they lost, if they do indeed go to Republicans. So yes, I think we're seeing a very confident Trump right now who feels like he has, all the wind in his sails with having this branch of government behind him. But there also is the reality that there will be a lot of tense moments on Capitol Hill to come, specifically because there are such tight margins.
We're watching Ivanka Trump talk to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, giving me a sense of the flavor and who's in that room. Let's go to our colleague Jorge Ribas, who's outside Capital One Arena, where Trump supporters have been gathering all day, in fact, all weekend, really. Jorge, what's it like down there, and how did the fans react to the speech?
Yeah, Libby, so I've covered a lot of Trump rallies, and this has felt very similar to that. And I don't know if that's because of how things changed with the inauguration and the cold weather, but just out here on the streets, walking around, people that couldn't get inside the arena are just kind of milling around. You see the arena way back behind me, and then there's been people here gathered watching the speech on the Jumbotron. There's vendors selling stuff. Trump's rambling speech felt very much like a rally speech. The faint sounds of YMCA echoing in the breeze. I mean, this feels very much like you're at a rally that you've been to, that I've been to many, many times. So, it's different than other inaugurations that we've covered, definitely. When we were walking here, actually, we went into a coffee shop, got a little warmed up, listened to the speech. We saw a lot of Trump supporters also in that coffee shop. I saw in other restaurants that gathered there. They were watching the speech on their phones, people who couldn't get into the arena, obviously. I talked to people who went back to their hotel rooms, also to warm up and listen. And when we were walking back here, I talked to people and I said, what did they think of the speech? This was the first speech, the one that he gave at the swearing-in ceremony, the one that was the teleprompter speech. They appreciated him talking a lot about the issues that they wanted to see tackled: immigration, cultural issues, gender identity issues, things like that they wanted. I talked to a couple that were from Florida. They said that they really wanted him to address the economy. I don't know, and I asked them how the renaming the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America fit into that. They kind of brushed that off as kind of a Trumpism, but they really wanted him to focus on the economy. I also talked to two gentlemen who were from Canada, actually, and they were here supporting Trump. And I asked them how they felt about him talking about annexing Canada. They said they weren't really on board with that. They would rather see some kind of like EU-style arrangement with Canada rather than Canada becoming a 51st state. But they were supportive of Trump, especially his immigration policies. That's something that has come up quite a bit. Immigration specifically, and they really wanted to hear what they heard from him regarding strengthening the border, about deportations. That's something that they were encouraged, not just in the speech that he gave later, but really his earlier speech at the swearing-in. Libby.
All right, thank you so much, Jorge. Outside of Capital One Arena, as you guys heard, there are jumbotrons out there, some people watching, but certainly not the huge crowds that Donald Trump was hoping for, because everything's been dispersed and sort of split up throughout the day here. Let's go to our colleague Rich Matthews, who's in Eagle Pass, Texas, far outside of Washington, D.C., near the U.S. Mexico border. So, Rich, let's talk about how the Trump administration has already started movement on some of Trump's immigration promises.
Yeah, I mean, one of the first impacts already being seen, the CBP saying that they have shut down the CBP One app. Now, what was that? That was actually an app that immigrants could use to kind of keep in touch with Border Patrol and with the court system, and also make appointments for hearings. In addition to shutting that down at noon today, just as the president was being sworn in addition to shutting that app down and no longer serving it, the CBP says that they have canceled all of the existing appointments that were already set up and used in that app. Now, another thing that we're going to see here, we expect momentarily, is an executive order declaring a national emergency on the southern border. That's more than just a political statement, Libby. Declaring that emergency will allow the president to more nimbly better utilize the military. They could be seen patrolling this 2,000-mile border in the next months. They also could be used in transportation. Of course, the president talking a lot during the campaign in the last few days about that largest mass deportation in history. A lot of logistics required to pull that off, and nobody does logistics like the military. So the president's border czar, Tom Hohmann, has said that you will not see military involved in policing actions going door to door in neighborhoods looking for illegal immigrants. But again, you could see them patrolling the border, used as a deterrent, much as Governor Greg Abbott has used the National Guard as a deterrent here in Eagle Pass and other parts of Texas. Just a couple of the other executive orders we expect. We do expect to see Remain in Mexico return. President Biden ended that policy. Remain in Mexico is exactly what it sounds like. It's really a simple rule. It requires immigrants who are captured or who surrender, seeking asylum. It requires them to stay south of the border while they're waiting on those court hearings to happen. And then also I want to say that Tom Hohmann, President Trump's border czar, he has said quite publicly that the administration is looking at ending not only catch and release, but ending birthright citizenship. Currently, sometimes casually known as anchor babies. Children who are born in America have a 14th Amendment right to be U.S. citizens, but we are hearing that the administration is exploring ways to end that. Also, Hohmann says that he will not hesitate to separate parents and families again, that they will deport even the parents of children born in America, and then that will simply force the family to decide, hey, if you want to be split up or not. Hohmann was in charge of ICE's program, the kind of controversial program under Donald Trump's first administration that led to about 4,000 children being separated from their parents. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich. Let's bring in Nick Miroff, who covers immigration here for the Washington Post. I want to just pick up where Rich left off. So it seems like they may keep families together. They're just going to make the families all go. So talk to us about this idea of just taking everybody out of the country.
Yeah, that's really the kind of vision that Hohmann has laid out, at least so far. He's been asked many times if he plans to bring back a family separation policy, and has not categorically said no, but he said that his preference is for families to leave together. Obviously, they cannot deport U.S. citizens, and so a family with children born in the United States would face a very difficult choice, potentially, whether to leave together as a family, which is where Hohmann has said he would prefer, or potentially split up.
Nick, you've written about how Trump plans to launch this light speed mass deportation. What does that mean in the eyes of the Trump team?
Well, I think we saw it this morning. We were on a briefing with Trump officials this morning, and they laid out went down a list of 10 executive actions that they're going to take today. A lot of it, I want to say, is a rerun of what we saw during Trump's first administration, and we should be really careful about that. We've seen a lot of this before. A national emergency, troops at the border, 1 million deportations, which didn't happen. And so many of these things are familiar, and we are just, getting a kind of whipsaw effect of Trump-era measures that were reversed by Biden that are once more going into effect. I will say this time there are some additional actions that they're contemplating that go farther than anything Trump did the first time.
Like what?
The biggest one we heard this morning is a plan to end birthright citizenship. This is something that they talked about during Trump's first administration but never took action on. We did not see Trump specifically mention this during the inauguration speech, but the Trump officials who briefed reporters this morning said that they will take actions on this, and as many of our readers and listeners know, that will bring them into major conflict with the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which states quite clearly that anyone born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a U.S. citizen. They're going to go after that interpretation of the subject to the jurisdiction thereof part.
What would the process of that be? So Trump can say we're ending birthright citizenship, and then the courts might get involved. But in that gray area or that middle zone, what actually happens?
Well, those are the details that we don't have yet, and we're very curious to see. The two areas that we've talked about where it could potentially come in would be, number one, issuing passports, right? The State Department could potentially deny a passport to a child or baby of parents that don't have legal status in the United States when they apply for passports. The second would be Social Security Administration. Typically now, when as parents in this country know, when a child is born, the hospital helps those families start the process of getting a Social Security number. They would potentially have to direct thousands of hospitals across the United States to no longer do that.
Nick, I just want to mention we're seeing President Trump head over there in the Capitol building to a desk, as you've talked about. As you just mentioned, there's a series of these executive orders he's signing throughout the day. This may be a multi-stage process. At this moment, though, he's about to sit down surrounded by members of the Joint Inaugural Committee, James. So we see there, like Amy Klobuchar, who's a Democrat.
And Chuck Schumer and John Thune chatting. I mean, these are the people that Trump ultimately is going to be dependent on to put in place things that actually last beyond his administration. As Nick is saying, so much of what he is signing is simply reinstituting what he did last time he was president. But if he wants to actually change the statute, he's going to need a very narrow Republican House majority and a little less narrow Senate majority, but still not 60 votes to pass and enact his agenda into law.
So this is a signing ceremony. What exactly Trump is signing, I do not yet know. That may be revealed as the afternoon goes on here. We also know that he may sign some things over at Capital One Arena because they set up a desk there that almost looks like this tiny little desk on the big stage of Capital One Arena. We also know he'll be at the White House later. So this may be part of sort of the showmanship of Donald Trump's day. Let's see if we can hear what they're talking about there. Melania Trump standing behind, frankly, looking a bit ominous, I have to say. I'm not trying to editorialize, but the hat is doing a lot. It's doing a lot there. And then J.D. Vance just has this big smile on his face all day long. He really is.
And appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Okay, so this is really the this
is continuity of government.
Absolutely.
This is standard. Here's the orders of who takes over when what happens.
Yeah.
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments. Commission chairman and acting chairman.
While we watch this procedural step happen, let's talk a little more, Nick, about just what the process here could be. ICE already prioritizes immigrants with criminal records, right? So what is Trump promising that would be different?
Well, Trump, in the inauguration speech, said they were going to go after millions and millions of criminal aliens. We don't know where he got those numbers. The most recent statistics that ICE has put out indicate they have about 600,000 people in this country whose cases they're managing who have some kind of criminal conviction or charge on their record. And Tom Hohmann has said that Trump's supporters are, said that they want to go after that group. But millions and millions, this is the kind of thing that he said when he took office the first time, and they never came close to deporting that many people. The highest number that he was able to deport in 1 year was about 260,000. So we just saw the Biden administration.
I'm just going to interrupt you to say we're just seeing this process go forward, shaking the hand of Hakeem Jeffries, the top Democrat in the House, getting a pen, the Republicans getting pens. Everybody gets a pen, which is part of the process when a president signs a bill. They often give out the pens to those there, but this is really unique because it is this first moment, a first thing signed by the 47th president. Seems to be talking about stagecoaches again.
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
So a reporter asked me if he had a reaction to the pardons that former President Biden did at the last minute, and Trump saying he wouldn't react at this point.
And probably because the reporters who've been standing around waiting for Trump to come do this missed the speech where he spent 10 minutes attacking the pardons and criticizing several of the people who were pardoned, including Mark Milley, Liz Cheney, Cassidy Hutchinson by name.
Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt you as we go through this procedure. So talk to us more about sort of what changes would actually or could actually be happening. What's different?
So this is what we're watching for. Yeah. How many troops are potentially going to the border? What role will the military play that we've never seen in the past? I mean, it's not unusual for National Guard troops to go down and play some kind of supporting role. Historically, they have not found much to do down there. But are they going to send active duty troops? What will their rules of engagement be? And let's keep in mind, the border is quiet right now. Illegal border crossings are at their lowest point in more than 4 years. They're even lower now than when Trump left office. So we have a kind of this juxtaposition of Trump declaring a national emergency when crossings at the border are lower than when he left last time.
What about people who are here right now under temporary protected status? Folks might remember the verbal attacks against the Haitians in Ohio that J.D. Vance lobbed and Trump echoed. There are other people who are here from around the world who have this temporary protected status because of what's happening in their home countries or because of the particular persecution they've faced. What about those people?
It's a great question. So there are about 1.1 million people in the United States right now with temporary protected status. Biden, as among one of his last immigration moves, was to renew their protections, at least covering about 80% of that group, their protections for 18 months. And so I think we can expect, like last time, that Trump will choose not to renew a lot of those protections, and those folks would be required to leave the United States or would potentially be subject to arrest by ICE. But, for the time being, they should be okay. We have never seen a president try to prematurely, withdraw or strip temporary protected status from a group. But, we're into uncharted waters here with a lot of the stuff that President Trump wants to do.
Finally, dreamers, people who are here and have that protected status because they were brought here as children.
I mean, we've seen Trump speak sympathetically to their plight. The estimates are there are about 550,000 who are still protected by the DACA program that President Obama adopted. I don't think they're going to be necessarily a priority for this administration.
To get out, to get rid of or go after in some way.
That's right, especially because of the kind of sympathy that they can generate and the backlash that Trump could see if he starts to arrest a lot of them. But I think, as we've heard Hohmann say before, everybody's basically fair game.
Thank you so much, Nick. Really appreciate reporting on this.
Thank you.
Let's go to video journalist J.M. Rieger outside the White House. J.M.
Yeah, Libby, I mean, what we're kind of witnessing here today, and especially in the second Trump speech and what Nick was just talking about, is a shift in the policy and the politics coming into Trump's second term here. We are expecting to see a significant shift, even though we're not entirely clear, to Nick's point just now, on what this will look like, speaking specifically about immigration, his actions on immigration. What we do know is that it is going to be a shift from the Biden administration. We know that during Trump's first term, they dramatically reduced the number of refugees that were admitted. They enacted a travel ban that they later pulled back on. It was a family separation policy at the border. So the variety of things there, and what they did on the wall was significant. So what he does in terms of resources on that is going to be a wholesale shift, even if it's not to the extent that Trump is necessarily talking about. One other thing I want to point out, Libby, that I thought was of note, and you all were reflecting on it a few moments ago, was how much of that the second speech that Trump gave, that he said at the end he thought was the better of the two speeches, was backwards looking, right? It was talking about his 2020 election loss. It was talking about January 6th. It was talking about his political grievances. And that was a very different tone than what he struck during the inaugural address itself. And the fact that he also focused so much on the preemptive pardons that Joe Biden issued at the very end there, I thought was notable, because it does speak to this moment of political turmoil that we are in. It's a closely divided nation, and it really does key in on the moment that we find ourselves in today.
Thanks so much, JM. You make a great point there about the different tone of the two speeches. What do you think what does that say about where Trump is going in his presidency, right? Because there's teleprompter Trump, and then there's the Trump where he really wanted to go and talk about what he wanted to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that we got him talking about such a wide variety of topics there in that second speech, I think, we can't undercook, right? That gives us, I think, a little bit of a window into how Trump might approach this second term, because he really is presenting two different visions, if you will, here, or pathways of how he's going to approach this second term, right? The one is he previewed that inaugural speech saying it was going to be about unity and strength and fairness, and then he gives this follow-up speech where it's very grievance-filled, and there's a lot of culture war stuff in there. And even the inaugural speech, as a few of our folks have pointed out, it felt like more of a State of the Union speech. So, it reminds me a little bit when in Trump's first term, we were a year or two in, and he was about to give his State of the Union address, and he had given it, and folks at the time were reflecting on, wow, he was really measuring. It was kind of teleprompter Trump, as we've come to know. But then there were all these other things. So getting back to something that James said at the top of the show, which is look at what he does, not necessarily what he says. I think this is kind of a window into that, and gives us some insight into what a second Trump term here might look like.
So true, JM. Thank you. James, we're seeing images of this lunch that's about to happen. As soon as the president gets there, we saw the whole crowd stand up for a moment. Looked like Trump might have come in, but perhaps not. It is a fascinating gathering because you have at a table tech leaders like Tim Cook, the head of Apple, right next to senators and Supreme Court justices.
Yeah, and you saw Mark Zuckerberg holding court with 3 members of the Supreme Court. These really are the most powerful people in the country. You think about Joe Biden's farewell address where he talked about how an oligarchy and the tech industrial complex, and then you see these tech CEOs engaging with the people from all 3 branches of government. And just to give you a sense of what they're eating, it does seem like they've waited to sort of serve the food, but it's going to be 3 courses. There's 200 guests in that room, and there's actually alcohol with each course. So you can imagine maybe some of the Democrats are starting to drink. I guess actually the four drinks. They're starting with sparkling wine from New Mexico. First course is crab cake with Chardonnay. Second course, ribeyes from Omaha with Cabernet Sauvignon. Third course is a Minnesota apple icebox terrine with Corbel champagne. I guess it's not champagne, with Corbel sparkling wine from Sonoma. Champagne has to be from France. So that's the delicious meal that they're enjoying.
And some of them still have balls to attend tonight, so go easy, folks.
Yeah.
if you're streaming our show, they're under the table, much like people watch football games at fancy dinners. Go easy. That's our advice. James, here's the question. What does this room want from Donald Trump? This is such the stakeholders are all so different in this room.
Well, when you think about the cabinet secretaries, they want to be empowered. You know, you're seeing Pete Hegseth there, who is notably drinking.
Who I believe sitting next to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and his wife, Ginny Thomas.
Exactly. He's talking to the justice, and notably, Hegseth is drinking water. He has said he would give up alcohol if he's confirmed to be Secretary of Defense. Some of his former colleagues have said that he had a serious drinking problem. And now it does look like Trump is going to be sort of making his dramatic entrance.
Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. The Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation.
You can see now as they're doing the invocation, Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post, is seated next to John Thune, the Republican Senate Majority Leader. It's not every member of the Senate, but definitely committee chairs are there.
Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies,
you know, this is when you talk about what is it that every group wants. I think Republican senators and congressmen who are in the room really hope that Trump this time is more disciplined. He has the first female chief of staff, Susie Wiles, who's at this lunch, and that they kind of are actually really able to stay focused and not get distracted.
So here's the question. Was Susie Wiles already at this lunch when Trump went down and gave his rambling speech at Emancipation Hall? Was that an off the sort of out of bounds moment, or is that exactly what they think is so successful about Donald Trump?
Well, I think it's what Trump thinks is so successful about Donald Trump, right? I mean, I think that you heard Trump say, you know, he repeatedly referred in that speech as they, them. They told me to cut this out. They told me I couldn't say this. They said to wait until tomorrow to react to Biden's pardons, so not to distract from what I'm doing today. But Trump is Trump. That's why Susie Wiles sent a memo a couple weeks ago to all of the cabinet nominees, and it basically said, cut it out with social media. But of course, that message doesn't apply to Donald Trump, who can say and do whatever he wants.
So this is the first time, or one of the first times, that J.D. Vance is introduced to a room as Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yes, and you know, he's 40 years old. He as Trump was saying, meteoric rise, upward mobility. This is someone who has a potentially long future in politics.
The United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
As the lunch gets underway, let's bring in tech policy reporter Cristiano Lemos-Strong. Cristiano, let's talk about TikTok, which is a major app that so many millions of Americans have. The TikTok ban came and went over the weekend. Let's talk about why it happened and what Trump did in response.
Yeah, sure. I mean, technically, the ban is still in effect. The law kicking in because TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, has declined to sell the platform off. as was required. The president has pledged to save the app. Up until recently, it was unclear what that would look like. And so TikTok had been on course for this ban that took effect. Users saw the app shut down late Saturday night. But Sunday morning, when the president said that he would, in fact, issue an executive order to halt the ban and that would exempt companies from potentially facing liability if they continue to carry TikTok, TikTok said it had received enough assurances to start beginning to restore its services. But we're still waiting to see when the president will actually sign that executive order. Some of TikTok's service providers still have not brought the app back online. And there are big legal questions about what kind of precedent this maneuver could set. And so we're waiting to see how that all will unfold.
Okay, time to do a little bit of fact checking here, Cristiano. So Donald Trump was for the ban. In fact, he encouraged some Democrats in Congress to get on board with it, really talked them into it. It passed the House, the Senate, was signed into law by Joe Biden. So what's changed?
Yeah, that's right. And he tried to pursue it as an executive order during his first administration. Now it's a federal law that he's having to deal with and basically trying to halt that. What a lot of what he's talked about publicly is about how it played such an important role in his campaign. He's talked about how it helped him court young voters and how it was such an important messaging tool. He said just yesterday, that it helped him with that demographic, and so he likes TikTok now. We've also seen reports and done some reporting ourselves on some of the lobbying that has happened in the past year from Republican mega donors that want to see the app preserved and that have a stake in the company. So those are all potential factors here. But it's still a major question, although the app has begun to come back online, whether this is ultimately going to prove successful and the app is going to stay alive in the U.S.
Yeah, let's talk more about the actual practicality of this and what Trump can do as president and what the time frame on that is. Will he run out of runway at a certain point if TikTok doesn't change hands?
Yeah, technically, as I said, the ban is in effect. It took effect on Sunday. It is a federal law. Trump has signaled that he plans to direct his administration not to enforce it so that companies won't be held liable, hoping that those assurances will help them bring the company back. But the law is on the books. And so what he's talked about is giving the company extra time to seek a sale. He's mentioned 90 days as a potential additional deadline. And so that we've yet to see what it's going to be in the final order. But that could give the company extra time to seek suitors. But ultimately, if the company is not willing to sell, we could be in the same position 3 months from now, staring down the ban coming back again.
TikTok CEO Shou Chew is here in Washington witnessing all of this inaugural pomp and festivity. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, the company has allied itself very closely with Trump and his administration in recent days, as he's been, for months now, seen as the likeliest savior of the app and most likely to be able to protect it from this ban. And so we learned early on that he was going to be a guest on the dais when the inauguration was going to be outside. He was there in the rotunda today, seated behind the president. Not quite with the same standing as some of the other tech CEOs, but still a place of honor behind him. When the app went dark, it showed users messages thanking Trump and expressing confidence that he would be able to broker a resolution. The CEO has thanked Trump for his position. And so certainly the company is hoping that Trump is going to be the answer that rescues it. But they face a lot of challenges because this is a law that was passed with broad bipartisan support through Congress. It was upheld to the Supreme Court, and it's a federal law, whether Trump issues an executive order or not.
What do you make of this really big and very visible presence of tech CEOs? The head of Apple, we see Jeff Bezos there, Mark Zuckerberg there. As you mentioned, Shou Chew. What does this say about what Trump is signaling to the tech industry, and what does it say about how they are receiving him broadly?
Right. It's quite stunning and striking. Talking about TikTok, you have the CEOs of Apple and Google, which currently are still blocking the app on their sites, seated just, a few feet away from the TikTok CEO. But all of these executives getting very prominent place by Trump's side. certainly an extending an olive branch of sorts, and we've seen the industry return that to an extent. Meta, and Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg, recently announcing a slew of changes aimed at dialing back some of the content restrictions that they've had in the past, addressing allegations of censorship that conservatives have been leveling for years, including the president, who went after the companies in his first administration over these claims. And so certainly it would have been hard to imagine this his first go around. But we're now seeing them given a lot of access to the administration and, the potential for influence over the next 4 years.
Cristiano, thank you so much. I'm going to be very tuned into all the reporting you are doing in the next weeks and months. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Let's bring in video journalist Joe Snell. He's near the Capitol on Constitution Avenue, overlooking what would have been the parade route, Joe, but in this point has kind of just been the thoroughfare area of all the back and forth to the Capitol of all of these dignitaries. Let's talk about policy. President Trump and former President Biden both claimed credit for the ceasefire that went into effect in Gaza this weekend. Tell us how that ceasefire could be an early foreign policy challenge for Donald Trump.
Yeah, Libby, so we heard Trump mention the Israeli hostages in his speech. After a grueling 15-month war in the Gaza Strip, Israel and Hamas agreed to a ceasefire, and the beginning of that ceasefire was implemented yesterday. And as you said, both Biden and Trump have claimed credit. Trump said that this wouldn't have been done without him being elected. Remember, earlier this month, Trump threatened all hell to pay if the hostages weren't released by the time that he took office. Now, when Biden was asked who deserved credit, he kind of smirked and said, is that a joke? For months, the Biden administration has been involved in these delicate on and off again negotiations. But Biden's team did admit that Trump's threats had some sort of impact. And Libby, it was this unusual partnership between a Biden administration member and a Trump team member that seemed to push this deal across the finish line. Now, we saw the implementation of phase 1 yesterday. We saw the release of 3 Israeli hostages and 90 Palestinian prisoners. The first phase also includes a 42-day ceasefire and the release of 30 more hostages, including 2 Americans. But there's a long way to go to see this deal through. Gazans and Israelis I spoke to after the ceasefire was implemented were excited about the deal. Some Gazans were looking forward to returning home, but they're worried this deal could crumble at any moment. And as you said, this will be one of the early foreign policy challenges for Trump, is to shepherd this deal through to see the release of all the hostages and to make sure fighting doesn't resume.
Thank you so much, Joe Snell, reporting for us outside the Capitol there. Let's go to our colleague Anna Roy now, who's been tracking protest efforts, watching people who are coming out to vocalize against Donald Trump. She's at a protest here in the DuPont Circle area. Anna, tell us more.
Hi, Libby. Yeah, we've been monitoring protests across the district today. Right here in DuPont Circle, where we've ended up, is where one of the largest anti-Trump demonstrations in the district is happening today. This is hosted by the Answer Coalition under the banner We Fight Back. They started up at Meridian Hill Park. We're planning on heading down to Black Lives Matter Plaza, but ended up instead here at DuPont Circle. A range of issues have been highlighted today, from Palestine to labor rights to immigrant rights to women's rights. You see really the broader coalition coming out today. Security has been very tight. We walked down with them down 16th over here, and they were lined on both sides by DC police, other police agencies. So far, things have stayed peaceful and relatively under control, as you can see. DC Police tells me that this is one of 19 demonstrations on their radar today across the district. And obviously, bigger picture, people are out protesting across the country, although things are generally expected to be smaller than they were 8 years ago. And so, I'll be watching both here and more broadly for messaging, attendance, what the issues that are being highlighted are, to speak to a bigger question about what the resistance will look like heading into 4 more years of Trump's second term.
Anna, you were out on Saturday watching as some protest groups were marching through D.C. Who was out on Saturday, and what was their sort of feeling or emotion? Were they feeling sort of energized and focused? Were they feeling more deflated?
Yeah, so on Saturday I was at the People's March, which started in 3 different locations in downtown DC and ended up at the Lincoln Memorial. I would say it depends who you speak to, but overall this was not the Women's March. I mean, from strategy to energy levels, first of all, it was much broader, starting, organizing by issue in those 3 different locations and then converging symbolically at the Lincoln Memorial. Of course, that was different from 8 years ago. But also, frankly, people I spoke with acknowledge that the moment is very different and that they're worried that while they felt motivated enough to come out and be there and seek community, it didn't quite feel like, hopeful optimism and, maybe being like at the beginning of a moment, which is how people seem to feel 8 years ago. I spoke with some people who captured that emotion. Take a listen.
You know what, Anna, we're going to have to play that tape later. Why don't you tell us in your own words what you heard?
Well, I spoke with people who were wearing pink knit hats, clearly a symbol from 8 years ago, and they were able to capture how much of a different moment this is. And so, I think looking ahead, one woman told me how she's talking about moving with her husband, which is something we heard 8 years ago too, but now she said she feels that this might be worse. And so I think looking ahead, something that we're paying attention to at all of these protests with these different groups is kind of what they view as the playbook heading into Trump's second term.
Thank you so much, Anna. What a different moment, as you said, from 8 years ago. Really appreciate you being out there in the cold. Let's bring in our fashion critic now, Rachel Tashjian. It's great to see you in person. James and I are fans, so thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
Let's talk about what's standing out to you in terms of fashion statements so far this inauguration.
Well, I think the hat that Melania Trump is wearing is something that we'll all be talking about for years to come. And also what's notable here is that she's wearing an American designer. The coat and the skirt and silk blouse that she's wearing are by an American designer named Adam Lippis. They were custom made for her. And this is pretty unusual because during the first Trump administration, a lot of American designers refused to work with her. And her stylist had to buy, like many Americans had to buy her clothing off the rack, from department stores. And so it's a really interesting gesture from a pretty significant American designer that he has decided to work with her. And of course, we've also seen Oscar de la Renta has made a couple of ensembles for Usha Vance. The peach look that she was wearing this morning at the inauguration is an Oscar design, as was Ivanka Trump's 2 ensembles this past weekend.
Why is Melania Trump wearing that hat, and what does it say to you? What is it transmitting?
Well, it's interesting to look at the images from 8 years ago. I know that we're drawing so many contrasts today between what we were seeing 8 years ago and today. And I noticed a lot of soft lines, right? I mean, that powder blue ensemble, which was also by an American designer, Ralph Lauren, that she wore in 2017, that was really curved and kind of soft, almost kind of optimistic. This is a lot harder. It's a lot darker. And that hat is really shielding her eyes in a way. I don't know if you saw, but when the president came into the rotunda, he leaned over to give her a kiss, and he couldn't even get under the brim to reach her cheek. So, I think she's really seeing her clothes as a kind of armor, almost as a sort of protection. And that's certainly different from that sort of soft and joyful statement that she was trying to make 8 years ago.
Oh, yep, we just saw the air kiss there.
Yeah.
It's probably safer not to try to get too close to the hat, because it was really angled there. So much is made of what Melania Trump wears as every first lady, but we do think of how she's used fashion to transmit messages, like when she had the jacket on, sort of talking about caring or not caring. She's very aware of how her fashion translates. So how do you, as a fashion critic, think about what's at play as she goes into an event like this, planning and intending to send a message to people?
Well, I think she's really interested in fashion. And that's a big change from the Biden administration. Jill Biden always looked fantastic, but she was someone who really liked to downplay what she was wearing. She would tell a little bit of a story, whether it was an American designer or a female designer, but she was not really interested in using clothes to kind of transmit these messages. And for Melania, her clothing speaks for first for her. And she writes a lot in her memoir, in fact, about how important her clothing choices were to her.
Look at the difference between those two first ladies, just even in their faces, what they're trying to transmit, their hair or their hat. It's just they're trying to say something very different.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Melania, you see that almost, or for me, I see that almost as a hard shell. You know, it's a silhouette that really encases her and also kind of sculpts an hourglass figure in a way. And you can see her using this tool that she's very comfortable with, of course, which is fashion, to protect her in the years ahead, I think.
If I was looking at that shot of the two of them, I would have thought that Jill Biden was married to the victor and Melania Trump not, because she just looked so sort of pleasant and smiley and it's like freer.
Gentle, bipartisan.
But not the case. She's heading off to California, right James? So you mentioned that Usha Vance was dressed by Oscar de la Renta. What is the symbolism or meaning there, and what did you see in what she's chosen to wear?
Well, Oscar de la Renta is a designer, you know, it's an American brand that has dressed many, many first ladies, both Republicans and Democrats. And the designers, Fernando Garcia and Laura Kim, are both first-generation immigrants. And so I think, you know, that might be an important connection for some of the Trump family members. And I think also, you know, Oscar de la Renta may have felt like this is a moment to sort of break away from the partisanship that the fashion industry has experienced over the past, certainly 4 years, I mean, but especially in the past 6 months, and really make a statement of connection and unity. I would imagine that's the idea there. And I think a lot of these designers are also eager to highlight and celebrate American manufacturing and craftsmanship, right? I mean, that's something that is very important to the Trump administration, and that's in part, you know, the reason for some of these tariffs. And all of the designers have emphasized, you know, these are pieces that are made in America. And Oscar de la Renta even shared a video of the lace of Ivanka Trump's dress being sculpted on a machine into the dress. So obviously this idea of making things in America is very important from a fashion perspective.
We can see there what Ivanka Trump and her brother and husband are wearing. Let's not leave out the men, okay? James is not about to steal your job, Rachel, but he's made a lot of the purple tie that Donald Trump chose to wear instead of a red tie. Talk to us about men's fashion and what you're looking for in a moment like this.
Well, certainly the color of the tie is always the first note, right? And I found it really striking that President Trump was wearing a purple tie. I mean, it's interesting because Jill Biden also selected purple, I think in part as a show of unity and of bipartisanship. And you could see the contrast between the two speeches that President Trump gave, you know, the first one, the sort of official address, and then the more kind of like vigorous partisan address that he gave after that, that he was attempting to capture a spirit of unity in that first sort of moment. As for the other men who we saw, I mean, I think it's notable J.D. Vance is wearing a suit made by a Cincinnati tailor. So he is representing, you know, the fashion skills of his home state. And a number of the other men were wearing, you know, the Trump sons. Barron, of course, is now in college and incredibly tall. And a lot of them were wearing these very fitted suits, which I think for a lot of younger men, you know, that is still sort of the standard, as this super fitted suit. To me, seeing them all lined up together, it reminded me almost of looking at like a card of Marvel superheroes lined up, and they're sort of like popping out of their, you know, superhero costumes. Whether or not that's intentional, I don't know, but that's certainly the effect that I had, is that, you know, these kind of strong men who are so large that they are sort of coming out of what they're wearing.
Yeah, I think they'd love to hear that. I think they would like the being compared to Marvel characters.
I mean, the masculinity has been a huge and dominant theme of what Donald Trump's been trying to translate, right?
Yeah, and it is interesting because Donald Trump doesn't wear the skinny, you know, fitted, but so many of those around him do. Even this, obviously there's formality to the inaugural events, but it does feel like Washington is going to become a little bit more formal than it has been the last couple of years. One of the things we heard during the Jimmy Carter memorial service that we covered a few weeks ago was that there was a lot of jeans wearing. Carter would often wear jeans in the Oval Office. Reagan comes in, and immediately the whole city just becomes more formal. Do you anticipate that happening in Trump 2.0?
I certainly do. You know, I mean, this is a family that really likes to dress up. And you can see that when, you know, new figures seem to enter their orbit, they become sort of more stylish in a way. You know, we saw that this happened with Kirsty Noem. We also see this happening with Usha Vance. You know, I've seen her over the past couple of days suddenly blossom into this fashion plate, which is really interesting. But, you know, it's notable. I don't know if you clocked this, but the Arnault family is in attendance at the inauguration. They were in St. John's this morning and seated behind the Trumps on stage in the rotunda. And of course, Bernard Arnault is the chairman of LVMH, which owns Louis Vuitton, Dior. Ivanka was carrying a Dior bag.
I did not clock all of that, so thank you for raising it.
So there are, I mean, I think there's a real interest in fashion and presentation from this administration and from this family that is only going to increase over the next 4 years.
Fascinating. Rachel, thank you so much for coming and talking with us.
We're glad to have you on the beat going forward. Yeah, your job's going to be really important.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Please come back soon. You know, what you're looking at now is a shot of Elon Musk just walking off stage. He's been at Capital One Arena addressing all of these Trump fans who were gathered there. A reminder that a lot of people had tickets to see Trump on the National Mall. Instead, huge lines to get into Capital One Arena, and they're seeing some warm-up acts and speakers. Let's go to our colleague Blair Guild. So Blair, as we just watched Elon take the stage there, I mean, he's been everywhere. He's been very prominent, and we've also seen Vivek Ramaswamy at different parts. Tell us about DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and what Elon Musk's goal is with it.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. So all throughout 2024, we saw Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy moving closer to Donald Trump, moving closer to his sphere as he campaigned. And soon after Trump's election, he announced his intent to create the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE as the acronym, which is a nod to the cryptocurrency backed by Elon Musk. And Trump has, appointed Musk and Ramaswamy to lead the Department of Government Efficiency. I want to clarify that this is not an official government organization, but rather more of like a consulting group that operates outside of the government. The main intent of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is to try and cut huge swaths of staff in different agencies across the government. Ultimately, trying to shrink the government is what the Trump administration is interested in doing here. And Trump has put Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk in charge of this organization, which will advise the White House on its findings in its research targeting these organizations such as HHS, DOD, any agency across D.C., basically, anything with an acronym will be targeted by DOGE. And the goal of DOGE here ultimately is to operate pretty quickly. Trump has said that his intent is to have DOGE conclude their initial research by July 4th, 2026. So ultimately trying to make sure that it's operating efficiently as the government efficiency monitoring system here. And this is something that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are working jointly on. We know that they've hired staff who are beginning work in DC offices, early days here, but we can expect that there will be potential recommendations for cuts to funding, cuts to staffing, and ultimately changing how these government industries operate. Libby?
Blair Guild reporting for us. James, you can see Kash Patel there at Capital One addressing the crowd. That's Donald Trump's pick to lead the FBI if he is so confirmed. So Vivek Ramaswamy seems to be pulling out a bit from DOGE, but was instrumental in getting it, as Blair was explaining, sort of launched and promoted and getting a lot of attention. Let's talk about that relationship. What do we know is happening between Vivek and Musk, and then where does it go from here?
We know there's a couple things. I still believe that DOGE was an effort by Susie Wiles, the incoming chief of staff, to sort of sideline Vivek and Elon to prevent them from getting anywhere near actually setting policy. Vivek Ramaswamy has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in the DOGE orbit. They found him kind of annoying. Ultimately, Trump tried to get Mike DeWine, the Republican governor of Ohio, to pick Vivek for Senate to replace J.D. Vance. DeWine refused to do so, picked his lieutenant governor, John Husted, who actually has a lot more governing experience, former Secretary of State before he became lieutenant governor. And now Ramaswamy's poised to announce imminently that he's going to go back to Ohio and run for governor next year to replace DeWine, who is retiring. You know, it'll be interesting to see what does come of DOJ. Literally minutes after the inauguration, a public interest group called Public Citizen filed a lawsuit basically trying to stop DOJ from doing anything under a 1972 law called the Federal Advisory Committee Act. And basically what that says is if you're an advisory committee to the government, you have to have open public meetings, you have to keep minutes of your meetings, you have to have a bunch of other transparency requirements, you have to be able to have public information requests. So, you know, we know from reporting that Elon Musk is using Signal to communicate with people, that they're not doing record keeping. And so essentially you have these groups coming in and trying to stop DOJ in its tracks. And you know, we'll see. Ultimately, if they come up with a bunch of recommendations, Congress could vote on them, or Trump could take the recommendations as if they were citizens. It's going to be fascinating to watch, and it's worth saying. You know, there's been a lot of hyperventilating about it and what it means, but every president basically does some version of a blue ribbon commission. When Bill Clinton became president, he put Al Gore in charge of a committee to modernize the government that was really quite similar to what DOJ is trying to do. They've had mixed effectiveness. We'll see what it actually does. I think it'll be a fascinating dynamic to watch, but most people in DC that you talk to have pretty low expectations for what it might actually achieve.
You can see the crowd at Capital One Arena. It seems like a pretty subdued crowd. They're getting the warm-up acts right now, but they did just see Elon Musk and Kash Patel, who are Trump foot soldiers. Kash Patel still talking there. They are hoping to see Donald Trump later on today. And sort of this parade that would have happened outside will largely happen indoors, basically, at Capital One. Let's go someplace totally different, Eagle Pass, Texas, where Rich Matthews is stationed today. Rich, let's talk about Trump's new border czar, Tom Hohmann, and what he plans to prioritize first in this new administration.
Yeah, well, Libby, Tom Hohmann's a well-known figure in the world of immigration. He spent 34 years as an agent with Border Patrol and ICE, and then also served as an administrator in those organizations. Somewhat famously, Hohmann oversaw the implementation of that zero-tolerance policy during President Trump's first administration. That policy ended up leading to the separation of about 4,000 children from their families. Now, a little bit differently, lately, Hohmann has been talking about how he would not hesitate to deport the parents of children who were born here in the U.S., forcing those families, rather than the government physically separating them, forcing the families to make a difficult decision of whether or not to leave the children here or keep the family together and all go back to their country of origin. Now, Libby, one thing you need to know about Tom Hohmann is he is very blunt. He says what's on his mind, even if traditionally what's on his mind might be seen as politically incorrect or even political suicide. Sound familiar? Let's listen to a little bit of a speech that he gave this fall in Dallas.
I want to start off by saying if I offend anybody, I don't care. I just don't care. If there's any media in the room, because you always sneak in these events, you write bad stories about the next day, I don't give a shit what you write about me. I don't care. Because I wake up every day pissed off. We got over 2,800 migrants, illegal aliens have died crossing the border, a historic number. 250,000 Americans died from fentanyl, an historic number. So we got a historic number of terrorists coming across, historic numbers of Americans dying, historic numbers of migrants dying. Cartels are making record profits, smuggling people, smuggling dope, and sex trafficking women and children. President Biden's policies aren't humane. They're killing Americans at record numbers, and they're killing aliens at record numbers. I'm not anti-immigration. I'm anti-illegal immigration. President Trump's not anti-immigration. You know, about 3 years ago, the Washington Post did a story on me. And I remember sitting in my office, and my wife comes downstairs to the paper. She goes, "Oh my God, Washington Post did a hit piece on you. Look at this." And the first line of the story was, "Tom Hohmann deports people and is really good at it." I look at it, it says, "A hit." I framed that son of a bitch. It's on my office wall. And Washington Post should pay attention because they ain't seen nothing yet.
And we are already seeing some of the things that we can expect from the Trump administration ×2. We are seeing, we've already seen that the CBP has pulled an app called CBP One that a lot of immigrants use to schedule appointments, asylum appointments. That app has been scrapped and all of the appointments already canceled. We also expect to see workplace raids return. Those workplace raids were stopped under the Biden administration. Hohmann says we'll see them restart. We expect some 10 executive orders signed before we go to bed tonight. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rich Matthews. Let's go to JM Rieger to talk about more about how Donald Trump plans to unfold his agenda. JM, let's talk about what you're watching to see Donald Trump try to do in these first few days.
I mean, the executive orders are going to be central, right, Libby? These orders, these actions, and not only how much is really effective and you know, can be implemented, how much is symbolic, but you really break that down into 3 categories of what he's trying to do right away here, right? Which is immigration, which is deregulation economy, and which is government employees. Trump wants to not only centralize powers, we've done extensive reporting on at the Post, but also so much of this is a loyalty test, right? These confirmation hearings that we've been covering on Capitol Hill, loyalty test, the protections that he says he wants to remove from federal workers is getting folks who are political loyalists into some of these career government official positions, another loyalty test. One thing I do want to mention, Libby, is central to Trump's economic agenda, which he did touch upon, especially in that inaugural address, and a little less so in the remarks that followed afterwards, but is not only this idea of deregulation on economy and drilling and regulations, but also this idea of tariffs. We only heard it mentioned a few times in that inaugural speech, but it is really central to his economic agenda, and it also helps explain why we've seen these big tech CEOs in his presence, because when we talk about regulation, we're talking about AI and crypto, these fields that these folks are in, but also tariffs. All of their businesses would be impacted depending on how Trump carries out these tariffs. He does have broad authority to implement these tariffs. And we also saw in his first term, not only him use tariffs and implement them, but also postpone them at times when his administration in 2018 admitted that the tariffs were having an impact on raising prices on consumers. So how Trump sort of squares that circle, if you will, in terms of this pledge to his supporters to lower prices, but also his pledge to implement tariffs, which most economists, including conservative economists, are warning are going to raise prices on everyday goods, is going to be a key thing that I think will help define some of the economic legacy of Trump here in the second term.
JM, as you talk, I'm seeing your breath because it's so cold where you are, and we're very grateful for you to be perched outside today. Can you just talk to us about what was supposed to be unfolding today, just in terms of the pomp and circumstance and visibility of the new administration, and how everything has changed because of the move indoors?
Yeah, it's... there have been times when the wind has really been blowing and it's been a little cold up here, and then there have been other times that haven't been as bad when the sun's been out here, especially this afternoon. But you can see over my shoulder here the White House in the background, and in front of the White House in Lafayette Square across the street there's a platform that was built for both the press to cover, but also for folks to watch the inaugural parade. That's no longer going to happen because of the weather today. But there are sort of a smattering of folks on those risers there across from the White House, but otherwise those are all but empty. And it is a dramatic shift that's occurred really over the last 48, 72 hours here in terms of the planning and in terms of what this day looked like. And, you know, it's something that Trump is so conscious of the optics in these moments, right? And the fact that they've been able to scramble both with the Capital One parade and Trump's appearance there, but also what happened indoors at the Capitol on such short notice is remarkable that folks were able to turn, because there was a scramble. We knew that folks were scrambling. There was a scramble for tickets to get inside that rotunda and even to get into the overflow room there. But yeah, the weather, I will say, has been varied at times here, but yes, you can see the breath coming out and gives you a sense that it is still, you know, a little chilly up here, but we're hanging in there.
Thanks so much, J.M. Really appreciate it. So, James, we're seeing these speeches in Capital One Arena. We expect to see Donald Trump later on today. But what does the translation of this moment mean, right? Trump is really surrounded by his strongest supporters here. Every president is when they sort of come into office. But where does Trump go from here, and where does his messaging go in terms of whether it's for the MAGA folks, the tech bros, the wealthy Republicans, or all of Americans?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the beginning is clearly going to be, and you saw it from the second speech, migration focused. That's the issue that animates him. I mean, a lot of times you really can tell with a politician at the top level or even like a local level when you're talking to them what they really care about. And I thought one of the most interesting lines from Trump's wild speech in the Capitol Visitor Center was, you can only talk about how the price of apples has gone up so many times. He clearly believes he has a strong mandate for immigration. He has said recently that he does not really have the ability to lower prices, which is honestly what motivated a lot of people to want change and to feel like the country was on the wrong track. And so I do expect that migration is really going to animate this first week. As he said, it has been what has been his #1 priority the whole time that he has been in politics, since he came down the golden escalator. And so you are going to see, I mean, Tom Hohmann is going to have no relation, have a major role. And we've been talking, and I think it's really important to talk about what Rich Matthews is seeing at the border, because a lot of the actions today are really aimed at closing the southern border, even though, as Nick Miroff was telling us, the number of crossings is pretty low. I expect later in the week you're going to see more sort of workplace raids, roundups of people. There was some reporting over the weekend that Chicago was going to be hit with a big raid on Tuesday. It appears that might have changed because it leaked out. So I think that's going to be part of the narrative later in the week. And some of it is, you know, at the very top level, when you say deport criminal undocumented immigrants, that has, you know, basically 90% support. But once you start getting into the thornier issues we've been talking about, does that turn people against Trump? It's clearly what his base wants. I think his base is willing to go pretty far. You'll recall at the Republican convention that people on the floor were literally waving signs that said mass deportations now. So that is what Trump, I think, really cares about as he comes into office, more than a lot of the, even honestly, the culture war stuff, which I think he knows his base cares about, but migration is what he is, I think, really actually focused on.
You're seeing images of Capital One Arena. You may recognize it as a place that the Caps play, that you've seen some concerts over the years or seen footage from inside of. Right now, it is where Donald Trump fans are gathered. And our colleague, Jorge Ribas, senior video journalist, is outside the Capital One Arena. Jorge, you know, there's been a lot of speculation about what Trump might do with Americans arrested for their involvement in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. You've actually talked to some of those defendants. What have you been hearing?
Yeah, Libby. So I went down a couple nights to the D.C. Correctional Facility, where there's a nightly vigil where people in support of some of the defendants that are housed there at the facility come and do prayers, they do speeches. And so I visited a couple times. I talked to some defendants that had been released already. I talked to one father who had two of his children, Benjamin Pollock, who had two of his children, who actually, Jonathan and Olivia, who were arrested and who were currently housed at that facility. I spoke to him about, you know, what he was expecting to see from the new president. This was a couple weeks ago. He told me that he wanted to see on day one the president pardon his children. He was hoping that he would pardon them and then they would be released that day and they could come and enjoy the festivities for the inauguration. I talked to legal scholars that, even if that happened, that's a very unlikely scenario. There's a lot of bureaucratic red tape that needs to go through. They can't just release people that moment. But he was very much in favor of the president doing it on day one. I told him I asked him how he would feel if it didn't happen right away, and that he would be disappointed. That this is why, one of the reasons why he voted, why he supported the president, was to see that happen for his children who were there at the Capitol and who had been filmed and attacking police officers on that day. I also spent some time with another J6 defendant who recently was sentenced to 18 months in prison just this December for 2 felonies. He had originally 4 felonies. He was knocked down to 2. So he would be serving 18 months. He's not yet voluntarily reported to jail. And he also is hoping to see President commute or pardon the sentences for himself. I asked him, actually, I was texting with him earlier, because there's a lot of speculation that the president will do that today. And has he been following the news? He says he hasn't. He's listened to the speeches. He's tried not to follow what's going on. But, it is a complicated issue, Libby. And for a lot of us who covered that day, who were there that day, myself, our colleagues, Rhonda, yourself, anyone who was covering that, and we saw the violence. And this is something that I talked to him about. We were in his kitchen table. We were talking about that. And I saw the violence that was going on that day. And, it brings up a lot of complicated emotions for people who were covering it, people who were on one side of it. So it's a polarizing issue. I'm very curious to see what happens when he does this, what it means, what it means for his supporters, for people who are detractors. And I guess we'll see at some point today whether he comes through with this. This is a promise he's made throughout the campaign, and so we'll see what happens. Libby.
So much, Jorge. Let's bring in James for sort of the latest reporting the Washington Post has on the plans.
Yeah, our colleagues Spencer Sue and Tom Jackman have just reported that President Trump is poised to pardon all nonviolent January 6 defendants and commute the sentences of most or all of those convicted of the most serious charges. This is according to people briefed on the plans. Of course, the plans could change before the pardons are announced. This means that Trump is declining the case-by-case review that had been sought by some of his top advisors. Trump would grant some form of clemency to virtually everyone prosecuted by the Justice Department, from the plotters imprisoned for seditious conspiracy and felons convicted of assaulting police officers to those who merely trespassed on the restricted grounds that day. The department would also, according to our colleagues, dismiss cases against about 300 people that have not yet gone to trial, including those charged with violent assaults, according to these people who have talked to our colleagues. We'll see what ends up happening, but that's a pretty far-reaching move if that is what Trump decides to do.
Definitely go check out the reporting. It was just posted a few moments ago by Spencer Sue and Tom Jackman, because, as James said, really powerful and interesting debrief on just how many people were convicted of what crimes, how many people are still facing court, which it may all go up in smoke if Trump decides that's the way to go forward. Joining us now from Phoenix, Arizona, is Yvonne Winjet Sanchez, who covers Arizona-based voting issues. Hey, Yvonne, it's so good to see you. Let's talk about how Donald Trump's focus on immigration, making that one of his first orders of business, is playing in Arizona and how that might have real impacts.
Sure. Well, thanks for having us. Yeah, Arizona, we have dealt with the immigration issue, the border security issue for decades. There have been a lot of promises that there's going to be some sort of holistic approach to surging resources, to help process folks at the border, for more drones, for more fencing, for more security. And, with the ushering in of Donald Trump, largely with a lot of support of people along the border, voters along the border, at least here in Arizona, people are hoping that this relieves their local communities, their churches, their shelters, their bus stations, of a lot of the people, really, who have flooded it for years and years, largely with not a lot of help. And so there are a lot of law enforcement officials, a lot of local community leaders who are welcoming in action at the border. But there is a lot of anxiety about what that actually will mean. And, as you guys have said, we just don't have a lot of details about how some of this is going to play out.
How are border sheriffs there feeling with Donald Trump sort of coming into power and preparing to enforce these new immigration measures?
Look, a lot of these sheriffs have had great relationships with Trump and his first administration. They would escort him to the border wall as it was, portions of it were sort of being built, or portions were sort of replacing other fencing that had been there for a long time. They welcome Trump. They welcome a very aggressive approach to this problem. But they also want to hold on to their own resources. There is a lot of anxiety about, overburdening their offices and maybe redirecting or using up resources that they need to focus on other issues. So they are in a wait and see mode. There are a couple of sheriffs here who have pretty bluntly said that they have no desire, no intent to cooperate with the incoming administration. So it's really jurisdiction by jurisdiction.
And Yvonne, as you watch sort of your state's political leaders get ready for this momentous change in Washington, how are Democrats sort of walking the fence and trying to not alienate Trump voters? Are Republicans sort of trying to reach out across party lines, or is it really a one-way street right now?
I think we see Democrat people who have really taken a maybe more moderate approach or want to be seen as moderate in their approach to this border issue, because it is a very serious issue. They are casting it as a serious issue and that they want to cooperate with the Trump administration where they find common ground. What is interesting is the fissures that are already deepening within the Democratic Party over, we have U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, newly elected Senator Ruben Gallego. We have a Democratic governor, Katie Hobbs, who's up for re-election in a short 2 years, all trying to, find a way to cooperate with Republicans or demonstrate like a tough on the border sort of message. And that is causing a lot of anxieties with progressives, maybe more similarly minded moderate Democrats who think that they should be taking it to the Trump administration and not working with Republicans or aligning with Republican legislation in any way, shape, or form. So I think some of the same sort of fissures and factions that we saw with Republicans over the last decade or so, we might be starting to experience them with the Democrats, at least here in Arizona.
Yvonne Winjet-Sanchez, thank you so much for reporting for us from Arizona. James, Yvonne brings up the governor's race in Arizona. There are a couple of places like Virginia, like Arizona, that will be watching in just 2 years or a year
this year.
See, that's right, to see how politics are leaning, right? How America's responding to Donald Trump and the House and Senate run by Republicans. There are going to be some early weather veins of that, like
so
Virginia.
Republicans are actually really bullish about New Jersey. Those are the two off here. So Virginia is really interesting because only once since 1968 has the party that won the White House then won the governorship the next year. So it typically swings back and forth. The exception was when Terry McAuliffe won in 2013. But Glenn Youngkin, the Republican governor who just spoke a few minutes ago at Capitol One, he was elected a year after Biden. And in part it was because of a backlash against Biden. So we will get a really interesting sense this year. In Virginia, it's going to be Abigail Spanberger, the former congresswoman, the Democrat against Winsome Sears, who's the lieutenant governor. And in New Jersey,
two
there's
women.
two
Really
women.
Interesting, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one African-American. It will be historic either way. First female governor that Virginia will have. Arizona next year is going to be really interesting because this is a state Trump narrowly loses in 2020, narrowly wins in 2024. Is there going to be backlash to whatever Trump does on immigration? And I thought the way that Yvonne set that up at the end was so interesting because so much of the fighting we've seen within the Republican Party, it does seem like that's poised to happen among the Democratic Party. The other thing is, I remember in 2017, one of the most outspoken people who skipped Trump's inaugural was Ruben Gallego, who then was a congressman from a blue district. It was like Phoenix proper. Now he barely won. He beat Kerry Lake even as Trump for U.S. Senate. Has a 6-year term, but he was. I saw him there at the inauguration because his state is a red state right now, and so he doesn't. You know, it tells you how much things have changed that he was there, you know, politely applauding, but there for the inauguration when he skipped it 8 years ago.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, we're looking at just an outside shot of the Capitol. That lunch, as far as we know, is still going on inside the walls there. Let's talk, Rhonda, about this Congress that Donald Trump will be getting. Who does he get to work with? Who might be a thorn in his side? What are you watching for relationships?
Yeah, I think we're going to be watching this daily and weekly and monthly, of course, as this new administration settles in and figures out its relationship with the legislative branch. On the House side, there is a very thin Republican majority. It's the thinnest it's been for decades, and they really will require, some votes will require Democrats to help Republicans pass things. We know just by watching some of the early moves of this Congress, which gavelled in on January 3rd, so just a few weeks ago, we've seen the influence of the now president, 47th president, and what influence he has with his Republican Party. One example would be during the Speaker vote, when Speaker Johnson was seeking to get the gavel again a few weeks ago. We didn't know that he would win it or if it would go into another round of voting because you did have a faction of Republicans who voted against him. However, Trump made a call to those Republicans. 2 of them changed their votes before the clerk read the vote, and Johnson now is the Speaker. On the Senate side, you have the Majority Leader, John Thune, who right now is sort of enjoying some early victories. One is, we've been talking a lot about immigration. One is the Laken Riley bill. That is an act that has been going through the House and the Senate over the last few days. It appears poised to pass, and that deals with federal rules regarding migrant detention facilities. So that is something that Republicans will likely be celebrating in the first few days of the Trump administration. It may be the first bill he signs, actually. I know he's signing executive actions and orders, but the first bill may be that bill on migrant detention facilities. So on the Senate side as well, though, you do have a slim majority with the Republicans. So we've been talking about and focusing on the confirmation hearings. Last week was Pete Hegseth. Remember, Pete Hegseth, once that nomination goes to the Senate floor, he can only afford to lose 3 Republicans. And we know that some Republicans have felt a little uncomfortable with his background, some of the allegations. So that's just, again, an example that there are going to be some very close votes in this Congress as the Trump administration unfolds its policy initiatives. I would expect a lot of tension at some points. We also will have to go through the government funding bill. You know, I can talk all day about this, but there are going to be some moments you'll want to watch that will show you how this administration is playing ball with this majority Republican Senate and House, but it being a thin majority.
Rhonda Colvin live for us on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, we're seeing the shot now of the west lawn of the Capitol and that beautiful inauguration platform that was set up. Just incredible, isn't it, that it did not get used this year because of the cold. What a shift. How different has this day turned out to be than originally planned?
So different. I mean, when I walked in this morning, you did feel that sense of displacement that people were with us earlier this morning. I talked about seeing senators who seemed like they were just here to do something today, just kind of milling around. And that's not usually what happens during an inauguration. Of course, everything is centered on that west lawn. That's where all the action is happening. But it's now been dispersed throughout the entire complex. So there's some of us in some of the office buildings with the House and the Senate. Some are in the Capitol Visitor Center, which has been closed for a few days to the public, but that's where people usually get their tickets to tour the Capitol. That space is where you saw Donald Trump give that longer 2.0 speech that he gave after his first inaugural speech. So every area of the Capitol has been taken over with people who are just trying to get in to do their work or here as guests. So that really has been a very interesting dynamic to watch unfold. But yes, you're right. That platform is still there. The first nail went in September. There's usually a little bit of a ceremony with the joint bipartisan committee that plans the inauguration when they put the first nail in of the platform. And of course, that platform was supposed to hold 1,600 guests, but they downsized and managed to have about 800 or so folks spread out to watch this indoor inauguration.
Pretty incredible. Thanks, Rhonda. Let's bring in video journalist Blair Guild. Blair, we heard so much on the campaign trail about Project 2025. So talk to us about sort of what Project 2025, what the status is, rather, of Project 2025 and how it might serve as a blueprint for this second Trump term.
Absolutely, Libby. I think you kind of led into that really well with the fact that all throughout the campaign trail, throughout the 2024 campaign season, we heard about Project 2025. Democrats campaigned on this, saying, watch out if Trump is elected. The realities of Project 2025 will play out in his second term. And Trump did try and distance himself from this document, but I want to talk a little bit about what this literally is. It is a 922-page book created by the Heritage Foundation that outlines policy objectives for an incoming conservative administration. So while it's not explicitly written for Donald Trump, you know, in his campaign website, if you're reading the policy positions of Donald Trump, what he kind of advertised to his potential voters on the campaign trail, it's different, but there's a significant amount of overlap between Project 2025 and the policy objectives of Trump and those in his sphere. And I want to talk a little bit more about those in his sphere. Those authors on Project 2025, it has about 38 primary authors in addition to a significant number of contributors. 28 of those 38 primary authors have some connection to Trump in his first administration. And this is truly a wide-ranging document that outlines how to implement a more conservative government that would shift the country significantly to the right. It touches on immigration, it touches on the Department of Education, abortion, any section of life that can be regulated. It's hit on in this 922 pages. And to talk about that overlap between Project 2025 and Donald Trump's own policy objectives, like I mentioned, a lot of these authors do have a personal connection to Donald Trump and have previously worked in his administration, but also, some of it even quotes directly. Project 2025 says that it aims to reinstate all of the Trump immigration policy from his first term in 2017 onwards. So these are some pretty consistent conservative messages from the Heritage Foundation that has a significant amount of overlap with Trump. And, you know, policy objectives do not get implemented alone. There has to be a lot of backing and the key players behind these kinds of movements to make sure that these things play out and go into place. So it's a blueprint for what a conservative administration may look like, and it's something that I'm going to be watching over the course of the next 4 years. Libby?
Thanks so much, Blair Guild. Let's go to J.M. Rieger. You know, J.M., so much of it is about who you put into place and how much overlap there might be with the people who were supporters or advocates of Project 2025 or other plans. We are seeing the Trump team come in with so much more of an organized blueprint for what it wants to be doing than we saw 8 years ago. What are you watching?
Yeah, I mean, Blair was just touching on it, but a lot of this talk about, you know, Project 2025 and whatnot, Trump has floated some of those policies in his own words, right? He talked about eliminating the Department of Education. Trump himself has called for that. That's a central part of Project 2025. Some of the immigration stuff Blair was just talking about, Trump's talked about those things. Schedule F, which is this government government workers and making some of them reclassified as political appointees. It's in Project 2025, but Trump's also talked about it himself. And Rhonda was talking just a moment ago about the dynamics up on Capitol Hill with these nominees. Russ Vought, one of the primary authors of Project 2025, is Trump's nominee to lead the Office of Management and Budget. So, yes, you need the personnel in place for these things, but a lot of this he has talked about doing himself, and as we've reported on, Libby, a lot of this he's trying to do unilaterally through executive actions, executive orders, and through new agency policy, interpretation of laws and whatnot, new government rules. How that all plays out, obviously, will remain to be seen, but I want to add on to something that Rhonda was talking about, which is, unlike in 2017, we've been drawing these contrasts all day today between what today looks and feels like, the differences, the similarities compared to the first Trump inauguration. One key difference is he has far slimmer majorities, especially in the House of Representatives, where Republicans can only afford to lose a vote or two depending on an attendance on that vote, on that particular vote. And when you talk about something like eliminating the Department of Education, that would require an act from Congress. So some of these things, unless they can change their strategy a little bit, it's going to be interesting to see if and how they can implement some of this stuff with such narrow majorities. And the same goes for DOJ, right? It's an unofficial, it's not a government agency. It would require an act of Congress to become a government agency. And at this point, there's no indication that there's going to be a vote to put that in place. So as we're talking about some of these things, I just want to circle back to something James was mentioning earlier in the broadcast, which is it's important to keep an eye on what Trump and listen to what Trump is saying, but also, more importantly, what he's doing and what he can and can't do.
Thanks so much, JM. Let's bring in Deputy Polling Director Emily Guskin. Emily, welcome to the set. I know you and your team have been very busy today working with a focus group to get their reactions to Trump's inauguration speech. Before we talk more about the findings, tell us about the group so we can understand the results better.
Yeah, so we reached out to we recruited 26 people to talk to us today while they watched the speech. So we had them log in a little early to make sure they were there, and in advance they sent us photographs of themselves, so we were able to get drawings of them, which I think gives a little more personality to the piece. And we asked those 26 people questions throughout the speech and asked them what they thought about what they were hearing. And we got responses from them in real time, and we're able to share that with readers. And it's still on our website now, even though the speech is over, but you can look and see what people said throughout the speech.
So what stood out to you as they reacted in real time to Donald Trump's speech?
One of my favorite questions we asked at the end was, in one word, how did Trump's speech make you feel? And while 5 people said hopeful, 3 people said concerned, 2 said disgusted. So we saw like a pretty large range of opinions. We tried to choose people who voted for Trump and voted for Harris, and some who didn't vote at all, to get different folks out there. We heard words like encouraged and fearful, chaos, cautious. So a real variety of one word that described what they felt.
So among the people that you were in communication with as the speech was going on, how much confidence did they express in Donald Trump?
We asked them how confident they were in Trump to make the right decisions for the country's future. And eight of them, sorry, I'm very used to speaking in percentages, because most of our
massive
things
surveys,
are huge surveys, and this was just a few people, so we can't speak in percentages. But 8 said that they had no confidence at all. 5 said they had just some confidence. 5 had a good amount of confidence, and 8 said that they had a great deal of confidence. So it really ran the gamut there, quite evenly spread out.
Do go on the Post's homepage, look at this survey, because it is fascinating, James, to hear in real time how people react. James, what are you especially interested in? Is it the words? Is it the feeling that they got?
I think it's the feeling. People remember how Trump made them feel, and the way a lot of people get their information in this day and age is the clips. And I think you can kind of pick your own adventure. If you want to hear the teleprompter Trump at the first inaugural, if you want to hear the unplugged MAGA Trump in the Capitol Visitor Center, you can hear what you want. If you don't like Trump, you latch on to him talking about some of the zanier stuff. If you are really care a lot about the immigration issue, there was plenty of red meat there, or the culture war. It'll be fascinating to see the clips that Fox takes in primetime tonight versus MSNBC, for example, because I do think so much of politics, unfortunately, a lot of other places has become kind of pick your own adventure, and it's like ships passing in the night.
And a lot of people don't necessarily tune into inaugurations. So these people we recruited, we asked them an open-ended, and we said, "What are you looking for?" And some of them mentioned they'd never watched an inaugural speech before.
Yeah.
So
especially we've talked a little bit about how it's MLK Day, right? And the next inauguration that coincides with Martin Luther King Day is until 2053, and I wonder if some people maybe watched that wouldn't have watched normally because they have the day off work, or they did a 3-day weekend. It's hard to know. We're so in this, that I don't know how regular people.
Exactly.
Yeah. Emily Guskin, thank you so much. What I'd also love to hear, James, is what these people's reaction were to the second speech that Trump gave, and he himself was really contrasting it a lot. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for more on that. Rhonda, Trump kind of gave 2 inauguration speeches today, and as James and Emily were talking about, it was almost like you could find what you wanted, perhaps in the range of what Trump was saying. Can you contrast those 2 speeches he gave for us?
Yeah, the inauguration speech in the swearing-in ceremony, that felt more, I think we've said, like a State of the Union address. Although I think it did have off-the-cuff moments where he was speaking very candidly, didn't appear to be looking at the teleprompter as much, and then he kind of brought it back at the end in more of a traditional tone. But then there was that second speech, which it felt like the way he was describing it is the true speech that he wanted to give. However, advisors and those close to him told him not to bring those things up in his swearing-in speech. So there were sort of 2 dynamics at play this afternoon with those 2 different speeches. In the first speech, we did hear him air some grievances, talk about the outgoing administration, and saying falsely that they did not help those in North Carolina or in California, those folks who are suffering from the wildfires there. And he said he would correct all of this once coming in. He said a lot of concerning things about plans that he has to undo DEI programs and initiatives. Drill Baby Drill was also a part of that first speech. But, all of it together does show that there are different shades of Trump that you get. And you were just talking to Emily, who I think that was such a fascinating story. She was talking about all the different things that people picked out. And it does show that it's kind of in the eye of the beholder, that if someone wanted to hear Trump on his plans on immigration because they believe that the United States needs to be firmer in immigration, then they found a Trump for that. But then they also found an angrier Trump who is still upset about January 6th and the 2020 election. So again, it was odd, and again, a part of a day that really was unanticipated. You would probably never have a moment in an inauguration day where the president would give such a lengthy speech after his first and formal speech at the swearing-in service. So it's very interesting to see how people are responding to it. I'm sure in the coming days we'll even hear more how people responded to what they heard from Trump.
Yeah, a great point, Rhonda. Not the typical way that this usually goes. You're seeing images there of this luncheon that looks to be wrapping up, James. We just saw the chairs of the Joint Committee, Senators Jeb Fisher and Amy Klobuchar, is now up there at the microphone. This is all part of the tradition, this Capitol luncheon. Everything else, though, is really different because of the changes in the weather. Instead of seeing that parade go up Pennsylvania Avenue, we anticipate the president heading over to Capital One Arena today, and there's been like warm-up acts there and a process going on there where Trump supporters have been able to watch, but it's sort of still unfolding, and it's sort of still a question mark as to how exactly the TikTok of it all is going to go.
It's going to be fascinating. I mean, there's so many things. 7,500 people were supposed to march in the parade today. Capital One Arena, where the abbreviated parade is going to happen, only fits about 20,000 people. We've heard from a bunch of marching bands who were told that they couldn't accommodate them, and so they had to go home. The one school in Missouri, where they were out $60,000 from bringing everyone here, and the kids didn't get a chance to perform. As they're doing these toasts here, this is obviously the traditional thing. You just saw the pictures they have. They give portraits, the pictures that they get developed. I remember watching the 1992 inauguration.
Wait, it's like a picture from today.
From today, no.
Right.
And
like
as I was going to say,
quickly, yeah.
I remember watching Bill Clinton's inauguration in 1993 as a little kid and being so impressed that they could get a printout of a picture and get it framed so fast. I vividly
like
remember
picturing
that.
someone sprinting to
Exactly.
CVS to print it off. Yeah, but technology has grown. I mean, they got all these tech guys in there. I'm sure somebody was able to do some tech wizardry to get that printed out. Let's go to J.M. Rieger. J.M., as we're watching these toasts and speeches happen at the Capitol, you are over there outside the White House where so much transition has been taking place today as everything is swept out from the Biden administration and everything is brought in for the second Trump term. Talk to us about what this week will even look like and feel like as Donald Trump really assumes the presidency.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite the turnover, as it always is. I mean, in many ways, there's a kind of vibe shift that goes on, right? When Trump was sworn in at noon, the White House website turned over, and so if folks were to go to the White House homepage in the 11 o'clock hour today versus the 12 o'clock hour, they would have seen something totally different. The way that releases are put out to us in the press is going to change, as it does sometimes from administration to administration. And even things like the press briefings, other things of how, Trump likes to go and sometimes hold these impromptu, what we in the press call gaggles, but they're kind of exchanges either with other members of his administration or with the press, with a press camera on there that's being broadcast out. Trump likes to do those, or did like to do those in his first term a lot. So even some of those day-to-day dynamics we might see change significantly here. And all of this and everything we've been talking about, Libby, I think really reflects the political moment that we're in. We were just talking about this focus group, and so many folks in America in this past election said that they thought the country was on the wrong track. So some of this may be, unorthodox in terms of, we're talking about that second Trump speech he gave today and how long that was. And some of this may be a reflection of the moment of kind of political turmoil, if you're in, and that we're in, and the division that we're seeing in the country. But a lot of this, is meant to sort of resonate with his supporters, and he talks about this idea of unity and trying to extend an olive branch to other Americans as well. But I think all of those things we're sort of seeing manifest today in different ways. I think the key question for us at this point is, both this week but also in the months ahead here, first 100 days, let's say, what do we actually see take place, right? We're talking about all these executive actions that he wants to take. How many of those are tangible? How many are more for show? And what is he really trying to do and get done in that time? Because they put out a pretty broad agenda, but what often happens with presidents is they have a lot of political momentum and political capital, as we say here, coming into office, but that starts to fade over time. And after the first 100 days, after the first year or two, it gets much harder to get things done. So what does the Trump administration do to sort of set themselves up coming to office, trying to get their agenda through? I think is the key question.
Yeah, great questions, J.M. Let's bring in Jeff Stein, White House economics reporter. Jeff, thank you so much for coming in. James and I were talking earlier about Doge and how there's already a lawsuit just hit right away against Doge. Tell us about who's trying to sort of push back against Doge and what's their agenda.
So since the Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge, named after a meme coin, was first started by Trump right after the election, there's been this sort of big question overhanging it, which is, what is this thing, right? Because we know how government agencies work. They come up with proposals, they take them to Congress, they debate on them, and we know how sort of private think tanks operate. They have funding from private donors, they make up recommendations that gets taken to the president. This has existed in this weird legal limbo where Musk has been saying, I'm kind of an advisor, I'm kind of outside the government, I'm kind of inside the government. The Doge people have been embedded inside the government, but they're also not government employees. So it's raised this question of who is calling the shots here and what does it actually mean? And so we broke the story this morning that a public interest group is filing a lawsuit against Musk Vivek Ramaswamy and others who are involved in the effort to say, if this is going to be a sort of government commission that's giving advice in this way, it has to follow certain rules, rules that include meetings that have to be disclosed, fair representation and balance on their membership, public meetings so people can go and attend and listen to what's being discussed. That is not something that Musk and Ramaswamy and Trump are ever going to entertain.
I mean, even communications needs to be done in a transparent way so that if like a FOIA is sent later, or I mean, if you're sending stuff on Signal, where's the record of business and transparency, right?
And it's very clear that Musk regards all this as like nerd Washington stuff that he thinks is kind
Instead of like laws. Right, sure.
Nerd Washington stuff.
I think that is like the attitude of the Silicon Valley guys, where they're like, I'm going to come in and there's a rule called FACA. Like the whole, it sounds boring. Like this guy like wants to go to Mars. Like the last thing he cares about is the 1972 whatever. You know, like he thinks of himself as beyond this clearly, and that this is sort of part of the sclerosis that they see as restraining American innovation and dynamism. But as you're saying, Libby, this is a law, right? So like, is he going to have to comply with it? Or is the court going to say, actually, that's whatever you want to make of it? So it's a question that, that hangs over so much of what the Trump administration is doing.
But that brings up the question, though, of like how much of what Musk is going to be doing with Doge and other efforts is really inside the government, or is it just really outsider? Like, what is the framework, James, and how much heft will there be in any recommendations or decisions that come out of it?
Well, the way it was originally sold, it was going to be super influential. Originally, Elon was saying we're going to cut $2 trillion in spending. I think one of the things to watch is, where does Elon get an office? does he actually have an office in the Eisenhower Executive Office building, or is he working out of SpaceX's office in D.C.? How much FaceTime does he get with Trump? We know at Mar-a-Lago he's been renting like a $2,000 a night room, and he's had a lot of proximity to power. Does that continue now that Trump really is encased in this bubble that is basically, the presidency? And so a lot of it, the influence, even more so than in a cabinet department, really depends on whether Trump wants them to be influential, and also whether congressional Republicans are bought in. So far, they have been. I mean, Joni Ernst created the Doge Caucus. She has had meetings where Elon has come and talked to members. But it's one thing to have enthusiasm. It's another to get 60 votes in the U.S. Senate to do things like eliminate the Department of Education.
Yeah. So on the flip side of that, of like saving the money, is spending the money. And Jeff, some of the things that Donald Trump is saying he wants to do right away, like mass deportation, building up the troops at the border, will be so expensive. Tax cuts, it has to get paid for somewhere. How is Trump talking about the national debt and the economy?
My understanding from sources on the Hill and elsewhere is that Trump really thinks the tariffs are going to solve the revenue problem. And that is a very big thing for American markets, for global markets, for countries all over the world, for American manufacturers all over the country, and people who buy food from other countries or things from other countries, which is, I think, pretty much everyone. Trump has, and he reiterated it again today, has this idea that the heyday of American growth and power and sort of financial stability was under President McKinley in the late 1800s. And Trump has said that America was the richest it's ever been under McKinley, which is not true, but he is onto something, that if you increase tariffs to the degree that he talked about on the campaign trail, you could raise trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, and that is potentially an important revenue source that he could use. Of course, what does that mean for inflation? What does that mean for domestic prices? That's where.
What does it mean?
It means that they go up, basically. Yeah. But he's not wrong that if he dialed that button up all the way, that you would see meaningful revenue.
It is really interesting. We have reporting that there were some executive actions that Trump was going to take on day one that he decided not to at the request of House Republicans because they wanted pay-fors things that they could, like rolling back some of Biden canceling student loan debt, so that they could call that a way to pay for some of these tax cuts. Obviously, Jeff's into the nerd Washington stuff for us. He helps explain it, but who decides what's a effective pay for, all the fights over the Congressional Budget Office, dynamic scoring, a lot of terms people are going to learn again as the reconciliation bill comes up and you have to cover it.
I mean, what you just put your finger on, I think, is sort of my understanding of the core debate happening right now between Republicans on the Hill who say, we may not like the tariffs, but if we're going to do them, let's get credit for them in that reconciliation process when they're trying to pass their tax cut. If we're going to do these huge tariffs and get all this money from them, let's say we're doing that and then using that money to pay for our tax cuts. The problem from Trump's perspective is that it could take months for Republicans on the Hill to get their act together. And by then, Trump will have wasted, from his perspective, months and months without imposing these tariffs that he wants. So there's this interesting timing sequence in question that has huge reverberations for people's prices at the grocery store.
We're watching this luncheon break up. There is yet more to come, though, in the day of Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. Normally there'd be the parade, but instead they'll be heading over to Capital One Arena, and we'll see some of the entertainment happen there. We do also expect Donald Trump to sign more executive orders. They have a sort of desk set up there at Capital One that we assume will be used to do the pen and paper thing that Donald Trump has projected he will be doing throughout the day today. And then he may indeed do more once he gets to the White House at the end of the day later on. Jeff, you've been looking at these executive orders that Trump is hoping to target the federal workforce with. First, remind us where the federal workforce is, because I think some of the folks who view this all as like nerd policy think they're all here in Washington, D.C. Where are federal workers and how could they be targeted?
Yeah, they're all over the place. Utah, there are IRS offices, there are federal workers in every state in the country. And yes, I mean, the Trump administration has been very clear that they want major changes to the nation's over 2 million federal workers, and in particular, their ability to be reclassified, redesignated, put in different places. They're taking aim immediately at the diversity and inclusion initiatives that Biden and others have pushed over recent years. The Trump administration, we reported in the story, has also been looking at rescinding collective bargaining authority for the federal workforce. Is a huge issue, obviously, for many of our readers. These are rights that these workers, in many cases, spent decades fighting for. And the core of this question is the Trump administration view much of the federal workforce as deeply antagonistic, liberals hostile to their entire project. And yet there's this undercurrent among the workforce that is going, the more antagonistic and hostile the incoming Trump folks are to what they do, the harder it actually might be for the Trump people to do what they want to do. Because at the end of the day, the federal workforce is still essential for carrying out even things that are viewed as conservative. To rescind a regulation, it might sound like you just strip it. You actually need qualified government bureaucrats to do that physical sort of labor and that work. And so my sense is actually that there are people in the Trump orbit that understand this dynamic, that they can't just go in guns a-blazing and burn down any relationship with the federal workforce, because that could inhibit their ability to do DOGE and tariffs and other things. So I think that's one of the biggest stories, because it could really redefine the balance of power here in Washington.
Jeff, stay with us. I want to bring J.M. Rieger in on this conversation, because J.M., you've been looking at a lot of the rhetoric and planning that folks who plan to work in the Trump administration have been laying out in terms of everything they would do in terms of at the FBI, at the Justice Department, but also in terms of what they do to federal workers.
Yeah, and we know that one of these executive orders that's being floated out there that Trump tried to implement, he did implement, but it got held up very quickly in court at the end of his first term, was this idea of Schedule F, which is reclassifying tens of thousands of federal workers as political appointees rather than career officials. And what that does potentially is allows Trump to install political loyalists, political appointees into those positions. So Jeff was just talking about the importance that all these workers play in kind of the fundamentals of government, if you will, which I think is such a great and crucial point in all of this, because Trump is talking about a really broad and sweeping agenda. And when we talk about the economy and he talks about things like deregulation and things like tariffs, he does need folks in government to implement those things. And again, I think it explains so much of kind of what we're seeing. We've been talking about how we saw those tech CEOs kind of prominently positioned at the inauguration today, and all this kind of, I think, explains a lot of how Trump is coming in. But I do think he's going to potentially hit some roadblocks here, depending on how they go about this, because some of these things are going to require congressional action, as much as he's talked about trying to do as much unilaterally as possible.
Thanks, JM. Jeff, one final question for you. We just saw Jeff Bezos, owner of the Washington Post, and his fiancée head into Speaker Mike Johnson's office there in the Capitol. Barron Trump just went in there. Oh, there's Bernie Sanders, not in his gloves this time. We all remember how he was like a meme last time in the winter gear outside of the inauguration. What are you going to be watching in terms of economic policy in this relationship between these tech CEOs and leaders who were so prominent today, as JM said, and the Trump administration and Congress? Because there's been a lot of tension, and now Trump is sort of paving the way for them.
My colleague Faz had an amazing story a couple weeks ago about how Elon Musk spent about, and forgive me if I get these numbers a little wrong, but he spent about $270 million on Republican causes during the campaign. His net worth since went up by about $200 billion.
Since the election.
Yeah.
Wait, say those numbers one more time.
So the return on investment.
Not $200 billion, by maybe $2 billion. The return on investment was astronomical.
Wow.
I think it's
maybe it was $200 billion. As I said, I was like, that can't be right.
No,
$200 billion, but
Tesla stock went up
right.
a lot of,
Yeah, 200. So it was more than a tenfold return on investment, and so there's a reason for that, right? What are the things that Musk is going to call back for that investment? And we've already been reporting, along with others, about his influence on the electric vehicle policy that the Trump administration is going to pursue, that Musk says disproportionately benefits his competitors. Obviously, SpaceX and other federal contracts. We know that that Musk has been pushing hard on the part of the federal government that regulates self-driving cars, to have looser regulations around that. Bezos obviously also has tons of money at stake in what the federal government does, and that obviously helps explain his actions here. So no, it's a huge story, and as you're saying, the tax bill, which most nonpartisan estimates found in its initial form was disproportionately weighted for the top 1%, is something that they will also be looking for a return on.
I'm going to read to you the first line of this story by our colleagues Faz Siddiqui and Trisha Tadani. Elon Musk's net worth has climbed by more than $200 billion in 2024, a massive increase. He spent at least $277 million backing Donald Trump. So million versus billion, it really is a shocking return on your investment.
Almost unbelievable. I didn't believe myself.
Yes, you were. Trust yourself, Jeff.
No, that can't be right.
$200 million.
Jeff, we trust yourself as much as we trust you. Yes, it is shocking, though. It is a shocking amount of money.
Unbelievable.
It really is unbelievable. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thanks,
really
guys.
appreciate all your reporting. Let's go to Rhonda, who's there at the Capitol complex where that lunch has just broken up. Rhonda, it really is astounding to think about all the influence that the tech CEOs have right now at this moment, how they're getting an ear from Donald Trump. Donald Trump's, able to get their ear as well. And just even the influence alone that Elon Musk has brought to the table through buying Twitter, now known as X, is really almost like hard to put a price tag on, truly. What are you going to be watching on Capitol Hill in terms of laws and regulations on everything from TikTok to other tech industry products?
Yeah, that is something that I think we all should be keeping a close eye on because it's such a pivot. I believe I've mentioned earlier today how I remember last January I covered a very long Senate Judiciary Committee hearing where all these tech CEOs, most of them were in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. There was the head of TikTok. There was Mark Zuckerberg. There was the head of Google who were in front of senators. And both Republican and Democratic senators went after them. It was one of those rare bipartisan moments where you saw tough questions coming from these senators. And there was so sort of this coalition on the Hill against sort of, the tech world, big tech. To see that kind of shift in a year and also see that perhaps these folks will have influence over laws or have the ear of the executive branch, that is really notable because it is a very big shift that happened, within a year's time. So I'll be looking at if there are any, moves or discussions talking about Section 230. That's the part of U.S. code that addresses what internet companies can and cannot do. It's been a target for both Democrats and Republicans for different reasons, but I'm wondering what this incoming Republican administration in the White House and the slim majorities in the House and Senate would be able to accomplish on that question, if there's going to be any talk on that. I think it is really notable, and I know we've been saying it throughout the day, about how these leaders of these big tech companies have had such a central role in today's events. In fact, when this was outside, there was reporting that they would sit on a special dais, a special stage with Trump. So they were getting prime seating, and I believe they had prime seating today in the rotunda, but it really signals a big shift. One thing to note, too, in the discussion you all had about Doge and Musk and Ramaswamy, I'd also point out, too, that the creation of czars, the use of czars, Trump has named folks who are czars, like Tom Homan, who will be border czar. He also talked in his speech earlier today about creating the External Revenue Service that will collect tariffs from foreign companies. That's really important to look at because all of those things are things that are not a part of the Constitution. They do not require congressional oversight. So I do think any moves by Doge or any moves by czars are going to be potentially targets for Democrats as well as perhaps Republicans too on the Hill when they start seeing conflict between what their jobs are, what the agencies that are set up to do, if there's any conflict there between these created positions, essentially, in the Trump administration. So that is something to keep a close eye on, is all of these roles and pseudo-agencies created that could possibly skirt congressional oversight.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. We're going to be with you in just a moment as we see the troops gathered there in Emancipation Hall. Let's go to Anna Liss-Roy, though. At this moment, Anna's been tracking protests in the Washington area today. Anna, what's the scene like at DuPont Circle?
Hi, Libby. Yes, I'm still here parked at DuPont, but one of the only ones now. The story is that things are actually pretty quiet here. Believe it or not, in about an hour ago when I last checked in with you guys, the circle was pretty filled up with a couple of different demonstrations that were happening, covering a range of issues from Palestine to women's rights to LGBTQ rights, again, held by a couple different groups. Now the last of the stragglers actually are just clearing out. Until about a second ago, there was still music playing as, they were trying to keep energy high down to the last few people. And it captures this vibe of this joyful resistance that has kept coming up today, where people here are braving the cold. They're proud of themselves for braving the cold, especially in contrast with the president who ended up holding on inauguration inside. That was something that kept coming up. I spoke with one person who said, he really wasn't involved with protests under Trump's first term, but he's been mobilized now with Trump being reelected, and he hopes that that will be the case for other people too. An organizer I just spoke with a few minutes ago said the theme for the next 4 years, hold him accountable. Libby.
Thanks so much, Anna. Rhonda, we're going to be seeing the first honor ceremony take place in Emancipation Hall in just a moment. Remind us, the president is the commander-in-chief. What do those words mean?
Well, he's over the U.S. military, so this is a part of the day. And we've seen a lot of service members from all branches of the government be a part of the inauguration, and that's typical, across all inaugurations to involve our men and women in uniform. So this is yet another part of it. There's been the review of troops. If people tuned in yesterday, the president and new vice president were at Arlington Cemetery, where they lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldiers. So there really is a part of the pomp and circumstance of this day does involve the U.S. military.
Rhonda, Congress already kicked into gear a couple of weeks ago. What are you going to be watching for as they try to get down to business here in the next couple of weeks now with Trump as president? What's on the agenda?
Well, I think in the immediate future, I think what people can expect is potential fights and negotiations over a funding bill, government funding bill. That was something that, if you remember, in December, the House and Senate had planned to pass a CR to get a vehicle to fund the government until March, until the Trump administration became in effect. But if you remember, Musk as well as Trump announced that Republicans should stop those efforts, and it put everything in a bit of a scramble where there was a day where we did not know if the government would head into a shutdown. But that fight will likely be renewed soon over the next government funding bill. So I would expect that to be something that will make a lot of news soon. I think there's also going to be a lot of immigration policies that will be coming out soon. There is one, the Laken Riley Act, that was named after the Georgia woman who was killed by an undocumented man. So that is something that we're likely going to see pretty soon.
What we're watching right now is the first honors ceremony. President Trump will be coming there in Emancipation Hall to witness this, all part of the pomp and circumstance of this moment and part of the tradition. You know, JM, there's already a battle brewing among Republicans about just what to do first, taxes or immigration or a combination of both.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is one of the crucial first tests for Trump in the White House here is what is their strategy on this? Because Trump comes into the White House here in his second term with one of the narrowest House margins in history. Depending on the attendance of the vote that day, they can only afford to lose one or two Republicans. And then once they fully fill the House back up, so a few members have left here, one being Matt Gaetz, so there are some vacancies. Once those vacancies get filled later this year, they can still only afford to lose a handful of votes. And as you mentioned, Libby, there's basically there's two different approaches on the table right now. House Republicans have proposed putting immigration, some energy deregulation measures, and a tax bill, among other agenda items, all into one big bill and passing it hopefully sometime this spring is their goal, and maybe to the president's desk for signing as early as May, Memorial Day timeframe. Republicans in the Senate, at least some of them, have proposed splitting those bills up, trying to get immigration, security, energy deregulation in an early bill and then wait for the tax policy and do that later in the year. The Trump tax cuts that he passed in this first term expire at the end of this year. So that's a big priority for Trump. But how Republicans approach this could be very, very important here. Our viewers might recall back in Trump's first term, they spent months, they being Republicans spent months trying to repeal and replace Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. Ultimately failed, and it wasted a lot of time and political capital for Republicans. They were able to get tax cuts in at the end of 2017, which are the tax cuts I just referred to that expire at the end of this year. But that Trump was not able to get another major legislative thing through to the magnitude that we're talking about here in terms of what he wants to do on immigration, what he wants to do on energy deregulation, and what he wants to do on tax policy. So this is going to be a big first test, I think, for the Trump administration. We've been talking a lot about these executive orders, which are very important, especially the ones that have teeth to them, if you will, where there's really actionable items that come out of it. But the other test here is going to be on the legislative front, because the other thing they have to do, Libby, is there's a shutdown that will occur in 53 days here. The government runs out of money. On top of that, we've got a debt ceiling that the government's going to hit. The Treasury Department's already taking what's called extraordinary measures to make those payments, those debt payments. So these are all things that he's going to tackle here. And on top of all this, as if there weren't already enough on the plate of this administration as they come into office here, what is the Congress, what is the Trump administration going to do when it comes to disaster relief with those fires in Southern California? All of this is going to be on the table as Trump now comes into the White House, and how he chooses to tackle these items strategically from a political standpoint could really set the tone for the next 4 years.
We'll be watching the first honors ceremony taking place here in Emancipation Hall.
Attention.
Trump inspecting the troops in this ceremony moved indoors because of the weather. James and now the President and First Lady are preparing to leave the Capitol.
Yeah, quite a scene normally would be outside. The pomp and circumstance, the military inspection. When he came into the room, he entered to hail to the chief, and the origin of that is that Julie Tyler, who was John Tyler's wife, instructed the Marine Band to play it for her husband when he was inaugurated as president following the untimely death of William Henry Harrison, the 9th president, a month after he gave his record-long inaugural address, came down with a cold, and a lot of people didn't want to acknowledge that the vice president was the president. They just wanted to continue referring to him as the vice president until the next election, and he went around introducing himself as the 10th president. Obviously, a lot of the grandeur of the presidency captured in that song. Trump quite enjoying himself. Also pretty remarkable that this is the same room where Trump spoke before the lunch. They cleared it out, got rid of all the chairs, and brought in these bands to this indoor space that really is only a decade old that it's been open. It was not around last time they did an indoor inauguration for Ronald Reagan in 1985.
Yeah, so true. This is Emancipation Hall. If you've been a visitor to the Capitol Visitor Center, this is one of the main spaces that you would have spent time in. Right outside of this area is the theater that people sit in. There's also meetings in there at times of large groups of members of Congress. Let's go to J.M. Rieger. J.M., as we continue to watch these images of the troops and the bands, let's talk about other imagery that Donald Trump is thinking a lot about today, namely that of flags.
Yeah, Libby, so we came into today and the flags were at half-mast in honor of Jimmy Carter, as is tradition when a president dies, that the flags be flown at half-staff. But one of the first orders that Trump signed once he took that oath of office today was that flags be flown at full staff on inauguration days for all future presidents. And as we look over my shoulder now, within the last hour or so, the flag at the White House is now at full staff, as is with the Executive Office Building, the Eisenhower Executive Office Building over my left shoulder, and the other government buildings that are within our range of vision from up here near the White House.
And JM, what do we know about the decision making behind that?
Well, we know that Trump came in and he was, really focused on the optics of this, right? The moving this indoors, Trump talked at his first inauguration about the crowd size and was talking about how it compared to that of former President Barack Obama during his first inaugural address. So we know that Trump has been very kind of image focused on these sorts of things, especially kind of the pomp and circumstance of these sorts of events. And the fact that they've had to really scale this down today from a crowd standpoint, right? Holding the inauguration indoors. Now they're going to Capital One Arena shortly here for this parade indoors. Going to be tens of thousands of people fewer than what would have been had they done the traditional parade down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the White House. So this decision here by Trump to have the flags at full staff today for inauguration, it plays into that kind of image focus that the president has.
Yeah, Trump was very irritable on social media, complaining about the fact that the flags would be at half-staff during his inauguration because of Jimmy Carter. So there's an intentional decision there to change that optic. Let's bring in our colleague Emily Davies, who's covering the impact of the Trump administration on the local D.C. area. Emily's joining us from the Capitol. So, Emily, we did see D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser at the inauguration today. She got an invite. How is the mayor's office and the powers that be in Washington reacting to Trump's new term?
We've seen D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser be pretty polite to President Trump, going out of her way, it seems, to not say anything that could be even perceived by his team as an attack on him or on his priorities. It seems that she really believes the best way to keep D.C. totally under her control, under her liberal government control, is to play nice with Trump.
D.C. is a very liberal city. How is Washington reacting to the inauguration and the second Trump term?
It's pretty quiet here right now, especially when you look to 8 years ago and the 500,000 people who came for the Women's March when Trump was last inaugurated. It's almost, it really felt in downtown D.C. yesterday like Trump country. There were MAGA hats everywhere, there were flags everywhere, there were banners on buildings. And this was right in the heart of downtown Washington, where on almost any other day, it is a real liberal bastion. So it's been a pretty marked shift. And that is not to say there are no protests. There's one going on right now in Northwest, but they're just a lot smaller and a lot less forceful than they have been in the recent past here.
What do we know about policies that the Trump administration might want to enact that could affect D.C.?
There's been a real appetite over the last few years from Republicans in Congress to make an example out of D.C. and its liberal leadership. And so a few weeks ago in particular, it felt like there was a lot of waiting and worrying from liberal officials here about what the Trump team might do, whether it was something on immigration or public safety. But right now it feels like observers think he's going to start by focusing on national issues, and that's certainly what we've seen so far today, but that could all change in a moment.
Emily Davies, who will be following what happens in this Trump-Washington relationship. Thank you so much for talking with us. We are watching Donald Trump get in that motorcade. He's going to now head, I think, to Capital One Arena, James. This has been such sort of a mashup, a mismatch of a day. Normally what would happen is the president would take this ride now to the White House. The tradition has been for decades now to get out of the limousine, walk along Pennsylvania Avenue. Donald and Melania did that when they became president and first lady 8 years ago. But this is such a different moment because everything has been moved indoors. So a lot of the action now is at Capital One Arena in the heart of D.C. As Emily was saying, this is all taking place really in downtown Washington. So we are expecting Trump to go there and sort of more pomp and circumstance to come along with that experience as he leaves the Capitol. All of those people who were so instrumental in throwing the inauguration and all the festivities still there on the Capitol steps. Joining us now as we watch this motorcade is senior critic at large, Robin Gavhan. Robin, so lovely to see you. What did you spend your day doing today? Where did you kind of go out to witness how America was sort of accepting and embracing perhaps some people this moment?
Well, you know, I clawed my way through Union Station and the throngs of visitors there, and I actually went to the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial, because I was curious to see how people would sort of reconcile the two things, the two historical things that were happening today there. And, you know, and it was interesting because there was really a mix of people who came. There were those who very much did not want to be part of the inauguration. And then there were those who were very much Trump supporters, and they came in their full Trump regalia, and they talked about wanting to essentially underscore the possibility of a more unified country.
And Donald Trump gave a speech at in the rotunda, what normally would have been on the west lawn of the Capitol, but in the rotunda, that was pretty subdued. He did all the gestures of unity today, James, by going to the T with the Bidens, riding in the limo, motorcade with them, having them sit next to him. But he was very critical of the past administration. He really put them on blast, even though they were sitting right there. What did you read into both his demeanor as well as his words today?
That they were not surprising, really. I mean, I think the fact that, you know, Michelle Obama decided not to attend for whatever reason, certainly registered with some of the women that I spoke to when I was at the memorial. And for them, there was a lot of sort of support and understanding for her lack of presence there. And some of them really felt that, you know, the high road had been difficult, that the oxygen was a little thin up there on the high road, and they were exhausted, and that, you know, their responsibility for sort of carrying on a tradition that had not been upheld during the previous inauguration was no longer their burden to carry. And I think they expressed a certain kind of empathy and camaraderie with Michelle Obama not being there.
We remember her words, when they go low, we go high.
Yeah.
But then, of course, we saw Hillary Clinton lose the White House. We now saw Kamala Harris lose the White House. Another notable absence today was Karen Pence.
Yeah.
The former vice president's wife was not there, and they are notoriously always together, James. I mean, they always talk about that relationship, how they really were very much together in their travels when he served as vice president as well as a congressman and the governor. That's a notable absence too, and we all remember that Trump was inciting the mobs who were threatening to go and find Mike Pence and hang him on January 6th 4 years ago.
And we know from testimony before the January 6th committee that Trump was callous when aides came to him and said, Mike Pence is in danger. Mike Pence has just been evacuated. You need to call off the mob. And Trump said he didn't care. And for 3 hours, basically did nothing. And that clearly is top of mind for Karen Pence. We saw it at Jimmy Carter's memorial service, where she refused to acknowledge Trump, even as her husband did. And it is really interesting. It's also striking that Nancy Pelosi, although she's no longer speaker, she's been to 12 inaugurations. Her first one was John F. Kennedy's in 1961. She just had a hip replacement after she took a fall in Europe, but she also opted to skip this ceremony. And you heard Donald Trump criticize her by name and sort of gallingly, quite offensively, say that she wanted perhaps January 6th to happen during his speech to the overflow crowd.
Yeah, so if folks are just tuning in now, if you missed it, Donald Trump spoke in the rotunda, then afterwards he went to Emancipation Hall and spoke to another gathering of supporters, talked to them there, totally off the cuff, kept saying they didn't want me to talk about this, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to talk to you about that. And he name-checked Nancy Pelosi, he talked about Liz Cheney, he criticized the words of Cassidy Hutchinson, who testified at the January 6th committee hearings. I mean, he really was going back into the grievance files, even in this moment, trying to look forward. Trump can't seem to help but look back. And he did, he was talking about, I think, Melania and her footwear, and mentioned, we went out and saw the helicopter off, meaning the Biden's helicopter, because that is tradition, that's what's done. But it really struck me, Robin, that, because he seemed very proud of that moment and that tradition, but he refused the Bidens that honor 4 years ago to sort of allow them to wish him off.
Yeah, I mean,
it's such a difference. It's such a difference.
I mean, it's such a difference, and I think it also just sort of speaks to this incredible tension that so many people are struggling with, which is this desire to have the traditions mean something, to have them continue, to feel like there is this cohesiveness, and the fact that, this is someone who time and time again only really embraces traditions that benefit him, or that move his sense of self forward. And I think that's something that, just having a conversation with a young man at the MLK Memorial who was from Texas and said, I voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and then, I voted for Trump this time. And he really sort of zeroed in on the fact that he's a business owner and what he expected Trump to do. And I was struck by the fact that, he had decided to come to the memorial because he wanted that sense of, tradition and things being moving forward in a manner that was going to be really sort of smooth and ameliorating and all of those things. And at the same time, there was the guy that he had voted for who was really being disdainful, quite publicly, of the former president.
Did you get a sense from people there if do they have things they really want Trump to do in his first few days in office, or things they really don't want Trump to do? Did you get a sense of what they're sort of hoping for or concerned about?
I said, what are your top three things? And we didn't get past the first one, which was economy, which was, a business owner, the price of gasoline, just all of those sort of bread and butter issues, and seemed very confident that within moments, the price of gasoline was going to go down.
Let's bring Blair Guild into the conversation. She's outside Capital One Arena, and that's where Donald Trump's motorcade just drove to. So Blair, what's the scene like down there?
Hey, Libby, a lot going on. I'm outside Capital One where Trump has arrived, the motorcade has arrived, and this is really the capstone event on what has been a long day of programming starting early this morning at the White House, going to his swearing in, and now here at the Capital One Center. All around me, a lot of people, a lot of Trump supporters. People have been waiting in line. A lot of folks camped out, anticipating going into the Capital One Center to hear these remarks from the president on the evening of his inauguration. Honestly, there's a lot going on. There's some people who have been waiting a really long time to go in. A lot of, people selling Trump merch. Just plenty of excitement and anticipation, especially as Trump has arrived, and more to come. Libby?
All right, Blair, thank you so much. So inside you see the warm and toasty Capital One Arena, our intrepid Blair outside there where, Jorge had earlier, our colleague Jorge Ribas earlier had talked to Trump supporters who've been standing out like for 2 days trying to just get inside the arena, and some people were just giving up and realizing it wasn't going to happen. What the folks inside are getting treated to, as you can see, are some of the bands that were scheduled to perform on the parade or during the course of the inauguration, and they will see Donald Trump in just a little while. Robin, you're someone who thinks so carefully about sort of optics and presentation and how it translates into meaning. What are you noticing about this indoor inauguration that strikes you in terms of messaging, successfully or unsuccessfully?
Well, one of the first things that I noticed, of course, was Mrs. Trump's ensemble.
Please tell me the hat. I'm obsessed with the hat. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
The hat was quite something.
Yes.
It reminded me of an earlier hat that she'd worn, I believe, during the reception when she greeted the president of France and his wife. She was wearing quite a large eye-shielding hat. It was a very somewhat somber ensemble for the day. I mean, it did not have this sense of sort of celebratory, it didn't have a celebratory feel to it necessarily because of the dark color, because of the severity of the cut, and also because of the way that the hat sat so low on her face. But it also seemed to be very formal and very dignified. And to some degree, I think that's in keeping with her and with the way that she always sort of intended to present herself during the first administration. She always was very concerned about the way that the photograph was going to live in history, and was less concerned about sort of the semiotics of the clothes and what the chosen designer might have said. It was really about, is this going to make a great photograph?
Robin Gavin, thank you so much. Really great to hear from you. I'm glad you're inside and getting warm. Let's go back to Rhonda Colvin, who's been at the Capitol all day. Rhonda, as all the sort of action moves away from the Capitol in sort of the symbols right now, the real action will be happening at the White House and indeed the Capitol over the coming days and weeks, because there is so much on the agenda. How could Congress either help or get in the way of Trump's agenda?
Well, I think what you might see in these coming weeks of the Trump administration and their relationship with Congress, you're likely going to see a lot of loyalty from Republican leaders. We've seen it in the confirmation hearings so far. Pete Hegseth stands out because he is one of those nominees who some members of Congress have been concerned about. But we did see him have a pretty easy confirmation hearing last week, and whenever that vote comes out on the Senate floor to see if he is confirmed, we'll know where Republicans stand. We've also seen President Trump involve himself, even before being sworn in today, involving himself in legislative matters. One thing last week that was pretty notable is that on the House side, Speaker Johnson decided to replace Mike Turner and bring in a new House Intelligence Chairman. That is said to be a directive from Trump, who wanted even more of a loyalist on that committee. So we might see moves like that in these early weeks. But I think as we go along into the latter part of the winter, early spring, we are going to see some government funding battles. The government still needs to be funded. Right now, it's running on a short-term deal, and those negotiations continue and will likely come to a head in a few weeks. So we'll have to see that. We'll have to see if the reconciliation package works, where Trump has asked Republican leaders in the House and Senate to have a big, beautiful bill, I believe is the phrase he used, where he can put all of his initiatives in one thing, which would also include tax reform. So we'll see if the Republicans in the House and Senate will play ball with that. It sounds like they are not in full agreement with that approach. Perhaps breaking it up might be the path forward, but you're likely going to see a lot of news on that. So I think Capitol Hill, once we start seeing the nominations and the confirmations settle down, government funding talks continue, you're going to see really what this relationship will be with the executive branch.
Thanks, Rhonda. Let's talk to JM more about what the executive branch may look like and how Trump is assembling his team. You know, Rhonda talked to us about the pretty easy, smooth confirmation hearings last week. There's some more controversial ones, though, JM, that we haven't seen happen yet. I'm thinking Tulsi Gabbard. I'm thinking RFK Jr. Talk to us about the team that Trump is hoping to assemble.
Yeah, this whole thing, Libby, with some of these more controversial nominees, meaning they don't have necessarily right now the full Republican support to get through, is very much a loyalty test by Donald Trump towards Senate Republicans. They can afford to lose 3 votes in the Senate, but after that, these nominees are really at risk, assuming all Democrats and independents vote against these nominees. And, you know, Pete Hegseth, the nominee to be Secretary of Defense, is a great example of this, Libby, and this dynamic that we're seeing play out on Capitol Hill, even over the last week or two. His nomination really looked in jeopardy back even a month ago, but over that time period, as Trump has now come into office, they've really shored up the Republican support for his nomination, and it looks to be in a much stronger position today than it was even a couple weeks ago. And as you mentioned, we still have folks like Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Kash Patel to lead the FBI. These are some of the folks that at least the conventional wisdom is that they would have a tougher time getting through a Senate confirmation nomination battle. But, you know, again, Trump is really trying to instill loyalty from Senate Republicans and from congressional Republicans writ large early in his presidency here, because not only does his administration do his cabinet nominations depend on it, but also a lot of his agenda depends on it because of how narrow, especially in the House, Republican majorities are compared to where they were when Trump came in 8 years ago, where they had a little more buffer, especially in the House, to get things through. They could afford to lose more votes. This time around, that's not really going to be the case. So how Trump balances out that dynamic, where he chooses to spend his political capital, I think is one of many kind of important questions that we're watching and monitoring here. But it is going to impact the policy and the agenda that Trump gets into place, how many of his people he has in these positions.
JM, we just got word that Trump has formally nominated the members of his cabinet because he has to be president to actually nominate them. So they went from being his picks to his official nominees, and now they continue that confirmation process. So interesting how all the semantics of it work. Speaking of semantics, you see there on that podium, the President of the United States seal. That goes with the president. Whomever it is, that is the seal that they use. And you see there a bunch of folders that have executive orders in them, ready to go. Let's bring back our colleague, video journalist Joe Snell. Joe, what is one of President Trump's first orders of business when he comes, let's just go with that, when it comes to foreign policy and Russia?
Yeah, Libby, it's been a very difficult winter for Ukrainian forces. They're bracing for some tough wartime decisions. Let's put this in context. Today, Russia is occupying about 18% of Ukraine. Russian forces have made some big gains in recent months. Ukrainian forces are worried if military assistance from the West will end. The U.S. has provided over $100 billion of that assistance in nearly 3 years. All eyes are now on Trump, and if he'll continue Washington's commitment to keep defenses, or if he'll work to strike some sort of deal with Moscow that could force Ukraine to the negotiating table, like threatening to withhold equipment. Now, it's not totally clear what's Trump's position. His envoys have called for a ceasefire and negotiations. Trump's allies have opposed aid to Ukraine, and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has said he would accept some territorial concessions for certain security guarantees. Now, remember, Trump said he would end this war in 1 day. He's since backtracked on that position. Also, remember, in June, Trump called Zelensky the greatest salesman of all time for securing so much U.S. financial support. Now, one thing to look out for, Trump said a meeting was being arranged between himself and his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin. There's no timeline or when or where that will happen, but when it does, Libby, I can tell you the world will be watching.
Yeah, such a good point, Joe. I mean, James, what a difference a presidency makes in this case.
Elections have consequences, and it's been said that really the most important battle in the Ukrainian war was the American election. And there is a lot of speculation about when will Trump actually take that meeting that Joe was just talking about with Putin. There's some push, even from people inside the incoming Trump administration, to, in order to maximize leverage on Russia, implement stiffer sanctions on oil from Russia, including banking and various other sanctions, and that might force Russia to come to the table to cut a deal with Ukraine. We'll see if Trump actually does that. Biden held off on some of the more extreme sanctions because he was afraid about the price of gas going too high. So this is going to be one of the great tests of the Trump administration. But of course, we've already seen he's not going to be able to resolve this conflict in the first 24 hours.
Watching live footage of Capital One Arena. This is what's happening in lieu of a parade, the traditional inauguration parade that would have gone up Pennsylvania Avenue, and the president and first lady along with it. James, let's talk about the sort of the parade and what we're getting instead.
Yeah, so it's a much pared down. I mean, originally about 7,500 people were going to march. There was going to be lots of high school, college bands,
and they come from all over the country.
From all over the country. It really is like a big moment for these young people, and they really have pared it back. We have a list now. There's about a dozen bands that are going to get to sort of march through. It's not the really big, but you know, J.D. Vance's hometown, for example, Middleton, Ohio, their band is still going to get to perform. The Middleton High School band. But we are going to miss out on, I mean, the parade element of this often ends up creating some of the most indelible, memorable images. I remember in 2005 when George W. Bush got inaugurated for his second term, he did the hook'em horns when the University of Texas Austin band walked by. And in Europe, that is a symbol in some places for like satanic worship, and it ended up causing quite the kerfuffle. But there's a lot of hilarity that has ensued over the years. At the Richard Nixon inaugural parade for his second term in January 1973, Nixon really was bothered by the pigeons in the trees along Pennsylvania Avenue between the Capitol and the White House. So he actually personally gave out the word that he wanted the pigeons to be kind of moved. And there was this thing called Roost No More. This is a real story. I checked it out. Roost No More. The inaugural committee spends $12,000 to treat all the trees along Pennsylvania Avenue, and the idea is it would make the pigeons' claws itchy so that they wouldn't stand on the trees and they would fly somewhere else. But the pigeons all ate the Roost No More, and it turned out to be toxic.
Oh no!
So during the parade, pigeons were like squawing as they died, and they were falling out of trees and thumping onto the ground. It was a complete debacle. When Ulysses S. Grant was inaugurated for his second term, they got a lot of canaries, and they were going to have all these canaries making beautiful noises, but it was so cold that the canaries froze and died. And that was the scene. But there have been fun moments too. Dwight Eisenhower, he had the biggest inaugural parade. He had something like 27,000 people march when he got inaugurated in 1953. And the highlight of that parade was that a Texas cowboy, a real life Texas cowboy, came and actually lassoed the president who was standing in the viewing stand. And there's video of it. I thought it was hilarious and loved that this guy could throw the rope and get it around the president. So we're missing out on some of that. I don't think Donald Trump's going to get lassoed here at the Capital One Arena. I don't think the Secret Service would allow it. But it's a reminder of the history here. I mean, this is one of these days that connects us to our past. I mean, this has been happening for nearly 250 years, and it's pretty cool to reminisce about the stories.
Well, bringing in a new tradition, we saw some of those folks there in the crowd doing the Trump dance, which football players have been adopting and other people on social media. So they are there and eager to see J.D. Vance, Vice President, and Donald Trump, President of the United States. Rhonda, let's go to you for some more parade color. Despite the lack of a parade, please don't talk about dying pigeons, though. Anything but dying pigeons and canaries, Rhonda.
I will not, but that was a riveting story from James there. And I agree, it's great to be able to give an event like this historical context. But what we know from the poll reporters who are following what's going on with the plans inside that parade is that because this is the condensed version of the parade that would have been going down the streets of D.C., the bands who are picked to perform are ones that signal that they were chosen because they're close to the Trumps or the Vances. I think James mentioned it, but the Middletown, Ohio High School marching band and cheerleaders will be there to perform. Also, there are going to be the first responders from Butler County, Pennsylvania. That, of course, was the place where Donald Trump was giving the rally in July and was shot at. So those first responders will be there, and there should be a moment of silence planned for that. There are also going to be the police and fire honor guard from Palm Beach, Florida. So, of course, there's that connection with the Trumps. And then there will also be New York Military Academy, a presence from them as well. Of course, when I'm looking at this list, I am reminded that it does appear that this all came together very quickly. In fact, these are things things that are reportable to our audience, but yet we haven't been able to really confirm what will happen. So there might be some new performers or people added to the program once we start seeing it. But for right now, that is what we have in terms of the information of who will be performing shortly.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. And we are still going to get this inside image of Capital One Arena to see as the performers come through and as we watch the process unfold. But J.M. Rieger, Donald Trump also plans to do some very serious business there with the optics at large. And what we can see is a desk and a stack of executive orders stacked up, J.M. So tell us why the executive orders are so important on Donald Trump's first day in office.
Yeah, Libby, coming into today, we had heard a wide range of numbers of how many executive orders Trump would sign on day one and even on hour one potentially. And these executive orders are crucial. We know he's going to sign a handful there in Capital One Arena, and they're crucial because a lot of his agenda relies on Congress getting these bills through on immigration, on energy, on taxes. But a lot of this stuff he can do unilaterally, and that's where these executive orders come in. When we're talking stuff that he wants to do on immigration on the border, when we're talking some deregulation policies, when we're talking about how he's classifying certain swaths of government workers and maybe removing some traditional government civil service protections and transforming those into political appointees. These are all things that he has said that he wants to do, that he's hinted at signing executive orders on. And while some of these would almost certainly be challenged in court and may not hold up once they go into that process, we know that a lot of this agenda, when we're talking the energy policy and the immigration policy especially, is relying on these executive orders and issuing these edicts from the White House, if you will, from his administration. So these can be both symbolic but also very significant and have some teeth to them when Trump is doing them. And the fact that he's doing them at this parade, Libby, we've talked about how these dynamics have changed. He's not doing that traditional procession down Pennsylvania Avenue. Now he's going to do this kind of scaled down event in Capital One Arena. But still, a lot of performers and speakers have already been there, will be there. This all it's significant that he is doing these executive orders because one of the things that he's talked to his supporters especially about regularly is how day one there's going to be almost this light switch that happens. Things are going to change instantly. And part of this is showing folks, having sort of a tangible thing to show them and say, look, I did this on day one, hour three, and here's what we're doing about that. So this all feeds into that for Trump.
Yeah, totally. James, Trump is going to sign 9 executive orders here at the rally and then more in the Oval Office later. So the day doesn't end here with the parade. It continues on, and he'll continue to sign them.
And the text actually does matter. We know some of the headline things like Trump's going to order the Gulf of Mexico be renamed to the Gulf of America. That's going to be one of the executive orders. I don't think he can do that without legislation.
I have questions. I have questions.
A lot of questions. The next 4 years are going to be interesting to cover. Similarly, I think you definitely need legislation to change Denali back to Mount McKinley, I assume.
I'll fact check you on that because I think Obama did it when he was president, but I'll search my memory bank here in the next few minutes. But
we'll see.
But it was a popular step to change it to Denali, which is the traditional native name, an Athabascan name, away from Mount McKinley. Away from President McKinley, who never even visited Alaska.
Right.
And was sort of seen as not related to the state.
So will that be one of the orders?
Right.
We'll see.
Okay. But then we're talking about gender issues and things like that. Like, what can Trump do on gender issues, which he was really fired up about during his speech today?
Honestly, executive orders are sort of overrated. They can have a huge impact, but mostly, honestly, the vast majority of executive orders are like glorified press releases, but they set the tone. And they can also direct cabinet agencies to strongly look at something or start in place the process for issuing a rule where you need 90 days, you need public comment, but essentially Trump can sign something here with flourish saying, I am going to direct the Department of Education to look at redefining gender definitions for higher ed and the enforcement of Title IX and Title X, and that will have impact, but it won't be this dramatic overnight change where, you know, that is going to roll back trans rights. They have to still go through the rulemaking process, just as the Biden folks did, and it took a while.
The National Park Service is fact-checking for us,
good.
James, that it was indeed President Obama, but working with the Interior Secretary at the time, Sally Jewell, to rename then Mount McKinley to Denali, and that the Secretary cited a law that was back from the 1940s empowering the Interior Secretary to use that authority when the U.S. government didn't act within a reasonable amount of time to make a change, because the Alaska delegation and others have been pushing for so long to try to get the name changed. So there you go. We'll see if Trump can just change it back with a stroke of a pen.
We'll see. I mean, Trump's going to push the limits. That's what he does. And Biden pushed the limits too with some executive action. You know, will the court strike him down? It is. There's the thing called TROs, temporary restraining orders, basically, that are injunctions to stop things from being enforced. And so when Biden issued a lot of executive orders, conservatives went to judges in Texas and got them to issue an injunction. When Trump was first president in 2017, Democrats, liberals had success going to judges in Washington State and Hawaii. The question is whether the Supreme Court, which is now 6-3 conservative majority, will overturn some of these injunctions when they are put in place and allow Trump's dramatic executive actions that we anticipate him taking to stand while there are legal challenges, which would make a big difference between sort of pausing things as stuff takes a couple years to play out. It's going to be one of the big open questions. But you know, essentially, Trump is starting the clock on a lot of things. We're hearing that he actually may not take action today on the Schedule F stuff that JM has been talking about. It seems like there is some. You know, if you're a Trump person, you want to dot the I's and cross the T's because you don't want to do it in a way that makes it easier to get a court to block it. And there are major implications for upending the federal workforce and some of the civil service protections. And so I think what I'm hearing is that part of the agenda may not come today, but it could come even later this week.
Rhonda, what are Democrats going to be doing in the weeks and months ahead to try to thwart the Trump administration?
I think we're watching, and we have been watching over the last few weeks, what their strategy is. So far, I have seen them publicly say that they are on board as long as Trump and Republicans want to come to the table and do some bipartisan work. But I do think we are seeing sort of their realignment, their rethinking of what they should be loud about and some of the things that maybe they should stand down on. I have been tracking Democrats' response to President Trump's speech earlier today. I have seen some themes. Some senators and House members are saying, you know, we're ready to work on a bipartisan basis. And they also have been remarking that this weekend has shown Democrats' commitment to a peaceful transfer of power. So that's sort of the underlying theme there, is that they are the party that allowed for a peaceful transition. But there were some that stood out to me. Adam Schiff, who is now one of California's U.S. senators, but of course was in the House and served as an impeachment manager during Trump's first impeachment. He said today marks the start of a new presidential administration. There are many challenges facing our country, and we must find a way to tackle them. I'm ready to partner with my Republican colleagues on any issue where we can find common ground. So that's sort of that end of the spectrum. But one did stand out to me, and that's from Pete Aguilar, who is the House Democratic Caucus chair. He said, talk is cheap. Delivered in a room where the richest people on earth were given special seats of honor, today's weak and divisive inaugural address echoed the same empty campaign promises that won't do anything to help working families. So out of the gate, he is sort of a spokesperson for the House Democrats. That shows you that they likely, as a caucus, did not take the words and the actions actions of the president earlier today well. We'll see how that works with their strategy, though. Will they take a hardline defense posture against him, or, are they going to find ways of bipartisanship? I think that remains an open question. But responses to the speech today have somewhat run the gamut.
James, run the gamut, but Democrats also know that they have their work cut out for them here in this administration.
And they're really struggling with how to recalibrate.
Yeah.
As Dan Balz said earlier today, Democrats are telling him, what we were doing before clearly didn't work. And this is happening against the backdrop of a competitive election for chair of the Democratic National Committee. That election is on February 1st at National Harbor. And there was a candidate for him just last night, where the Democratic state chairs of Minnesota and Wisconsin are debating what is the path forward for Democrats. I've talked to Democratic senators who say we need to wait for Trump to screw up before we get aggressive. We can't just look like we're reflexively against him. We need to give him some space and some time. And there is this sort of confidence when you talk to top Democrats that Trump is going to overreach. And it is very possible, if you think about it, that Trump's like at the apex of his popularity, that he, once he actually starts doing things that are unpopular, it's going to take some of the shine off. And so the Democrats are sort of obviously hopeful that Trump is going to overreach with some of these early steps, and that he's going to seem like he's not focused on inflation and the economy and the stuff that even, Robin Gavon was telling us the people she was talking to at the MLK Memorial care about and want from him. And, as Trump said in his speech in the Capitol Visitor Center, speech number 2, you can only point out that the price of apples has gone up so many times. That's boring. That's not what Trump wants to talk about, but that is what the voters care about. And it's part of the reason that going into the election, 2/3 of the country felt we were on the wrong track.
J.M. Rieger, let's talk about what Donald Trump is trying to do and what he plans to do in terms of shaping Washington and really reshaping the courts, something he was able to do to a degree in his first term. We saw Biden have a really high number of appointments to the bench, but now Trump gets a second bite of the apple.
Yeah, I mean, he comes into D.C. It's a very different moment here. Just look at the courts. How many judges he appointed in his first term? He reshaped the Supreme Court, and he has more of a grip on the Republican Party, arguably, than he's ever had. His poll numbers are near the highest they've ever been. Support for his policies are also right up there. So he is coming in with the wind at his back here, with momentum. But as James was just talking about, I think this is such a great point, because we've been talking a lot about what the strategy is for both the Trump White House and also the Republican Party. What do they do with this governing majority and this political momentum that they have? But simultaneously, what do Democrats do? How do they approach the situation? And what do they do, especially as Trump is trying to get his agenda through Congress with, again, just the narrowest of majorities in the House? I think it's going to be one of the key stories that we're talking about over this first year here, especially. And then as Trump is doing these executive actions, these executive orders, which one of those get held up in the courts, and how does that play out? Because one of many things that Trump benefited from during that 2024 campaign was the delay of his legal cases. And one of the reasons for the delay of those legal cases was because of the Supreme Court ruling over the summer, that immunity ruling. That delayed a lot of the cases and forced the prosecutors to sort of recalibrate those, and then got a lot of those got delayed and punted until after the election, and then eventually obviously fell away after he won. So all these dynamics are really sort of intertwined, and really comes into the forefront here as we talk about the three branches of government and how they relate to each other and whatnot, because Trump has really touched each of those during his 8-10 years in politics, especially really at the forefront here, and could be a key dynamic in the second term.
All right, thank you so much, JM. So James, we see there Jared Kushner, member of the Trump family, as everyone starts to gather at this sort of recreated viewing platform, right? This will be the viewing platform along Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the White House, where everyone would sit who has sort of a role in getting to witness the inauguration. Very impressive that they were able to pull this all together and move it inside.
Yeah, and Trump obviously has arrived at Capital One Arena. He hasn't gone out yet. I assume he's mingling backstage with donors. I mean, he raised more than $150 million, and there are a lot of people who cut seven-figure checks to the inaugural committee. They obviously weren't able to spend all that money. Clearly, some of it went into that stand that they built last minute, but the Trump people are planning to roll over a lot of the money that they didn't spend from this into the presidential library that Trump will likely end up with in Florida. And you can see the family members are arriving: Ivanka, Laura, her husband Eric, Don Jr. It doesn't look like Don Jr. is with his girlfriend. And then Mr. Knaus, Melania Trump's father and the president's father-in-law. Definitely warmer.
And barren.
And barren. Tall, very tall. Big, comfortable chairs.
Laura Trump decided she did not want the job as senator, something that her father was pushing for her to be named as Marco Rubio's replacement.
I think that was one of those things where I think she always wanted the job. I think she still wanted the job. I think it was clear she wasn't going to get the job. Ron DeSantis ended up naming Ashley Moody, the Attorney General.
Yeah. Let's bring in our colleague, national reporter Tolu Olorunipa, joining us from Arlington, Virginia. So, Tolu, you've covered now the last 3 presidencies. Did anything about this inauguration stand out to you? What caught your eye?
Just about everything. I would say definitely the speech that Trump gave and the tone that he took in his speech. Not only was this an indoor inauguration, much more intimate, much smaller setting, but the tone that Trump took as he presented himself as the savior of America, as the rescuer in chief. He said that this country had been plagued by all manner of dysfunction, said that America could not even respond to natural disasters in a way that was functional. He talked about all the horrible things that he said has happened over the past 4 years. He talked about the corrupt elite that has taken over and stripped of the wealth of the American citizenry. And then he presented a vision of what he thinks his own presidency could deliver to solve what he had laid out as a major problem with this country. And he talked about how, he would usher in this new golden era of America. And he made it very much about himself. A lot of presidents talk about what they're going to do with Congress, how they're going to work across the aisle to do things like infrastructure. Trump talked about what he's going to do with his pen in this first 100 days, this first week of his presidency, not at a time when he doesn't have control of Congress. Usually you see presidents going for the pen and phone executive action strategy.
Right, it's like their last resort, that's all they've got.
Right, he wants to be shown taking action and really casting Congress to the side and saying, I'm going to do a lot of this by myself, and I'm the person who's going to fix a lot of these problems by using the executive powers of the presidency.
What do you think about his sort of call back to like manifest destiny and President McKinley and this idea of this golden era? What is he tapping into, and is that where's that coming from?
Well, he believes he has a mandate. He did not win the popular. He won the popular vote. He did not win the majority of Americans. He only got about 49.9% of the vote, and beat Kamala Harris by about 1.5 percentage points. Not a huge sweep in terms of how he has described it, but he has talked about having this mandate to really reshape the way America works, and that includes, in his mind, this sort of imperialist approach to taking over things like the Panama Canal and buying Greenland and taking control of how the Gulf of Mexico is named and changing it from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and even joking about making Canada the 51st state. And so he has sort of used what he believes is a mandate to not only deliver on these domestic promises, but to push forward what he believes is sort of his God-given right to expand the territory of the United States physically and in terms of influence. He believes that America has been taken advantage of, and that it's time for America to exert its influence once again, not by getting into wars, but by using its economic power and the power of its people to exert influence in a broader way. And so it remains to be seen how he's going to use that influence. how far he's going to go in pushing this in reality, but it does seem like he wants to do as much as he can with the executive power, including on foreign policy.
Tolu, let's talk about these executive orders. He plans to sign 9 at this event at Capital One Arena, more later on in the Oval Office. Can you just talk us through how this process will actually work?
Now, we are waiting to see the text of these orders. Now, this is not a historic thing that presidents have always done, signed a huge number of executive orders on day one. Yes, presidents early on in their tenure often do sign executive orders. A lot of times it's to set the tone for the new administration. Sometimes it's to do a new study or to say, get back to me within 30 or 60 days about this issue that I care about. It remains to be seen how much of that we're going to see from Trump versus how much of it will be actions. Now, during his inaugural speech, he said he's going to be taking significant action on border security, on deploying troops to the southern border, on declaring an emergency at the southern border, and saying that there's also an emergency when it comes to energy, and saying that that would lead to major changes. Now, we'll have to see. The devil will be in the details. A lot of times Trump has a lot of bluster, and he announces things with a lot of fanfare. He holds up papers and signs things in these big, massive, made-for-TV moments, and then you read the script of what's in these executive actions, and it's less than meets the eye. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly is in these orders, but it seems like he's trying to push very hard, very fast, in a very significant way on things ranging from immigration to energy to even diversity and equity that, he believes that what Biden did has set the country on the wrong course, and he wants to reverse course in a very significant way.
Tolu Olorunnipa, national reporter, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's head now from Virginia down to Texas, where Rich Matthews is located. He's in Eagle Pass reporting for us today. So, Rich, immigration was really a central part of Donald Trump's campaign promises. Now that he has been elected, talk us through those promises that he made.
He made some pretty bold promises. When he was here in Eagle Pass just a little bit less than a year ago, he actually said, when I'm your president, we will immediately seal the border, stop the invasion, and on day one, begin the largest deportation operation of illegal criminals in American history. So, again, he is expected to do some of that. Now, how do you seal the border on day one? How do you stop the invasion? Those are problems that have eluded not only President Trump in his first term, but other presidents as well. Very difficult to, of course, completely stop illegal immigration, but President Trump set to begin at least some attempt at doing so, and again, we expect him to do it in front of a crowd. Now, why is immigration, so important to President Trump? Obviously, he believes that that there's a danger here, but it also was absolutely an issue that allowed him to win the presidency back. President Trump is polarizing, but I think very few Americans believed truly that he wasn't going to take action on the border. And it was an issue that both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris pulled terribly on. And the Republicans really just hammered that home. President Trump continually called Kamala Harris a border czar, even though she wasn't truly the border czar, but that allowed him to lay much of the blame about what was happening here right at her feet. Libby, again, just a unanimous issue that was very important to people nationwide. And that was one other thing that Donald Trump did very well. He took what is usually an issue and an important issue, immigration and the border, but he made it not a regional issue, a national one. Governor Greg Abbott has invited nearly every Republican governor here to Texas, and they've all come, and when they return home, they say, hey, I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen how bad things are at the border. So again, quite a good success in the Republican playbook, making this a national issue. Libby?
We're seeing Vice President J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance and their 3 children enter Capital One Arena. We expect Donald Trump to come in just a moment. But first, let's go to journalist Blair Gild, who's outside Capital One Arena where all of this is taking place. Blair?
Hi, Hi, Libby. I'm here with Brian and Ayla from Las Vegas, Nevada. What brings you guys to D.C. For the inauguration? What are you most looking forward to or looking for in Trump's remarks tonight?
He said a lot of things that meant a lot to us, especially about fixing the border, about the economy, about bringing family values back to schools, and especially the only two genders. That was important for us as well. My daughter plays sports. She's a cross-country runner, and just a lot of different stuff. This was just a great event for us to get out here. When he was elected, I decided to get tickets, and when it turned cold, the other people who were going to come with us decided not to make it, but I figured it was a great time to spend some time with my daughter and show her D.C. It's her first time here, so we came out and supported it and walked around, saw a lot of neat things, met a lot of nice people, went to dinner at Hell's Kitchen, and it was a good time. I think she'd agree. So.
And have you been tuned into some of the programming that's been happening today?
We've actually watched quite a bit of it. We watched the inauguration itself. We watched his speech afterward, and we actually came in through here, and we're waiting there for a little bit to see the motorcade, but it took a long time. I didn't want her to stand out in the cold that long.
I get it. It's pretty cold out here. And how long have you been a Trump supporter? You know, he's been in politics quite some time now, and tell me when was the moment you got on board?
It was actually during his first term. You know, to be honest, I was surprised he was elected in 2016. I went to bed telling my older daughters, hey, watch, you're going to see history because we're going to elect the first female American president. And then I woke up and Trump had been elected. I was surprised that as his term went on, it was pretty clear that he had a lot of the values that we have, that he really supported the family and things like that. His economic values were really good, and it worked out for, I owned a small business as well, worked very well for us. We have 15 employees, and he made it work, especially during the COVID, you know, when COVID was going on. As difficult as that was, I felt that he gave a lot of support to small businesses, and it helped me keep my employees on when everybody else was staying at home. So
appreciate your time here today. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much, Blair. Really appreciate it. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have come in there to Capital One Arena, and Melania sticking with the hat, James, not taking it off even indoors inside the arena.
Not gonna do it.
Nope. They'll head down to the viewing platform where the rest of the Trump family is gathered, as well as the Vance family.
Yeah, and as we saw J.D. Vance come in, it occurs to me he's our first millennial vice president. He's also the first vice president since 1909 to have a beard.
Okay, and small children, which is I'm not saying it's been that long, but it's been a little while.
It's been I guess 8 years, but even then, Malia and Sasha.
In the vice presidency, living at the Naval Observatory,
well,
even longer than that.
That's been longer. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, we don't get to always see the children of the president and vice president, but we see them today because they are out celebrating with their family. It's going to be a late night for these little kids, and we'll see how they manage here. But part of this is their experience viewing the parade, in this case, sort of the altar parade, and part of it is Americans getting to watch them doing it.
It really is, you know, and remember, so they're going to have this, then Trump's going to the White House, he's going to sign more executive orders, then they still have 3 balls yet tonight, so it is a lot. And the 20,000 people who are sitting in Capital One Arena right now, these people have been sitting there for a long time. There was kind of a bunch of warm-up speeches that ended now hours ago, and now Trump has finally arrived, and he was right there last night. The Village People performed, and Trump is the others, including J.D. Vance, are still doing the YMCA dance the old-fashioned way. But Trump has invented his own new YMCA dance, which we may get to see in the next few minutes.
The Capital One Arena event last night was really like one of his campaign speeches and campaign events. And we know that's what he loves to do. He loves to go out there, work the crowd, warm them up. I mean, today it's like he couldn't contain himself, like a tea kettle that just has to let off the steam. Even after he gave his organized teleprompter inauguration speech, he went off script when he went down and talked to folks who were gathered at Emancipation Hall. Let's bring Rhonda Colvin in on that. Rhonda, the themes that Donald Trump is bringing forth today talk about sort of this new golden or gilded era. It talks about manifest destiny, and he's really talking about an American expansion, which is very counter to the philosophy of both the sort of nationalist protectionism that he was espousing before. It's like going a step farther than that and trying to bring America out farther into the world. And it's also different than what we've heard from past presidents in recent decades.
It is. It was fairly stern. And even I was remarking a few days ago when the official photographs for the president and vice president were released, you even see in his photo, he's very stern. So it feels as if that is going to be this Trump administration, a very stern, direct one. We learned from his first speech during the the swearing-in ceremony earlier today that he has this confidence that he's been given a mandate. He was saying by the people. He was also saying he believes he's been saved by God to make America great again. So that was in that first Trump speech earlier today. So it signals that he feels that this time he has a lot of power to do a lot of the things that he wanted to do. Now, in reality, will that all work and play out well? That remains to be seen. I think having covered Capitol Hill for many years, we often do see tones change, the reality change when you get near an election. And while he has 4 years, the House does not. They are already starting to campaign for the 2026 midterm elections. So a lot of his choices and a lot of the choices of Republicans here on the Hill will be determined based on if they want to maintain that majority or grow the majority in the House. So we'll see if a lot of this sternness, a lot of this forcefulness that he spoke of today will be how he carries through his term, or will there be shifts in order to perhaps help his party out when it comes to their names being back on the ballot in 2 years when they're in terms of House members?
Yeah, Trump's has some goal of trying to, of course, have a successful presidency, but he is a lame duck president by nature, and so his goal will be to get done what he can get done. We are seeing now, Rhonda, this parade start, and we see the Butler Police and emergency response services, and they're holding the jacket of Mr. Compatore, who was the man who was killed at the Butler rally when Donald Trump was shot at, that assassination attempt. So this is a group that Trump and Vance really wanted to be here, even as the parade got pared down, James.
And they've had, they invited Corey Compatore's wife and children to various events over the weekend. They've really tried to make them feel special, and we expect that there will be a moment of silence around that. And Trump, I think, really, did feel like this was this near-death experience. And we heard him say in his inaugural address that he thinks that God saved his life so that he can make America great again.
So this is the parade, folks. This is what we're going to be seeing here. The participants will come up on the side of the riser there, go along and perform their act, and then exit. And Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, their families will get to watch with that front row seat, just like they would have had at the actual parade. And so right behind the Butler County folks who you see walking, that's the New York Military Academy, where Donald Trump actually graduated in 1964. And then they're going to go to the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard Unit, which is where Trump is officially a resident. That's also home to Mar-a-Lago, his private club.
911 radio dispatch and hospital personnel who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. Also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. As the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody. Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration. close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Inaugural, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now, I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters, one of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out, let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. You have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the oval. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? Do you want to say it? You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
Donald Trump perfecting the mix of politics and celebrity, throwing the pens out there to the audience. This crowd gathered here at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. in lieu of a traditional parade that went down Pennsylvania Avenue. Trump really trying to capture the visuals of this moment with the families of hostages from Israel, but really taking a sort of bizarre turn there and equating them essentially with January 6th.